Assembly chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly chamber.
I want to inform you that the Budget Number 2 Bill received royal assent on the 18th of October 2024. It will be known as Budget Number 2 Act Northern Ireland 2024 and as Chapter 4. Secondly, I would note that points of order have been a more frequent occurrence in the last few weeks, and where that is necessary to raise procedural points, it is right that members do so. However, a number of points of order have been falling into the territory of seeking to take the chair into political issues and the potential abuse of points of order. I would remind members that if they wish to increase the likelihood that they can receive a meaningful response to the point of order, it is a courtesy to give the Speaker's office advance notice, and some of you have been doing that, and I gently suggest that where members might not have given such notice, it might well be inferred that they are more interested in their own remarks rather than a response from the Speaker's chair. Thirdly, there's been a developing trend over the past few weeks to seek my response on committee issues, and I want to record again that the Speaker has no role in the proceedings of individual committees. Members have access to the advice of officials on committees and should be impartial at all times and should seek it as required to allow each committee to consider issues as they arise. That is the place to deal with them, and I do not expect committee matters to be routinely brought to me, particularly when the committees are in the process of dealing with them. Fourthly, Jonathan Buckley raised a point of order with the Deputy Speaker Aiken in the Assembly last Tuesday, 15th of October 2024, in relation to the First Minister coming back to the House to give a statement in relation to recent revelations regarding her party and safeguarding issues. On a procedural point, I appreciate the concerns that have been raised, but again remind the House that the issues involved have arisen in the context of the business of a political party. For the First Minister to respond to them in that capacity, they have to be raised in a way which is connected to the responsibilities of the First and Deputy First Minister's office and the functions of that executive office. If that connection can be made, members know that ministers can give notice that they wish to make an oral statement to the Assembly. Members can also ask for an urgent oral question of a minister, as I was content to accept on the 7th of October 2024. For today, I would note that the First Minister was already scheduled to answer Executive Office questions in the Chamber today, and one of the listed questions deals with these matters. I'm also aware of reports that the Committee for the Executive Office is considering how to approach these matters, and that is for the Committee to resolve. Fifthly, Matthew O'Toole raised a point of order with the Principal Deputy Speaker on the 15th of October in relation to the availability of ministers on sitting day. There is no requirement to make a new ruling, as I have already dealt with this matter on several occasions, including in writing to ministers in February and the Business Committee in March. It is a long-standing position that ministers are accountable to this House and should be available for plenary business, including urgent questions, etc., on Mondays and Tuesdays in all but exceptional circumstances. In relation to exceptional circumstances, it is of course understood that there may be occasions when ministerial business or an extraordinary personal commitment makes it unavoidable that a minister is absent from plenary sittings. Indeed, that arises for me tomorrow. However, these situations should be exceptional, and in those cases I have been clear that the ministers should make contingency arrangements for business from the department to be dealt with in the Assembly. The absence of a minister should not prevent the Assembly from discussing issues. Finally, on a similar note, in line with convention, I inform the House that I will be absent from the sitting tomorrow for a family engagement. We now move to member statements, and I call Emma Sheeran.
I rise this afternoon to speak about an issue that brings me no joy whatsoever. 42 women and girls murdered in just under 8 years in the north of Ireland. 42 women and girls with their lives ahead of them destroyed in a heartbeat. The north is now, and has been for some time, one of the most dangerous places in Europe to be a girl. The most dangerous place for many women is their own home. And after every death, after every brutal murder, an awful lot of well-meaning people go to vigils, do an awful lot of hand-wringing, send condolences and sympathies, and all of those things are important, but they're not enough. We have to take action. Violence against women and girls is ingrained within our society. It's ingrained within all societies worldwide, and it has been for centuries. Misogyny, rape jokes, sexist remarks, commentary about women's appearance, the othering of women, the subjugation of women is commonplace in the north of Ireland. And it is our job to tackle that. It's our responsibility to call it out and to see an end to the behaviours and the attitudes that lead to another newspaper article about another tragic loss. So I want to see our strategy implemented, and I want to see us all working together so that we no longer will stand in this chamber and send condolences to another family. And this afternoon, I want to take the opportunity to tell everybody affected by the most recent loss in the streets just last week that we hear their stories, we feel their pain, we send our deepest sympathies, and we commit ourselves to never seeing this happen again.
Keith Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, in my constituency there is increasing concern regarding the provision of GP services. Over the last number of weeks I have been made aware of the potential closure of Fairhill Medical Centre in Magherafelt. This proposed closure will affect more than 2,300 patients, and patients recently received letters stating the Department of Health's intention to place them with other surgeries from the 1st of November. There is lots of anger within the community as to why this busy practice has been left without a permanent GP. While patients and staff are sympathetic regarding the circumstances of the closure, they are unsure as to why the Department of Health has taken so long to inform them of their decision to close this practice. Questions are being asked as to why the Department of Health has not kept patients regularly informed or updated. Many found out the practice was permanently closing via the local social media. Patients were informed regarding the potential problem by a letter on the 7th of August and were asked not to try to change surgery or move to another one. Indeed, those who have tried to move surgery have found this difficult as surrounding surgeries have stated they are at capacity and can no longer accept new patients. It is my understanding, after speaking to those within GP practice, that not one GP from Ireland or the United Kingdom applied for the position of this single-handed GP practice to take on the General Medical Services contract for Fairhill Medical Centre in Magherafelt. I will continue to work for my constituents to ensure they have GP services, and will ask the Minister of Health and his department to engage urgently with the community and local surgeries to ensure patients and staff are accommodated. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
David Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday night I had the absolute pleasure of being at Windsor Park to cheer on Lisburn Rangers ladies team in the Challenge Cup final, and what a story and journey these girls have been on. 4 years ago they were in the lowest division and just starting out. Promoted year on year, this season has been their first in the Premier League with a really young team, and many have come through the youth age grades. They secured 4th place in their first season in the Premier Division and through to the Challenge Cup final. And while they came up short on Saturday night, they should be massively proud of their achievements. Life is a journey and not a destination. It's exciting to support a team like this in the years ahead as they have a big future in the game. And I want to say a massive congratulations not only to the girls but also to those behind the scenes who have helped create the platform for the girls to perform in, and a special mention to Ali Dixon and Nigel Farr, the coaching staff and the rest of the committee there at Lisburn Rangers. They've helped create a really inclusive environment that is bringing people together. And Lagan Valley has a great sports clubs throughout it, full of volunteers who work tirelessly for our community. And sport unites our community and gives people opportunities and brings our community together. But grassroots sport urgently needs investment. And unfortunately, that has been seriously lacking in recent years and continues to prevent growth and development of facilities that people deserve. Lisburn Rangers are a great example of what could be achieved if match funding was there to help them realise their dream. With the massive investment in sport we're seeing in the south, I've repeatedly raised with the Shared Island Unit and the Irish Government about investing Shared Island funds in sporting clubs here in the north, and I would call on the Minister to engage with ministers in the south to explore opening Shared Island funding for grassroots clubs here in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Matthew Till.
Speaker, I too want to raise, as the previous Speaker Emma Sheeran did, the epidemic of violence against women and femicide in this society. On the front of the Belfast Telegraph today, we saw listed the 42 women who have lost their lives in recent years. They haven't just lost their lives, they've had their lives violently and brutally taken from them. It is extremely important that this cancer of violence against women and femicide is dealt with. That will require a multi-level approach led by this executive, and I would welcome the fact that the First and Deputy First Minister and the executive at large have set this as a priority, and I say that sincerely. It is extremely important. In my own constituency, just in recent weeks, we have seen murders, including that of Mary Ward, taken violently. It is almost beyond comprehension and words what is happening and what has happened to these women. It shames us all. It calls us to do everything we can as legislators, but also as human beings, to stand against both, to stand for both a serious criminal justice response, but also a more fulsome policy response which tackles the root causes of misogyny. Can I specifically, though, raise an issue which is connected, which touches on the work of the Justice Minister and the Justice Department, and one that I hope the Executive and the Minister will take forward? The Justice Sexual Offences and Human Trafficking Act, passed in the previous mandate, included provision which has now been in part disapplied after a court ruling relating to anonymity of suspects after their death. A court rightly ruled that that was not just a violation of press freedom, but wholly counterproductive. The next clause in that piece of legislation, Section 8 of that Act, includes a provision for post-death anonymity for victims, which in many ways is understandable, and lifetime anonymity for people who are victims of rape is of course something we all support. But there is a concern that has been brought to me by members of the media in Northern Ireland that we face a very serious situation at the minute, where in a case where a woman has been raped and murdered, the media is now legally not able to report the fact that she was raped. Mr. Speaker, this is a very grim subject to have to discuss, but it is important. A high proportion of women who are murdered by men are also raped by them. As we deal with issues surrounding sexual violence against women, we have to understand the full scope of it. We have to understand how serious this is. At the minute, the law makes it illegal for media organisations to report when a murder victim has also been raped. So I would like the Justice Minister to address this legislation urgently and see what can be done to either repeal it or amend it. Thank you.
Aisling Riley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to speak about Glór in my constituency, who are this week celebrating their 20th anniversary. Glór is an Irish medium youth and community organisation founded in 2004 to provide educational and social opportunities for the Irish-speaking community of the Upper Springfield. From its formation, Glór has carried out great work tirelessly organising Irish classes, a youth club, summer schemes, Féil in the Carriga, Féil in the Gliggy, Nigarmry, to name but a few. Not only is Glór driven to providing Irish language services in Upper Springfield, its activists can be seen campaigning throughout the city. They played a vital role in Andram Jarrig, and they played a role in developing Lechra Lochlee into an independent GAA club, again to name but a few examples. Recently Glór has undertaken a site development project, and I congratulate Glór. I was delighted to attend a gala dinner in Belfast City Hall over the weekend, and I wish you great success in the future. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to welcome the positive news regarding the recruitment of a new Northern Ireland's Veterans Commissioner. This development, which follows commitments secured during a debate in Westminster, is an essential step forward for veterans here in Northern Ireland. The creation of the Northern Ireland Veterans Commissioner flowed from the New Decade New Approach Agreement. Our veterans, who have given so much in service, deserve to have their voices heard and their needs represented every day. The appointment of a dedicated Commissioner ensures that veterans in Northern Ireland are not left behind and their concerns are brought directly to the forefront of government policy. Earlier today, I had the privilege of spending the morning with Carrickfergus Royal British Legion, where we launched their Poppy Appeal. It was an incredibly moving experience to stand alongside those who continue to honour the memory of our fallen and support the veterans who still live amongst us. The work of the Royal British Legion is critical in providing much-needed assistance to veterans and their families, and the Poppy Appeal plays a key role in raising awareness and funds to deliver these vital services. As we approach remembrance events in the coming weeks, this is a reminder of the sacrifices made is even more poignant. And we must also take a moment to acknowledge the work of the previous Veterans Commissioner, Danny Kinahan. He served our veterans with immense dedication, advocating for their rights with integrity. His departure has understandably left many veterans feeling they're not equally treated to their counterparts across the rest of the United Kingdom. This is, of course, unacceptable, and it's our duty to ensure that veterans in Northern Ireland receive the same level of support and recognition. I'm pleased that the Minister has now committed to a swift recruitment process for a new Veterans Commissioner, with advertisements already underway. This is encouraging, but what is most important is the new Commissioner is given independence and the resources to perform the role effectively, free from unnecessary constraints. Veterans here need an advocate who will speak for them, who understands the unique challenges they face, and who can work to ensure they receive the support they have earned. As we prepare to mark remembrance in the coming weeks, let us remember those who have served, sacrificed, and commit ourselves to ensuring that the veterans in our midst have a clear voice and the respect they deserve. We owe them no less. Thank you.
Good, Nicole.
Mr. Speaker, the ongoing conflict in the Middle East has reached a point of unimaginable suffering, and I know I'm not alone in being deeply pained by the images and stories of innocent people who have lost their lives. The numbers are staggering, but the impact goes far beyond the statistics. These are people whose futures have been stolen, families torn apart, and communities left in ruins. I've spoken here several times during member statements about the need for a ceasefire in Palestine, the need for humanitarian aid, return of the hostages, and the end of arms sales to Israel. Today, I renew that call with even greater urgency. Right now, millions of people across Gaza, Lebanon, and the wider region are in need of food, shelter, and medical aid. The international community must not stand by as these atrocities continue. We must demand immediate action, an end to violence, an end to bloodshed, and a commitment to a just and lasting peace for all. Last week, the Disaster Emergencies Committee launched an urgent appeal to provide life-saving aid to those affected. The DEC brings together 15 leading aid charities at times of humanitarian crisis overseas. And I know that times are tough for many, but if you are able to contribute, no matter how small your donation, it will make a difference. The UK government will match pound for pound up to 10 million donated by the public to this appeal. Right now, an overwhelming 2.1 million people, almost the entire population of Gaza, do not have enough to eat. Homes, schools and hospitals lie in ruins, and people are struggling to access the most basic necessities, food, water and medical care. The situation is especially dire for children, many of whom are suffering from malnutrition, injury and trauma. We owe it to them to act. We know that charity alone is not enough. We need more than temporary relief. We need long-term solutions. We must hold our governments accountable, demand diplomatic action, and insist that international leaders come together to broker a ceasefire that respects human rights and upholds the dignity of all people. We also need to stop looking away from the images on our screens and use that to motivate us to act. Please speak out, pressure our government to act, and if you can, support the DEC's appeal. Our voice and our support can quite literally help save lives. Thank you.
Colin Gilligan.
Concordia I raised this morning, unfortunately, also to address an issue which touches upon that raised by Emma Sheeran in relation to violence against women and girls in our society and the absolutely unacceptable nature of that. Yesterday in Dungannon, I attended the funeral of baby Tavia Michela Jimenez da Costa. And I want members to know that the community of East Timor are a huge asset to our community in the Dungannon and the South Tyrone area. They're a wonderful community, close-knit, hard-working, a deep and a rich culture that they bring to our shores. I was struck by the dignity and the poignancy of the funeral service yesterday, and I have to say that it was something that I think is hugely impactful on our community. I also want to acknowledge the Lisnahull residents group who held a vigil on Saturday evening. Again, a very poignant and powerful message to that community in relation to the support they have in our area. In their own native Tetum, I would like to say to the community, Ita Nia Lakhon, Mac Ita Nia Lakhon. No Ita Nia Laran Susar, Mac Ita Hamrik Hamutuk, Hu Ita He Momentu Triste Ne. Your loss is our loss, and your pain is our pain, and we stand with you in this time of grief.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 17 years ago, a 21-year-old Paul Quinn was lured to a farm just over the Monaghan border and brutally sat upon by what appears to be some 10 to a dozen men who beat him with iron bars and nail-clawed pieces of wood, breaking every major bone in his body from his neck down. Members in this House will have been introduced and met on previous occasions Paul's mother and father, Briege and Stephen. And their campaign for justice for their son, some 17 years on, is truly heartbreaking. There has been many comments made since Paul's passing. Most disturbing was the comments made by our now Economy Minister shortly after Paul's brutal and barbaric killing, where he claimed that everybody knew he was up to criminality anyway. Imagine a member of the cartel having the audacity to tell anybody that they were up to their neck in criminality. The IMC, reporting in 2007, the Independent Monitoring Commission, John Greaves, stated that we do believe that those involved included people who are members or former members or have associations with members or former members of the Provisional IRA. And I don't need to bear on the point, members. Today's media, we will have seen that the PSNI assess that the 2015 assessment of the status of the Provisional IRA is unchanged, that the Army Council continue to see over Sinn Féin activity. So I reiterate their call today, the family, Briege and Stephen Quinn. The Garda have launched another investigation and appeal for information. So I say to the benches opposite, people are sick of the cover-ups. People are sick of the denials. Help this family get justice. And to anybody that conceals information about the murderous acts of those involved in the murder of Paul Quinn or any other murder, come forward and give those families the justice and the respect that they deserve. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sean Mahal.
Speaker, I rise today to congratulate Carrie Fawes, GAC, on winning the intermediate hurling final on Saturday afternoon. First, I want to send commiserations, though, the breeziest pitchside experience I've ever had. Yesterday afternoon when Dunloy faced Cushendall. I have been told to congratulate Cushendall by, on behalf of my colleague Danny Donnelly, but obviously I want to pay tribute to the Northampton team of Dunloy first. To prepare for a county final, you have to sacrifice the nights with your family. There's days heading to the pitch when you'd really rather just be in the house doing something, but you work so hard, and that moment is everything to the team. But this win on Saturday is so much more for the community of Carrie, and I just want to make a few comments as to why. On August 16th this year, I started to receive text messages and phone calls as the local MLA that something really bad had happened in Ballyvoy. I could not have prepared myself for the fact that in a phone call it was confirmed that the little boy who lost his life was a teammate and friend of my own son. And wee Joe Hegarty was the most boundless of enthusiasm, had the most boundless of enthusiasm. He was full of inquisitiveness. He was fearless. As someone at his funeral said, 5 minutes after you met Joe, he knew you and you knew him. And having moved up to Ballycastle a year ago, I can absolutely wholeheartedly say that. You'd be forgiven for thinking that it was just Joe's father Michael who was the coach of the young team, when actually it was wee Joe as well. And never more has a team needed and has a community needed a win like they did on Saturday. And I want to pay tribute to the community. What I saw and have seen over the last few months has been the absolute best of rural community life. The Niamh Padraig and Carrie Foz GAC family did not let the Hegartys walk one single inch of their journey from their home to the chapel to the grave alone. They walked every single inch with them, and they have held them in that journey of grief ever since. And I think as the cup was raised on Saturday, I looked around and I saw quite a few teary-eyed people who said that this was a win for wee Joe. So I want to pay tribute both to the community, to our parish priest, Father Con, who has supported us all throughout this horrendous time, but also to pay tribute to those Kerry hurlers. And as they unfurled the banner on Saturday after lifting the cup that said, number 26, wee Joe, always with us, I think that there were more than one mind that went to that boundless little man who would have been cheering the loudest from the stands. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The situation in Gaza is getting worse every day. Israel is blocking humanitarian aid and food entering northern Gaza at every turn. I am not the one claiming that, Mr. Speaker, but a top official of the United Nations. But then again, what am I saying? Is the United Nations itself not an enemy of Israel now? That is why Israel had to kill almost 230 UN staff in the last year. That is why it had to destroy a UN watchtower and attack a UN camp with a tank recently. I do not know what the other aid workers did wrong for Israel to have to kill them, or for that matter the 800 health workers they killed. However, whatever the reason, the international community continues selling arms to Israel to use against those same enemies. Some 400,000 Palestinians are at risk of being killed in northern Gaza. If Israel doesn't kill them by bombing them, it will starve them to death. Again, I am not the one claiming this, Mr. Speaker, but the group Jews for Justice for Palestine. Its website is worth a look. There you will find information about Shaban al-Dalou, a 20-year-old Palestinian student who was burned alive last week when Israel again bombed Alaska Hospital. You will also get information about the General's plan, a plan to drive all Palestinians out of northern Gaza by famine and to kill anyone who remains. Israel is already implementing that plan. It is no secret, Mr. Speaker. Israel itself announced to the media that it was going to implement the General's plan. If Israel succeeds in expelling the Palestinians from northern Gaza, it will bring blame not only on Israel but on the international community as a whole. I am not the one saying that, Mr. Speaker, but the Israeli group Beit Salem, an Israeli human rights organisation working in Israel. Supporters of Israel can turn a deaf ear to the United Nations, to Amnesty International, to Human Rights Watch, to the hundreds of other organisations demanding an end to the genocide. But when Israelis themselves are demanding that their government stop the genocide.
And Tom,
is it not time for the international community to listen? Thank you very much.
Deborah.
Speaker, I want to bring the attention of the House to something which has been bubbling under the surface for quite some time. Will have a major impact upon drivers here in Northern Ireland, and that is news that DVA have terminated its contract with respect to Worldwide Environmental Products, which was to service a new test centre of Highbank and Mollusk. It now seems very clear that a legal challenge will ensue between the department and this company, and as we all know, legal challenges do not resolve itself quickly. I believe it is wishful thinking to think that the legal issues will be resolved within a 4-month period of the new procurement process, which seeks to employ a new company to resolve the equipment issues. For drivers, these test centres were to take a capacity of over 200,000 vehicles per year, and many in this chamber will know that it has been cited in the past that these test centres were to be a major boost in the DVA work streams and getting the MOT backlogs dealt with. Instead, the delays in getting these test centres up and going caused the Minister to implement temporary exemption certificates from June of this year. And whilst we can see that this has eased some of the backlog issues, this fresh crisis in MOT testing raises many questions for the Minister. When will we see these new test centres open for MOTs? What impact will this have on other test centres? And could we see contracts for other centres impacted? What measures will also have to be put in place should the legal challenge take longer than when the temporary exemption certificates are due to end? As an Assembly, we more now than ever are conscious of the budgetary pressures, and again this legal challenge will cost the department millions. Therefore, what knock-on impact will this have on our budget and indeed our ability to deliver projects, because we could see projects cut to pay for litigation. It's clear, Mr Speaker, the MOT saga continues, and the public will rightly want to know how and why this came to be. Thank you.
Mark Durkin, you've got 2 minutes.
Mr Speaker, I rise today to address an issue that's been a source of frustration across the north, but I'll speak specifically about Derry today, and in particular around the periphery of the city centre, where the need for comprehensive residence parking schemes is long overdue. For years, constituents have been dealing with the daily challenges of finding parking near their homes due to congestion from commuters, shoppers, students and visitors. Those pressures have increased with the expansion of our city, placing added strains on those residential areas. And while it's great to see that growth in the North West, albeit slow, public transport and general connectivity have not kept step in terms of accessibility or affordability. We need to offer solutions that will get people out of their cars and drive that modal shift. Minister O'Dowd has confirmed the review of residence parking scheme pilot in Belfast's Rugby Road will be published soon. So where is it? I'm in no way blaming the Minister for its delay, but he does have responsibility to act now. This is a pilot that began 8 years ago and was in the pipeline a decade before that. I understand that no scheme in Derry would be progressed until this pilot and the scheme in the Bogside had been progressed and assessed. But parking continues to be a problem, a growing problem. In fact, it's become more so. In those intervening 8 years, areas like Rosemount, the University area, Bishop Street, have become impassable and impossible for residents. Access to a space, even in a neighbouring street, is a real bonus. For young families, older residents and those with limited mobility, this is more than just an amenity. Competing for a space near their home is exhausting and creates unnecessary stress in their daily lives. It makes tasks like unloading groceries or prams a nightmare and strips people of their independence. It's long time past the time to prioritise the needs of local residents, and will be imploring the Minister to act.
Next item of business is a committee membership motion to the Ulster Unionist Party. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Colin Crawford replace Mr John Stewart as a member of the Public Accounts Committee, and that Mr John Stewart be appointed as a member of the Assembly and Executive Review Committee.
Call Andy Allen to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is, the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I have received notice from the Minister of Education that he wishes to make a statement. Minister.
Mr Speaker, today I wish to set out my department's response to the independent review of education in Northern Ireland. Education is the cornerstone of our society. It shapes the future of our children and, in turn, our communities, our economy and our society. Like all systems, it requires regular reflection, evaluation and improvement. The independent review was commissioned by the Northern Ireland Executive to do precisely that. I wish to begin by expressing my immense gratitude and admiration to each member of the review panel: Keir Bloomer, Sir Jerry Loughran, Isabel Nesbitt, Marie Lindsay and Robin McLaughlin. I commend their tremendous effort and dedication in carrying out this comprehensive review of our education system. It is, as one school principal described it, the most important education report in Northern Ireland in decades. 2 years of engagement, consultation and consideration of a wide range of international perspectives has produced a thorough and evidence-based report which will act as a platform for the transformation of our education system. The panel's commitment to this task speaks volumes about their passion for education and belief in its transformative power. This review has required careful consideration of diverse perspectives, a deep understanding of the many challenges within our education system, and most importantly, the ability to produce a vision for the future. Mr Speaker, the panel has set out a vision for the transformation of education over the next 20 years. I endorse and commend that vision for educational excellence. It is a vision for a well-designed, efficient, adequately funded system of education that continues to provide choice, is inclusive and encourages collaboration ahead of competition. A system that will offer greater opportunities for young people from different communities to learn together. The independent review outlines that Northern Ireland should be proud of a track record of high achievement and can build on many areas of strong practice, both in promoting excellence and reducing failure. We have a highly trained, highly motivated education workforce, which is the envy of many nations across the world. However, much more could be done to support those vulnerable to disadvantage. Too many young people impacted by poverty continue to leave education both underskilled and underqualified. Equally, the current system is not working for many children with special educational needs. Expenditure continues to grow, but planning is poor, with a focus on process rather than children. The panel are also particularly concerned that the prolonged period of action short of strike has resulted in a lack of performance data and an erosion of effective systems of schools accountability. We need comprehensive measures of pupil and system performance to give better assurance to learners, parents and the taxpayer that money is being spent effectively and the system is achieving its objectives. The review report itself centres on 25 key recommendations underpinned by a further 106 areas for action. The watchword of the review is reform. The key recommendations focus on reform and greater investment in early years provision, major reform of the curriculum accompanied by greater ongoing investment, reform of statutory assessment to measure learners' progress throughout their educational journey, reform of the qualification system to meet the needs of both learners and employers, reform of area planning to create an efficient network of schools where more learners are educated together, reform of service delivery for both learners and schools, including a new approach to school improvement and reorganisation of the Education Authority, reform of SEN services so that learners with additional needs receive tailored support at the earliest possible opportunity, and reform of the age of education participation so that all children remain in education or training until they are 18 years of age. The panel stresses that all these reforms must be underpinned by significant investment in the workforce and a sustainable model of funding for our education system. The The panel's recommendations together form an important blueprint for the next 2 decades of educational improvement and reform. Today I have published my department's response to the report's recommendations. A copy has been provided to you and laid in the Assembly Library. This is intended as a summary document setting out the direction of travel. You will note that I have accepted almost all of the recommendations falling within my remit, though in some areas the approach to implementation may vary. The review itself clearly recognises that its report provides a longer-term framework for progressive reform and will require a plan for phased implementation. Today, I am therefore drawing on their report to set out my immediate priorities for the current mandate. My priority will be for a sustained evidence-based approach to improvement of the education system focused on the core areas of curriculum, assessment, qualifications, school improvement and tackling educational disadvantage. Reform in each of these areas will be underpinned by investment in high-quality initial teacher education, teacher professional learning and leadership development, all wrapped, as the panel have recommended, in an intelligent accountability framework. Curriculum is at the centre of every classroom, every school and indeed of our entire education system. The independent review is very clear. We have not invested sufficiently in curriculum review, advice or resources. This needs to change. High-quality curriculum design and content must be reinforced by strong implementation enabled through high-quality teacher professional learning and excellent resources. I have therefore commissioned Lucy Crehan to carry out a focused, time-bound curriculum review that will examine curriculum design and delivery in Northern Ireland. I want to ensure that every child is taught a broad, ambitious and knowledge-rich curriculum. As the panel's report highlights, skills derive from the application of knowledge and understanding. The panel is clear that without sufficient and relevant knowledge, children will not become the kind of contributors our society needs. All pupils, regardless of where they are born or how much money their parents have, deserve an education in the best that has been thought and said. Knowledge is transformational. A knowledge-rich curriculum has been demonstrated to reduce inequality in education by empowering children to acquire invaluable information which inspires and motivates them beyond their own life experiences and develops their learning in a well-sequenced and explicit manner. By ensuring that all children have access to high-quality content, we can bridge gaps in knowledge that often arise from socio-economic disparities. Such an approach will also provide our teachers with a clear progression framework and high-quality resources. Curriculum review will be accompanied by a new literacy and numeracy strategy for Northern Ireland. There is a substantial body of evidence that demonstrates that systematic synthetic phonics is the most effective way of teaching children to read. We must ensure that our teachers are supported and guided on best practice throughout their careers. Curriculum and assessment are two sides of the same coin. The independent panel have described in detail how action short of strike has impacted our education system, leaving us without effective measures of system, school and pupil performance. In line with their recommendation, we will put in place arrangements to ensure assessment takes place throughout a learner's time in school. My officials have therefore commenced an immediate review of assessment arrangements. I also wish to begin a wide-ranging conversation on the future of our qualification system. We need to ensure qualifications are accessible, fit for purpose, easily understood by pupils, parents and employers, and remain comparable with the rest of the United Kingdom. I will refine and improve accountability measures to remove perverse incentives for schools to enter pupils into low-value qualifications and instead reward schools for providing all pupils with a stretching curriculum. Underpinning all these reforms is the need to support the education workforce effectively. Investment in teachers is at the heart of the panel's vision for education. No education system can be better than the quality of its teachers. The independent review is clear. For an education system to be excellent, it must prioritise investment in its teachers, enabling and promoting a culture of continuous improvement and collaboration. We have not invested in professional development in a sustained and systematic fashion. In line with the panel's recommendation, I will invest in increased resources to support an effective and coherent approach to professional development. Teachers are demanding practical research that is relevant to their teaching practice, and we need to provide it. And I want to support our teaching profession to be plugged into learning and thinking about pedagogy. Over coming weeks, I will publish a clear and cohesive strategy for education, which sets out in detail my plans for education transformation. I will also appoint a ministerial advisory panel made up of key individuals with national and international expertise to support the transformation of our education system. I am therefore delighted today to announce that, in line with the panel's recommendation and subject to executive agreement, I will legislate to ensure that all children remain in education or training until they are 18 years old. Over 100 years ago, in 1918, the Education Act not only raised the compulsory school leaving age to 14, but included provision that all young people should participate in some form of education until they were 18. It is unacceptable that in 2024 this is not the case. Participation in education beyond the age of 16 directly impacts upon life chances of young people. Regrettably, a young person's background remains a key factor in whether they progress to post-16 education. Compulsory education or training ending at 16 is a remnant of a manufacturing society with many unskilled jobs that no longer exist. Jobs today require high levels of skill and education. By mandating education or training until 18, we can create a minimum offer for all young people, particularly our most vulnerable, ensuring they have equity of opportunity and a structured pathway of support and guidance. This is a commitment to our young people and our future, and I ask all parties to work with me to make it a reality. Before I conclude, I wish to reflect on the message at the very core of the review report: the need to adequately invest in education for the good of everyone in society. The report is clear that education has been and remains underfunded. The panel describes a financial crisis caused by significant real terms cuts over the past 13 years, which are having a lasting and detrimental impact on learners. The review has identified an annual gap of £155 million to address the per-pupil funding gap with England and Wales, and a further £136 million shortfall to address the higher levels of support now required for learners with a statement of educational need. The report is clear that the legacy of historic underfunding needs to be reversed. I give you my commitment that increased investment will be accompanied by service reform, particularly in the areas of school improvement and special educational needs. I say therefore to members from all parties, let us commit ourselves to making education a top priority. It is the key to economic growth, social mobility, political stability and global competitiveness. What can be more important than the future of our children and our society? Investment in the education sector is crucial to building a prosperous and sustainable future. It is the foundation of all economic, social and political development. It is how we educate citizens and create social cohesion. By prioritising education funding as an executive and an assembly, we are not just investing in the present, but securing the future for generations to come. As the panel indicated, the more we invest, the quicker we can move forward. There is an old Chinese proverb which states, "The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now." Be under no illusion. Investment in education requires urgency. We do not want to look back in 2044 wishing we had acted differently. The time for action is now. So, Mr. Speaker, in closing, I want to reiterate my gratitude to everyone who contributed to the independent review. Their insights and perspectives have been invaluable in shaping the future of education in Northern Ireland. To the panel, I say their findings and recommendations will serve as a crucial guide as we move forward, ensuring our education system is truly world-leading, excellent, equitable, inclusive, and able to meet the needs of all children and young people in an ever-changing world. I am approaching the task of reform with a sense of ambition and energy. I have set out as a first phase of reform a vision for educational excellence based on a renewal of curriculum, assessment, qualifications and school improvement with a relentless focus on tackling disadvantage. These elements together form the cornerstone of our education system. To keep pace with the best education systems in the world, we must refresh, adapt and renew. Otherwise, we risk stagnation and decline. To borrow from the review report, education is the greatest investment any society makes in its own future. Responsible citizenship, prosperity and fulfilled lives depend upon it. I look forward during the remainder of this mandate to working together with all representatives, parties and stakeholders to transform and improve education delivery in Northern Ireland. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Matthew O'Toole.
Minister, there's lots in the independent review, there's lots in your response, and indeed lots to support. And I would particularly single out the move to 18 leaving. I think that is an important step forward. Commend you on that. But one thing that isn't in the independent review at all is something that you have signalled an intention to do, which is to create a separate authority for controlled schools. You also said that the Education Authority had failed controlled schools. The independent review didn't find that. Indeed, they said the system should be simplified, and they wanted a specific directorate within the EA rather than a new one to bring new complexity. So can I ask, why are you doing something that contravenes what was in the independent review in terms of simplifying our education system rather than creating more complexity and indeed more bureaucracy?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I welcome Mr. O'Toole's support for some of the recommendations that have been highlighted in this statement. I think that's important. The independent review does touch upon the Education Authority in terms of comments and proposals in relation to that issue, and it also did make findings in its report in terms of how the controlled sector were not getting the support that it needs. So that proposal is evidence-based, and the Independent Review of Education do speak to that particular issue. The EA was also subject to a landscape review which drew attention to both significant failings and identified improvements that need to be made. So my proposal in establishing a task force, which is now meeting and will report at the end of the year, is very much in line with the evidence that was highlighted both by the Landscape Review and through the Independent Review of Education when it documents failings that exist within that organisation, particularly in relation to the control sector.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement this morning or this afternoon, and it's particularly welcome as a new decade, new approach. It was a strong emphasis of the Alliance Party to bring this review forward, so it is welcome to see the statement today. What is notable for me is, yes, there are recommendations that you're taking forward, and many of those are welcome, but I do note what you're not taking forward, and one of those are the recommendations around transitions, particularly the post-primary transfer process. Given that the ending of that process could have a key role in improving pupil well-being, have a key role in tackling educational disadvantage, can the Minister outline the rationale for not taking forward those recommendations of the panel? And are we going to be looking at another mandate where this issue is yet again kicked into the long grass?
Minister.
Well, the Chairman acknowledges, I think, a lot of these recommendations are worthy of support, and I look forward to engaging with him and the committee as we take forward the measures that I have announced today. Obviously, the independent review does touch upon the transfer process. It recognises the politically contentious nature that has surrounded that issue for many years. What I would say is that the transfer test is not the most important part of our education system, but yet it has attracted the most political debate. I'm interested in making progress in areas where we can achieve political consensus, rather than continuing to talk about an issue where there has been shown to be contention for many years. That's why the focus is on the measures that I've outlined today that I want to take forward around the curriculum and supporting that review to make sure that what is being taught in every school matters. How we support teachers in every school matters, rather than going round in circles on a particular issue around the transfer test.
Johnny Baker.
Concolia. And just in reference to your answer to the Chair, I think it would be very important for you to come to the Education Committee as soon as possible to really delve into some of the issues in the statement. I would ask, how does the Minister intend to include young people with special educational needs, given that many educational settings are already under-resourced or have no suitable provision for these young people?
Mr. Speaker, well, I've attended the Education Committee more than Conor Murphy's attended his committee. Twice as many times have attended the education meeting more than one of your own ministers, including then the leader of the Alliance Party have attended the committee more than the leader of the Alliance Party's attended her committee. Quite happy to attend the committee. I'm sure we'll be able to find a space in the diary where we can accommodate that. I realise the committee is very busy dealing with relationship and sexual education and has had a lengthy consultation period now extended. Whilst its priorities on a very niche area, which actually principles don't raise of concern with me, I would love the committee to get involved in special educational needs in much more detail. I would like it to get more focused on curriculum, qualifications, supporting our workforce, rather than pursuing the Alliance Party's pet project around sex education. So, Mr Speaker, I'll be happy to engage with the committee in respect of these issues. The transformation of special educational needs is absolutely critical. That's why I announced a change in how we approach capital spend for special schools. All 39 are being assessed as to how we can enhance that provision. That's why my focus was on establishing 1,450 spaces and placements for children that require additional support, and we achieved that, and those placements are being filled. That was the day one pressure that I had to take up. So I very much now welcome a renewed focus on the Education Committee wanting to support me in those particular areas, and I look forward to engaging with them on it.
David Brooks. Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I thank the Minister for the proposals that he's laid out here today, an ambitious plan to progress our education system. Could the Minister tell the Assembly whether he feels that the education system in Northern Ireland is properly funded at the moment?
Well, don't take my word for it. The independent review of education indicated very clearly that we are not properly funded. Indeed, the per pupil spend in Northern Ireland is not the equivalent whenever it comes to England. So addressing the financial deficit is going to be a real challenge for this executive. I've advocated on many occasions as to the additional financial resources that we need. We very successfully resolved industrial action. But that has a resource consequential which needs to be met. But that isn't just a challenge for the executive, because I recognise that every department has pressures. We need to have a proper financial settlement from Westminster. We've identified in terms of the fiscal needs that exist, and we need to have those met, and that will assist every department, but education in particular has been underfunded for many years, and if we're going to invest in the future, we need to invest in the Department of Education.
Colin Crawford.
Mr Speaker, can I thank the Minister for his statement to the House this afternoon. The Minister will be aware that Castle Tower School in my own constituency has recently had to expand into the former Bally High School site due to the increase in need. So can I ask the Minister, will young people between 16 and 18 who have a special educational need also be included, and what additional resources will be available? Thank you.
Well, Mr Speaker, I think the member speaks to the wider issue of how we're supporting children and young people 16 to 18, including young people with additional needs. Of course, we have to support children up until that 18-19 year in terms of our special schools, but there is a concern in that transition period moving from education to other departments in the Department of Health, and I think that's vitally important that that transition work is something that does need to be addressed, and there are work streams that are taking place to try and address the concerns that are being raised, but I know members have highlighted this as an area of concern as to how we can support young people, particularly those with additional needs and in respect of those transition years.
Peter Martin.
I'd like to thank the Minister for his statement this afternoon. His department has already engaged in some really good work in terms of early intervention and early years so far, and this was a recommendation from the independent review. Could I ask the Minister, does he have any plan to do more in these areas within the rest of the mandate?
Well, the member brings me to an important area, and it's one of the key measures that I've highlighted in the rest of this mandate that we need to address, and that is educational underachievement. and a fair start highlighted a number of these areas where there needed to be support, and the funding that we've secured to take forward the RAISE programme is going to be very important to addressing educational underachievement. That is a whole community response. We've appointed the area coordinators in each of the areas. There are workshops now that people are being invited to in order to design that, and as they design that whole community response, then decisions will be taken in respect of funding. There have been no decisions yet as to what should be funded in respect of the RAISE programme, because we are designing the particular projects that would be supported in those areas where it plans to operate.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister for his statement.
Ask the Minister, in light of his statement this morning that young people will have to remain in education or training until they're 18, could he tell us what discussions he has had and what work he has done with the Minister for the Economy? And can he tell us when he's going to come to the committee to discuss these issues, given that he's already informed us he won't be available until 2025?
Minister. Again, I'll refer the member to the previous question that Mr Baker raised in terms of appearing before the committee. I've made the point. Well, I'm glad the member's actually here, because he has spent more time sniping whenever I haven't been in the chamber. At least now he's doing it in front of me. But I'm no surprise that that's the way that. No surprise that's how the member. No surprise that's how the member conducts himself. But whenever it comes to the particular issues that he's raised around how we engage across the executive, he is right. This will require other departments to respond to it. I'm outlining my response as a department to these particular issues, but others will need to respond. There are some recommendations that sit exclusively outside of my department, and the Minister for the Economy is one of those areas. How we meet the needs for young people from 16 to 18. Obviously, you have those formal settings, sixth forms in schools, but also you've got higher educational colleges. And so creating the pathways, I think, will be important. So if you look at how this was taken forward in England, there were 20 hours required in addition to employment, and that can be met through apprenticeships, through traineeships, and in education settings. So we need to take forward the legislation. First of all, that will require executive agreement to do that, and all ministers will have to engage in that process. Then we need to find a way in which we can give effect and implement that. But the legislation in England, when it was introduced, gave a very clear focus to departments to collaborate, because we gave a priority in law that education was important. And I think it sends out a powerful message that this Assembly and Executive recognise how critically important it is for 16, 17 and 18-year-olds to be engaged in training, because the consequences of not staying in education, it's a small percentage. 85% of 16 to 18-year-olds, Mr Speaker, do stay on in some form of education or training, but there is a small minority that don't. Typically that comes from more socially deprived backgrounds, and therefore their opportunity to develop in terms of their economic potential as they get older, they are greatly disadvantaged. And that's why I think the steps being announced today, and as we take that forward, are very important.
Nicol.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement and answers thus far. When I was on the Education Committee, we heard from the independent panel, and there was an acknowledgement that a priority for the committee was on special educational needs, so I take exception to the fact that it would be implied that the committee did not care about that. In relation to the point on curriculum, and this was a priority from the panel, can the Minister speak to the specific timeline for that? What engagement will be had around that, and the scope? So, for instance, how broad is that? Will it include early years careers for primary school age, for example? Just a sense of what that curriculum review will be.
So, I've laid out in terms of more detail the scope of the terms of reference around curriculum review that Lucy Crehan will now take forward. There will be time needed to take that review forward, but the time frame for that will be in the spring of next year in terms of providing a report. I've highlighted as well that there are a number of key areas that I would like some immediate focus on, and that is around literacy and numeracy. So the curriculum review is very much important. And again, I say, Mr Speaker, I know Ms Nicol isn't on the committee anymore. I'll miss her there. We worked closely on the childcare strategy, and that was something that was important to deliver upon. But again, I take assurance from the member that the Education Committee does want to move on to broader issues rather than having announced as its first priority an inquiry into RSE. It could have announced as its first inquiry curriculum, special educational needs. It didn't. It chose to focus upon an area that principals don't raise with me, but they do it because it's an agenda that the Alliance Party want to pursue. So this is a welcome development that the Education Committee and the Alliance Party want to move away from that issue now and get into substantive issues that impact on the most important people in our society.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for his answers thus far. Minister, the headline in this statement is obviously that you will legislate to ensure that children will remain in education or training until they're 18 years old. Is there any specific case study examples that the Minister, indeed the Independent Review Panel, looked at to suggest that this does indeed deliver the best outcomes? And can the Minister estimate how many young people would be affected by such change?
Mr. Speaker, taking the last point first, the numbers impacted is around 15%. 85% of Northern Ireland school leavers entered higher or further education post-16. Around 11% commenced employment. However, this proposal, it will promote the value of education, and also other jurisdictions have been adopting a similar approach. So it is vitally important that we take this step, and it will take a number of years before we can give effect to it. But I am saying, as Education Minister, I support the principle behind this recommendation. I will take forward now legislative proposals to my executive colleagues, and then we need to be able to give implementation to it. It did show in England when it was introduced, and introduced 10 years ago, that it had a positive impact in terms of reducing the number of post-16 leavers who didn't engage in formal education or training. And that is important because people often talk about NEETs, those who aren't in education, employment and training. And there is efforts made to try and address NEETs, but giving effect to this legislation will really focus departments on their legal requirements to get into this issue in a better way than I think we have been doing so far.
Matthew Mason.
Karen Collier. Minister, you referenced the recommendation around reform and greater investment in early years provision, and you then went on to highlight the work you will do around professional development. Will this include professionalisation of the early years sector, who desperately require support with their workforce retention and recruitment?
I think it's a really good question, because as we take forward the early years strategy, and the executive, I think, can point to this as something that collectively we have worked well together on. The Finance Minister very much supported the proposals that I brought to the executive. We've been rolling out the childcare subsidy scheme, and that is a £25 million programme that we're developing. That will be developed in terms of the next stage in that process. How do we support the early years sector? And that, of course, when we look at the overall strategy that we need to develop, and I would hope in, again, 2025, and around the springtime, that we will announce a draft strategy which will cover a lot of these issues, including how we can support the workforce within those early year settings.
Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I certainly welcome the fact that you have commissioned a curriculum review. Will any recommendations that come from that review be subject to any level of public consultation? And will you, Minister, be the final arbitrator in signing off on any of those recommendations? Thank you.
Well, in terms of the process, Lucy Crane, that review will have to engage with all of the key stakeholders. So it's not intended to be a lengthy and protracted piece of work. We have, through a 2-year process in this independent review, it is a very strong evidence base for the recommendations that are contained within it. But as that curriculum review gets taken forward, of course there will be stakeholder engagement, and yes, it will come ultimately back to the department when it comes to what does the revised curriculum look like across Northern Ireland. But the earlier phase of this is around curriculum, around literacy and numeracy. But yes, it will come back obviously to me as Minister before there's a final sign-off in that respect.
Cheryl Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister so far. You discussed there about the need to value our workforce, the need to attract and, of course, retain our teachers. So will the Minister seek to maintain parity with teachers' pay and conditions with the rest of the UK?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And the member highlights, as I laboured in the statement, we will only be as good as the excellent teachers that we have, and we need to invest in our teachers. We need to be able to recruit the best to come into the profession, and we need to retain people within the profession. You'll only do that with the right terms and conditions. That's why I was pleased that very early I engaged with the unions. We resolved industrial action. We had a double percentage figure increase in terms of pay, and action short of strike ended. What's important is that we see the outworkings of that process in terms of being able to stand up the assessment processes within schools so that we can measure what we're doing, because that can inform if we need to make changes. That is important. And pay parity, I think it is important. We know in England they have went with a 5.5% increase in terms of teachers' pay. This is something that I want to take forward in terms of our discussions with the unions, but of course it's a wider matter for the Northern Ireland Executive as to how this year we will work through the various different public pay sector processes that we need to come to decisions upon. But I very much recognise that we have to show as a society the value that we place in the teaching profession and our support staff, who will be starting on their new terms and conditions in November, and that again successfully resolved industrial action which had been disruptive to the education of our young people.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At the Education Committee last week, I did actually ask for when we would expect the Department's response to the independent review, so it's great to see an initial response today. Also welcome that the Minister will be coming to the committee soon. I did also note at the committee that he had a propensity to launch some political tirades towards answers from the Alliance Party questions, and I can see he's still continuing that today. So can I ask the Minister now to confirm that there will be a SEN model first when it comes to school placement, and when will this be in place?
Mr.
Speaker, it shows the powerful impact the member has had on me in terms of her contribution at the committee. Within a week, having asked for a response, she got it. That's how I like to respond to members, as effectively and efficiently as possible, and I'm sure that will continue to be the case. Transformation of special educational needs is hugely important. We have had the end-to-end review. There were some 200 recommendations in that. I'm now pulling together a delivery plan in respect of that, because we need to take forward not just identifying what the issues are, but what are the solutions to that, and how are we going to put in place actions. And so I would hope in the not too distant future that we will have an effective delivery plan that will really take forward the changes that we need to see in terms of special educational needs provision, and that touches upon the matter that the member raised around placement, the timeliness of placement, so that we're not faced with what we've faced now for 2 years in a row, and coming into September still trying to get children and young people into a school. But we need to make sure that it's the right school, but it has to be provided for at the right time as well.
McGrath.
Speaker, the Executive Office strategy to end violence against women and girls does cite RSA as an incredibly important tool to help reduce this. And in the weeks that we're in, I think we should try to depoliticise and not trivialise such matters. But, Minister, would you commit to ensuring that further education colleges and schools work together to ensure increased pathways for children and young people in their educational journey? Too often these two sectors compete with each other, and that actually causes duplication and reduces the offer that's available.
Mr. Speaker, and I agree with the member. That's why I provided advice around RSA. That's why my department is very much part of the executive agreed strategy in respect of ending violence against women and girls. There are clear recommendations for my department within that strategy, and I will very much be taking them forward. The member raises the issue around that collaboration, and that is something that the report speaks to, about the need for much better collaboration in terms of what those pathways will look like for 16 to 18, but also when it comes to careers advice. You have careers advice within schools, and then you have a career service within the Department for the Economy. So I've met with Minister Murphy in respect of this. We have a framework for that 14 to 19 year group when it comes to careers advice. And again, we hope to make progress in respect of that particular issue so that there is that collaboration. Because he is right, education has many different parts, and it's not meant to be in competition with each other. Whatever sector it can be, and we have many sectors within education: Irish medium, controlled, Catholic maintained, integrated. They're not to sit in competition to each other. They're to collaborate with each other. I believe in an inclusive education system, but I also believe in choice. I believe that's a fundamental human right. It's underpinned in the European Convention of Human Rights. But that should not be in setting up an education system where they're competing. It ought to be in collaboration, and schools should be a reflection of the community that is around them. And if there are barriers to attracting individuals within a school, how are the schools working to address those barriers? But I very much support the member's tenet of the question around much greater collaboration. I think that's very much necessary.
Stephen Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his statement. Could the Minister provide some more detail just around the curriculum review, particularly in terms of how he thinks better outcomes can be achieved on literacy and numeracy?
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've spoken to this now on a couple of occasions in terms of the curriculum review. So work has now started today. I've announced publicly who will be taking that forward for me. That report will come to me in due course, and then we will see the outworkings of that review, because it is absolutely vital that as we look at how children and young people progress through education, it is how the curriculum is delivered. And it is very much, if you have a rich knowledge-based understanding of a subject matter, you grow in confidence, you develop the skills that then you can utilise to put into effect, in a practical sense, the outworkings then of that knowledge. You develop the skills through a very knowledge-based approach, and that's where the curriculum review will help in terms of assessing how our current curriculum is based and what changes we would need to make to it.
Sean Mulholland.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. We've been waiting 10 years for the online careers portal, and progress on the 14 to 19 framework has been heavily criticised in a Northern Ireland Audit Office report on skills. Can I just ask, what is the Minister planning to do to get this back on track?
Minister.
Mr. Speaker, that's the issue that I touched upon briefly, that we are working in terms of a 14 to 19 years framework between my department and with the Department of the Economy. I met with Minister Murphy. Our officials are engaging in finalising an updated framework, and that's to make sure that the careers advice that's being provided and in schools and in our colleges, they align together, but it also aligns with the needs of the wider business community and what our economy needs in terms of young people coming forward and giving that advice at the right time. Often that's important to be as early as possible, because young people are picking their GCSE subjects in year 11 on the basis of conversations that they've already had with family and friends as to what kind of job that they will want. So providing careers advice at 17, whenever you've already chosen the subjects, is too late for many young people. So we need to provide that advice as early as possible, but it needs to be aligned between the two departments and the needs of our economy as a whole.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome this important statement by the Minister and the key areas for reform that he has identified. And could the Minister say more about the basis for increasing the age of participation in education and training to 18?
Well, Mr. Speaker, it's very clear in terms of the evidence around why we need to move on this particular issue, because there is a very small minority, but it has a disproportionate impact upon them in terms of their economic outlook in life and potential if we don't provide that greater training and support to them. And I think I've covered this in previous questions as to the basis on why we're changing it.
Deborah Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his statement today. The Minister mentioned within his statement about reform of area planning. What does he envisage will be involved in that reform, and will there be a rural needs assessment with engagement of the community regarding this reform?
Well, Mr. Speaker, done a very important question because obviously the independent review talks in detail around what a sustainable school looks like, what kind of offering that should be made. But we have in Northern Ireland the development proposal process as to how we consider the way in which schools can increase their enrolment, or what schools should open or close or transform, and that can be quite a bureaucratic process. It can take often a lengthy period of time, and therefore there will be a task force established to look at area planning and the DP process in particular as to how we can better align the decisions that we take in terms of how we then meet the educational needs within communities.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, classroom assistants play a vital role in the education of many children, yet they merit no mention in your statement, and the response of your department to the review merely talks about reducing their number. What are you going to do for this vital sector of the educational community, particularly in terms of security of employment and proper pay? An issue identified in paragraph 1.35 of Volume 2 of the Independent Review of Education in Northern Ireland.
Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, absolutely classroom assistants play an important role. That's why I engaged with the unions, successfully resolved industrial action, secured a pay rise for classroom assistants and other support staff, because I give priority to addressing the issue. I haven't waited till today to announce this review to get on with the job for the past 8 months. I've been getting on with the job, and that's why there will be new pay scales put in place in November. Payments will be made to classroom assistants because they are vital in our education system, and I want to pay tribute to them, but it would be remiss not to explore how we can improve the model of support for children based on a child-centred approach, considering the individual needs of the child. So I don't envisage where you have the removal of classroom assistants, but I do agree with the panel's view that classroom assistants play a vital role in supporting learners and teachers, and that a blanket use of classroom assistants, though, can be inappropriate. So interventions and support should be needs-based and focused on the individual learner. So this is an area that we need to make sure how best are we supporting our children and young people. But absolutely, classroom assistants play a very important role, and I absolutely put on the record my thanks and appreciation to them for the job they do.
Jerry Call.
That the LCC weren't forewarned or any role in shaping this announcement. I also want to ask you, under the Raising the Age of Education participation, what work he has done to secure extra funding for schools, colleges, including education support workers, and what work he has done to support implementing a living wage for apprentices who are paid far, far, far too low.
Minister.
Speaker, perhaps the member hasn't heard the responses throughout the course of the statement or chooses to ignore them. I engaged with the trade unions. He should be thanking me as a socialist as to what I've been able to do with trade unions. I met with them, I sat down with them, I talked through the issues. We resolved industrial action. I achieved a double-figure percentage pay rise for teachers. I'm sure Mr Carroll will put a statement out commending me for it. I resolved industrial action for our classroom assistants. They are starting on their new terms and conditions in November. So perhaps the member didn't hear it, but hopefully he's heard the message today. I very much champion and support our teaching profession, our classroom assistants. That's why I've been achieving real increases in their pay.
There's Sugden.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister has acknowledged that there is a cliff edge at 18 years for those with special educational needs. So is there scope within his proposed legislation to extend the legislation for those with special educational needs, not necessarily to compel them to stay in education to an older age, but to enable them where a special school is the right setting for their needs?
Well, Mr Speaker, I thank the member for raising it, because it is a genuine concern for families, and I've met a number of families who are concerned about that cliff edge. What is absolutely important is that there is the right support provided at the right time for children and young people, and there are various departments that have legal responsibilities. The solution should not be that because people are concerned that the Department of Health can't meet the need, that the Department of Education has to meet the need. Whatever department is legally responsible should meet the need, And as things are currently prescribed in law, we have a legal responsibility till the age of 19, and then other departments have a legal responsibility, and we are involved in that transition process. If members are saying and families are saying that they don't have confidence in the Department of Health and others, but they do have confidence in the Department of Education, I think we need to be asking the hard questions. Why are they not getting the support from those departments that currently under the law should be providing them with the support? So I think it's an important point because it's very real for the families concerned. I absolutely believe there needs to be the right transition process, but simply putting up there as the solution that the Department of Education becomes legally responsible to the age of 25, I think we need to explore all of that and ask, why do we not have confidence in the current system that we would be campaigning for that particular change?
Thank you, Speaker, and thank the Minister for his statement. Really welcome a number of the recommendations that you've brought forward. I appreciate the issue has already been touched on, but I do want to go into a wee bit more detail on your recommendation for a new managing authority or an additional managing authority. It's to get a better understanding of that, and obviously you flagged up some concerns that you had, but I'm keen to understand why those couldn't have been dealt with by the Education Authority, and surely that would have been the preliminary step to try and deal with those concerns within the Education Authority, and then if those didn't work, to progress other steps from then on. So if you could just provide a bit more detail on that.
Minister. I appreciate the member raising the question, and the independent review does highlight the real challenges that EA structurally as an organisation has. And I know members, whenever they will receive the call from the principal in a school, they will be frustrated when it comes to maintenance programmes, when it comes to taking forward feasibility studies for enhancement schemes as to the length of time it can often take within EA to do that. And also, the EA has a unique and distinct role for control schools. The Catholic maintained sector have their own CCMS. That does not exist for the controlled sector. That is EA. So EA provides services to all schools, but they have a distinct role to be the managing authority when it comes to area planning for controlled schools, which doesn't exist for other sectors. And there has been an evidence base highlighting why there is a challenge and a problem with that arrangement. So let's allow the task force that's been set up to produce its report. I've challenged them to do that by the end of this year, including what interim steps could be made by EA to address these concerns as we move towards trying to establish a managing authority for controlled schools. But the premise of taking this forward is evidence-based, but it's also one grounded upon equality. And I really hope that we don't get to the point where members in this chamber will say it's okay for the Catholic maintained sector to have their managing authority, but we're not going to let the controlled sector do it. I think people would see through that argument.
That concludes questions to the Minister on this issue. Point of order, yes.
Mr. Speaker, I note some comments have been made by the Minister today in relation to the work of the Education Committee, and I would like the Speaker to potentially make a ruling on the need for ministers to be accurate in their statements around the work of committees in the Chamber. Statements have been made that the RSE inquiry that is running is a pet project of the Alliance Party, yet it was voted for unanimously by all members of the Education Committee, including his own party. The Minister will be aware that we are hearing evidence from his department on the key issues discussed today, including tackling educational underachievement and special educational needs.
It's not going to be an opportunity. It's not going to be an opportunity to make a statement. If you want to make a point of order, make a point of order by all means, but we're not getting into a lengthy statement.
Speaker, and to conclude, the Minister is aware of our strategic priorities, which again have all been touched on today. So it is whether a ruling can be made on the need for the record to be accurate and Hansard around the work of the committees, if the Ministers are referring to.
Happy to look at the issue. It may not be something that we need to get involved in, but I'm happy to look at it and give a ruling in due course. If members would take their ease while the Chair changes for the next item of business.
Members, order. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the draft period products, the Executive Office specified public service bodies, regulations, Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. And I call Junior Minister Riley to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Junior Minister to open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Today we are seeking the Assembly's approval of the draft period products, the Executive Office specified Public Service Bodies Regulation Northern Ireland 2024. The introduction of these regulations is required under the Period Products Free Provision Act Northern Ireland 2022, which itself began as a private member's bill brought by former SDLP MLA Pat Catney. These regulations mark another important step in the journey to making universal access to period products a reality for all who need them. They will complement similar legislation made by other departments. This will mean that more arm's-length bodies will be making free period products available to all staff and visitors who need to use them while on their premises. In due course, each body will carry out its own consultation exercise and publish statements on the arrangements they will be putting in place. I would like to thank these bodies for their cooperation to date. These regulations sit alongside the Executive Office's separate duty under the Act to make period products publicly available. Our officials have worked with the libraries and I to ensure products are freely available in all public libraries for anyone who needs them. Junior Minister Cameron and myself were delighted to attend the launch of this scheme in May this year, and we understand that feedback has been very positive. So we would like to thank the Executive Office Committee for its prompt scrutiny of these regulations. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call the Chairperson of the Executive Office Committee, Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise on behalf of the Committee for the Executive Office. The Committee considered the draft regulations at its meeting of the 11th of September 2024. The Committee accepted that this is a technical piece of legislation to designate the relevant public service bodies required to make available free period products provided for by the Period Products Executive Office Specified Public Service Bodies Regulations Northern Ireland 2024. The Committee had no concerns about the draft legislation and was content for the regulations to progress. Excuse me. At its meeting of 9th of October 2024, the Committee considered the final version of the regulations, which did not differ from the draft presented in September. The Committee therefore recommends that the Period Products Executive Office Specified Public Service Bodies Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved by this Assembly. Thank you.
I call Emma Sheeran.
Concordia. I suppose I just want to speak very briefly today to welcome the laying of these regulations, and has already been referred to by both the Junior Minister and the Chair of the Executive Committee. A lot of work has already been done on this important piece of legislation, and I think it would be remiss not to honour the work of former MLA Pat Catney, who invested a lot of time and energy in this. And I think this is a really good example of how we can deliver for people when we all work together across this House. And in so doing, we're tackling a very real struggle for women, and particularly women living in poverty, and I suppose gets to one of the intersectional elements of discrimination against women and girls. So just to bring some ease to people's daily lives, and to, I suppose, make one of the most challenging times in any woman's life that wee bit easier, and I think that's to be welcomed. Gormila Magov.
Thank you. I now call Junior Minister Riley to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and thanks to members for their contributions. These regulations mark a further step in the implementation of the Period Product Free Provision Act. As stated in my opening remarks, the regulations will sit alongside the Executive Office separate duty under the Act to make period products publicly available. As I've already stated, Libraries and I, in partnership with our department, has been making products available for people to take home since May this year. It also allows for others to collect products for someone else who needs them. These regulations will now ensure that staff and visitors in TEO's arm's-length bodies will also be able to avail of free products if they need them while on their premises. Once these regulations are made, there are several further steps that the Executive Office and its arm's-length bodies will need to complete. Firstly, the Department will consult with the relevant bodies on guidance to be issued. Arm's-length bodies will then consult with their product users on the ways products can be obtained, where products will be located, and the types of products available. Following this, the ALBs will then publish a statement on the arrangements to be put in place. ALBs will be required to make sure their products are made available in a way that respects the dignity, privacy and confidentiality of the person accessing the free products. Those who may need the products, which is any person who menstruates, should therefore be able to pick them up without having to ask someone from a location that is accessible within the ALB's premises, for example, a disabled bathroom. Arm's-length bodies will also be required to consider using environmentally friendly, sustainable or biodegradable products. The Act also requires that they have regard to products which are reusable. Our officials have been liaising with the arm's-length bodies as to how the regulations will be implemented, and I am pleased to report that the Department's ALBs have fully embraced this scheme. In advance of the regulations coming into effect, all our ALBs have taken to make the free period products available on a pilot basis. This will no doubt assist them in establishing arrangements as required by the Act. Our department has also undertaken to make free period products available to their staff and visitors. Our officials working with the ALBs estimate costs to be negligible, and it is likely that they will be absorbed within the arm's-length body's existing baselines. Our officials will also monitor the rollout of the scheme in our ALBs and the wider provision in public libraries to ensure those who wish to access products can do so. To clarify, the arm's-length bodies will be making free products available for those who need them while in their premises, such as employees or visitors. Public libraries, on the other hand, are providing products for everyone who needs them. It is still early days for the scheme, but already the feedback has been very positive, and we are confident that this will benefit our citizens' well-being and promote period dignity. We thank members for the support signalled for these regulations and commend them to the Assembly.
Thank you. Members, the question is that the draft period products, the Executive Office specified Public Service Bodies Regulation Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is a motion to approve a draft statutory rule. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the draft Renewable Heat Incentive Scheme Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved.
Thank you. Members, I'm just going to give the Minister a moment to arrive here as we've moved slightly ahead of time, so if we just take a ease for a moment or two. Minister, the motion has already been read into the record of the Assembly. Are you content now to move the motion?
Propose, Concur.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Today I am seeking the Assembly's approval on the draft Renewable Heat Incentive Scheme Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024. In 2020, New Decade New Approach document stated that RHI will be closed down and replaced by a scheme that effectively cuts carbon emissions. The current Executive has since agreed to the closure of the scheme with an interim increase in tariffs. The decision was taken over the summer by the First and Deputy First Ministers under urgent procedure. Scheme closure will include a payment mechanism that will be fair to both scheme participants and to the public purse. Work on developing these proposals is ongoing, and when it has been completed, I will bring the matter back to the Executive and subsequently to the Assembly for approval. The draft legislation that we have before us today relates to the interim increase in tariffs. The current tariffs for small and medium biomass were introduced in 2019, using information available at the time. However, substantial volatility in fuel prices mean that it is appropriate to increase the tariff. The draft regulations therefore substitute a new Schedule 5 into the principal regulations. Its effect will be increased tariffs for accredited biomass boilers within the small biomass, lower medium biomass and upper medium biomass bandings from the 1st of November this year. These tariffs represent a significant increase. For example, lower medium biomass installations, who represent the vast majority of boiler owners, the Tier 1 tariff will be uplifted from 2.1 to 5.1 pence per kilowatt hour. This is over double the current tariff and an increase a typical participant in this band in the region of 5,000 per annum. These revised tariffs are based on updated assumptions. In particular, fuel cost assumptions have been based on fuel reference period over a number of years, as opposed to a spot price, in an attempt to provide greater accuracy. Regarding the timing of the introduction of the tariff increase, it is important that these higher tariffs are in place from the 1st of November in time for the winter period. If the tariffs are not in place for the 1st of November, the next opportunity to increase them will be well into 2025. I hope that members will agree that enabling participants to benefit this winter is an urgent priority. This increase is calculated in a way that is fair to both the taxpayer and the scheme participants. I hope that members will agree to provide the participants with a substantial uplift in tariffs as we work towards closure.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair of the Economy Committee, Philip Brett.
Deputy Speaker, and I rise firstly to speak as Chair of the Economy Committee. As this House is aware, Mr Deputy Speaker, the draft rule deals with the tariffs to be paid to biomass boilers owners under the non-domestic renewable heat incentive scheme. In order to enhance its understanding, the committee considered both oral and written evidence from both the Renewable Heat Association and from the Department on two separate occasions. Firstly, the Renewable Heat Association on the 25th of September 2024, members noted that the 2,000 or so good faith boiler owners were reportedly compliant with audit requirements and the terms of the RHI scheme. As the Minister indicated in his remarks earlier, Mr Deputy Speaker, the draft rule will amend the Renewable Heat Incentive Scheme Regulations Northern Ireland 2012 to more than double the tariff for the Tier 1 support payments to these compliant and accredited small and medium biomass installations. The increases are for heat generated from the 1st of November 2024, and the proposed rule will fix the tariffs up to the end of March 2025. Those tariffs will then be adjusted in line with the Consumer Price Index going forward. It is anticipated that primary legislation will be brought forward at another time to terminate the RHI scheme. However, that matter is not before the House this afternoon. The committee also considered evidence from the Department on the 11th and the 25th of September 2024 and noted a draft report on the departmental consultation from 2021. The Department advised that the final consultation report will be published when the primary legislation, which is to terminate this scheme, is introduced. Members noted that the Department had estimated that the revised tariffs will increase the cost of the scheme from £5 million per annum to £15 million per annum. Members noted that this is well within the £33 million of AME, which is ring-fenced for renewables. Thus, the committee was on this issue assured that the proposed tariff increase will not lead to increased liability against the Northern Ireland Brock Grant. As indicated, the proposed revised tariffs apply from the 1st of November only and do not apply from the period of 2019 to the present. The Department indicated that a public interest business case was not made for backdating revised tariffs to cover this period. The revised 2024 tariffs covered by the rule appear to be based on the Cornwall Insight reports, which were used in 2023-2024 kerosene prices as the counterfactual, which was then adjusted with CPI. I must be clear, however, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Department has not provided detailed clarity on the economic viability of the new tariffs. The Department also declined to provide comparison with GB RHI tariffs, citing complexity and scheme differences, and the Department also declined to confirm whether any unspent AMI could be used for other renewable energy purposes, citing the need for Treasury approval. The Department indicated that the revised tariffs will generate an internal rate of return of 12%. It appears that the methodology for calculating that IRR for the revised tariff is either not the same as that adopted when the non-domestic scheme was originally launched, or has been greatly affected by relative changes in fuel costs. However, the Department has not specified whether the IRR calculation of the 2012 tariff was using the 24 methodology would or wouldn't have been in excess of state aid rules. Mr Deputy Speaker, the committee noted the importance of this careful consideration of this complex matter relating to RHI tariffs, the value for money in allowing the relevant parties the opportunity to set out their views so as to inform committee deliberations, and departmental assurances that the proposed rule would likely meet legal challenges, but also providing a fair settlement for good faith boiler owners and value for taxpayers. Mr Deputy Speaker, members did indicate their dissatisfaction with the absence of detailed answers. However, the committee agreed that this matter be brought with the regulations forward to the Assembly for debate and wider scrutiny, and that any member of the committee had the ability to oppose the delegated legislation at Plenary. With that, I just want to speak briefly as DUP economic spokesperson and MLA for North Belfast. The RHI inquiry found that documents and advice provided to ministers were often inaccurate, incomplete or misleading in important aspects. It also cited concerns about skill gaps and questionable financial literacy in some executive departments. In this context, it is essential that we take our obligations in relation to scrutinising draft regulations extremely seriously. The Democratic Unionist Party is not satisfied that the Department for the Economy has provided the necessary information to allow Assembly members to make an informed judgment on whether the proposed tariffs are legally sound, provide fair and reasonable return for scheme participants, or protect the public purse. We want to see an outcome that balances the rights of scheme participants with the requirement to provide effective stewardship of public funds. However, this will not be achieved by pressing ahead with regulations and revised tariffs that lack clarity or full scrutiny. The Court of Appeal judgment in February 2023 was clear and expressed a clear preference that any settlement on future tariffs should be done on a consensual basis. The DUP regrets that this has not happened to date. Ultimately, changes to the RHI regulations must be robust and justifiable, and we are clear that Assembly members should have access to greater detail on how tariffs contained in the regulations were calculated, including the metrics used by officials and steps taken to ensure they are legally defensible. It is our careful assessment following deliberations that these proposals should be withdrawn by the Minister to afford space and time for further scrutiny. The Department needs to be open and transparent about this policy development, and in the absence of that, the Democratic Unionist Party, Mr Deputy Speaker, will not be voting for these regulations.
Thank you. I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I would like to begin by stating that I and my party have deep concerns regarding these draft RHI scheme regulations 2024 and will therefore be voting against them today. The Northern Ireland Regional Rates and Energy Act 2019 outlined a commitment to a 12% average rate of return, yet the new tariff does fall short. We know all too well the deficiencies of the RHI scheme. It was poorly designed from the very start and did serious damage to public trust in these institutions. But for the many operators, we can't let the failure of the scheme overall allow government to act with impunity on this issue. Businesses invested in the scheme in good faith, and we must reach an agreement on the way forward that is also fair to them. It fails to account for capital and operational expenses adequately and uses 2020 as a baseline, ignoring the significant inflation and energy price hikes since late 2021. This oversight threatens to leave many schemes participants running at a deficit. The regulations do not address years of undercompensation, and there is no provision for backdating payments or incorporating past losses into the new rates. These failures leave many who invested in renewable heating in good faith feeling shortchanged and actually betrayed. A central issue here is the lack of transparency. A consultation was held in 2021 to chart the future of the RHI scheme, but as we know, its findings still remain unpublished. We are now asked to support a regulation without having seen the consultation results. How can we make an informed decision when the evidence base is hidden from us? This not only undermines the public trust, but raises serious questions about due process. We have learnt hard lessons from the original RHI scheme, which suffered from poor design and excessive financial incentives. Yet we are here again, potentially repeating the same mistakes. Just last week, the Northern Ireland audit condemned the dither and delay in implementing the recommendations from the public inquiry of RHI. And now we face a new regulation that seems to ignore those hard-earned lessons. Members, I urge you to consider the consequences of supporting this amendment. It risks breaching commitments made to investors in renewable energy and undermines our progress towards a net zero transition. The RHI scheme's history is a painful reminder of the dangers of rushing legislation without proper oversight. Let's not allow history to repeat itself. We must demand transparency, accountability and a fair deal for all participants as well as for all taxpayers. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm going to call Padraig Delargy, although I would remind the member that we will be going to question time at 3 p.m. and they might want to bear that in mind when they're making their remarks.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and I intend to keep my remarks very short. I welcome the Minister's proposal today to close this scheme. I think that it's been highlighted already that this is to be fair to both participants and to the public purse, and that there is no increased liability. So this is obviously going to touch on the vast majority of participants, and I'm conscious as well that it is to benefit people this winter. Thank you.
I now call David Honeyford with a reminder of the remarks he made a moment ago about time limits towards 2 p.m. so the member can.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I want to set out our kind of position and where we are, because it's with regret that we're debating this. In my view, the controversy around RHI alone warranted better engagement with the committee and with groups that represent RHI owners. RHI has 3 letters that terrify people, that horrify others, and further still have left a group of people suffering financially, and my concern is with them. RHI has brought this assembly down in the past. Not only has it left some people who honestly engaged in debt, but it has left the people of this whole region without a government for 3 years, and everyone suffers now from the lack of reform that we had in departments as a result. So let's not also forget that it helped finish the political career of the former First Minister from the DUP, who was the minister who brought us this scheme in the first place. And the RHI has been a disaster from the start. It's been years of failures and years of suffering of many. But where are we now if we start to look forward? Given that kind of Alliance had no part in design or implementation, RHI, our concern is primarily for those caught up in the scheme, who honestly entered a government scheme who are now at a financial loss. Firstly, we are not talking about closure, and that has been said by the chair of the committee that Philip had brought forward. We're looking to scrutinise the legislation, and we look forward to that coming forward in the coming months and early to the close in 2020, to close this in 2025. But I want to put on absolute record that Alliance supports the closure of the RHI scheme. It needs to be closed, and we need to move on. And while the tariff uplift and the closure are 2 separate issues, we equally can't separate the two because they are linked. Northern Ireland needs to move forward with renewables at the centre of our energy policy and net zero delivery. Delivering energy security is key to this region, but RHI is a failed scheme of the past. And my concern as I stand and debate this today is that industry and investors must be able to move forward into a new scheme with absolute confidence that the history of RHI has been learnt and the debacle of RHI is firmly behind us. Without closure, we can't access the UK Renewables Energy Fund. The development of a new energy scheme will be critical to delivering our legal and moral climate obligations. I've already raised in committee many times the need for the scheme to include generation at small wind source, for example. And I want clearly to put on record to the Minister when he's with us, Alliance position in this. We have an all-island energy market, and any new scheme that we move forward into must equally be an entry. The entry point must equally be the same as that in the south. We can't disadvantage investment in Northern Ireland, and I raise again to the Minister to relook at this within the department. And Alliance will keep lobbying for the same generation levels and the same standards north and south for the benefit of all of us. We share this island, and Alliance believes in enhancing north-south cooperation for the betterment of everyone across it. But secondly and equally is the risk rate rise. We must recognise that there are many people who have engaged in RHI and in that scheme legitimately and in good faith. And I've said my concern is for them, and they deserve a fair rate for the duration of the scheme's lifespan. The place for scrutiny was in the Committee for the Economy, and the information that was forthcoming to that committee was at best limited and lacking. It felt like we were trying to draw blood out of a stone. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed for the member giving way. And as someone who was on the previous committee, whenever the original RHI was brought through, and indeed sat across the way during the whole inquiry, for a good part of the inquiry, to hear, as members have said, about documents being inaccurate, misleading, consultations not available to members, evidence hidden, not full details presented to members, and just as you've just said too, the major inadequacies of what has been presented to committee. I'm saying, is this déjà vu or Groundhog Day? Seriously, what has been learnt? It appears very little. Thank you.
The member that I might have to interrupt them at 2 p.m.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Thank you, and thank you for the intervention. But it has felt like we've been drawing blood out of stone. It has felt like officials, and I don't want to make, but the withholding of information and giving us as little detail as possible and deflective and evasive answers. It felt like there was a fear to answer questions. It felt like we haven't been given and aren't been given the information we've been asked to judge on. It's hard to build trust when feels like the information you've been given is withheld, or you've been given different answers to the same questions at different times, or when you sense you're simply not been given a straightforward answer, or incomprehensive language that you can clarify simply. When I left the committee 2 weeks ago, I was not in a position to be able to support this or recommend to the party to support this. But I've continued to work outside of the committee to try and get answers, to bring me to a place where I felt I could recommend the direction of travel. My gut and the Alliance Party's DNA is to support and work with any minister for the betterment of all of us. That's the place that I come from. That's where I want to start to work through the process. And I've said many times that this place works best together when we work together. But we are not getting information.
Can the member conclude his remarks or indicate if he wants to continue them after question time?
I'll continue after. John.
Thank you. Members, as question time begins at 2 p.m, I suggest the Assembly takes its ease until then. The debate will continue after question time, and the next speaker will be David Honeyford continuing. Thank you.
All right, members, we move to questions. The Executive Office. Questions 1 and 11 have been withdrawn. I call Michelle McElveen. First Minister.
The Investment Summit was an opportunity for us to make clear that our economy is very much open for investment. It allowed us to be visible to a wide range of global investment stakeholders, and also to engage directly with companies who might consider investing here, as well as those who already have a presence. We're able to hear the latest developments from the Government in terms of their plans to support investment and to remove barriers. It also gave us the opportunity to reinforce the message of why this is a great place in terms of a great investment option, and also to highlight the unique benefits of dual market access.
Ms Magdalene.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. There was next to no media coverage of the First and Deputy First Ministers attending the International Investment Summit, or indeed the Council of Regions and Nations last week, both in London and in Edinburgh. Could I ask the First Minister why local media was not given access to these events, and was this related to the First Minister hiding from media scrutiny because of the safeguarding scandal within Sinn Féin?
Minister.
Well, I think it's unfortunate that you decided to take away from what was a great opportunity for us in terms of selling our wares and actually letting people know that we're very much open for business. It was an investment summit which we turned out and actually participated in. We had a great conversation on Friday in terms of the Council of Nations and Regions, and then back again on Monday to London for the investment conference, where we met numerous businesses that potentially want to invest here, so we could actually set out what our unique selling points are. It's not within our gift in terms of if local media don't turn up to take interviews in London, as was the case on Monday at the investment conference itself.
Paula Bradshaw.
First Minister, last week at Executive Office Committee we had some presentations in relation to the draft investment strategy. I wonder if you could lay out for the House the timescale for it to be signed off by yourself and the Deputy First Minister. Thank you.
Sir.
Yes, we're working our way through that, and we've had a previous submission that has been out to consultation, and we're going to come back. So I'm hoping that in the immediate period ahead, I can't give you an exact date, but we want to bring this forward because I think that it's important that our investment strategy very much aligns with the programme for government work. So as we finalise the programme for government, I think it's also appropriate that we have the investment plan alongside that, actually an enabling plan that allows us actually to get this work moving. So look forward to engaging with the committee in terms of the outworking of all of that work.
McGuigan.
First Minister for her response and for highlighting the North as a place for investment. Can I ask the First Minister maybe if she could give an indication of what future benefit she feels will be as a result here for us here in the North as a result of the investment summit?
Minister.
Thank you. I mean, the purpose of the summit itself was to engage with international trading partners and to demonstrate that we are very much open for business. And we are confident that the positive engagement we had with stakeholders at the conference and the very clear message of our ability to support innovation, high quality jobs will drive future investment. Some of this will naturally take time to deliver. Unfortunately, you don't go to these investment conferences and have one engagement and that quickly translates into an investment plan. However, it is an important work as part of building up those networks, those contacts, and actually making sure that we're doing everything we can to attract investment and that we're getting on with our local delivery here also. We obviously recently have had the Department of the Economy recently published the Economic Regional Plan, and a key element of that is the establishment of the local economic partnerships, which will really focus on the areas that are important to each of the different areas across the different council areas. We've got the new 12 million skills fund which has been established. We're working to improve careers advice. We really have a very good news story to tell, and we certainly took the opportunity to make that very clear to all of those potential investors, because we have a lot to be optimistic about whenever it comes to investment opportunities. And as I said, our story and our selling points of being a strategic location, having dual market access, a youthful and growing population, a highly skilled, cost-effective workforce, these were all the types of points that we were making to these potential investors, and I look forward to actually having even more of those connections in the time ahead, because we were able to follow up already on some of the opportunities that were identified at the investment conference, not least whenever it comes to Studio Ulster and the opportunities that we're going to have for that for next year in terms of the big announcement.
Diana Armstrong.
Mr Speaker, I'd like to ask the First Minister what additional plans the Executive Office have to promote Northern Ireland on the world stage and to help attract inward investment.
Sure.
Thank you.
So I think this conference gave us an opportunity in which to set out our stall. I've mentioned there just some of the selling points that we have. Our strategic location, dual market access is a unique selling point now which will attract investors, and I think that whenever you look at some of the stats in terms of our own economic performance, in the last year, manufacturing exports to the EU grew by 14%. That's in comparison to what happened in England and Wales and Scotland, so we actually have made some good progress. Their sales to Britain have increased up by 17% in 2022. Cross-border trade has more than doubled over the last 5 years. So we need to do everything that we can to exploit our dual market access and make the case. So we will, as First and Deputy First Minister and executive colleagues and the Economy Minister across the board, will continue to replicate the message that we have, that we're open for business, that we have political stability, that we want you to come and invest here. And that will align with the work that's being done within the Minister of Economy's remit, but then also what the Deputy First Minister and I will do in terms of diplomacy, going out and making contact with these people and actually following through on the investment opportunities. But I think we have something to be very optimistic for in terms of growing the economy.
Stephen McLaughlin.
We are fully committed to protecting all children from harm and to ensuring the highest standards of safeguarding and child protection. All staff in our department must adhere to the next child protection policy and guidance, and established procedures are in place for reporting concerns and disclosures. We are also committed to continuing our important work with victims and survivors. Since February, we have engaged with the Commissioner for Survivors of Institutional Childhood Abuse, and will also be shortly meeting with victims and survivors groups to discuss the issues that matter to them. We met with those affected by mother and baby institutions, Magdalen laundries and workhouses before the launch of the public consultation, and we're also committed to direct ongoing engagement as this process continues. We have secured the Executive's endorsement of a new strategy for victims and survivors of the Troubles conflict and the new strategic framework for ending violence against women and girls. This framework was developed through co-design with the input of the community and voluntary sector, including the most valuable participation of women who have lived experience. And in support of this, the junior ministers visited grassroots women's organisations where they met with victims and survivors of violence. They've also met with victims and survivors of historical clerical child abuse and to discuss ongoing research and to attend an event to recognise the work of the Regional Trauma Network. Across all of these areas of work, we will continue to focus on delivering for some of the most vulnerable people in our society.
Ed Loughlin.
First Minister, when were you first made aware of the reason for Senator Niall O'Donnell's suspension from your party?
Minister.
On the 13th of September, in line with our child protection guidelines and given that the complainant was under the age of 18, Niall O'Donnell was suspended from the party and the issue was referred to the PSNI and the social services in the North to investigate. At this point, I was made aware.
Emma Sheeran.
Thank you to the Minister for that answer.
For your answers thus far. Following the further tragic news of yet more deaths of females in the North, and indeed I was on my feet earlier today in the Chamber to speak about that, can you outline your commitment to the Ending Violence Against Women and Girls strategy that your department is leading?
Yeah, thank you for that, and I commend the member just for the statement that you made earlier. And of course, we all send our heartfelt condolences to the families of each and every one of those women who have lost their lives to violence against women and girls. 24 women murdered since 2020. These were daughters, mothers, sisters and friends, and these figures absolutely speak to an epidemic of violence against women and girls. So let me say again today that the message that we delivered when we launched our strategy, that words aren't enough. You know, now is past the time for talking, and that is why ending violence against women and girls has been a day one priority for both myself and the Deputy First Minister, and why it's a priority in the draft programme for government. Our 7-year strategic framework and our first delivery plan launched last month will work to end this scourge on society, but as the member will know, at the heart of that plan is the preventative work and the education piece that must be carried through, and this is going to take some time, but it is the beginning of what may well be a generational journey where the end point must be the building of society where women and girls live free from all forms of violence, abuse and harm, and together we must make this work happen.
Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the interest of transparency for victims and survivors, just last week your party leader, Mary Lou MacDonald, has faced calls to correct the record in the Dáil after she appears to have misled the House in relation to the age of the victim of Councillor Niall, our former Senator and former Sinn Féin Lord Mayor of Belfast, Niall O'Donoghue, who was a subject of inappropriate text. So for the purpose of clarity, can the First Minister tell the House what age was the schoolboy involved?
Minister.
Can I just repeat again that all child protection protocols were followed with an immediate referral to the PSNI and also to social services. The protection of the young person was absolutely our primary concern Niall O'Donoghue was held accountable and faced serious consequences for his totally unacceptable and totally inappropriate behaviour. And I'm deeply sorry and angry that this young person has had to endure any of this inappropriateness or this unacceptable behaviour. Also, I can confirm that according to our records, the young person was in fact 17. That's the records which we have in our files in terms of membership.
Connie Egan.
Minister, last week the Executive Office Committee issued an invitation for you to attend committee this week in regards to safeguarding and representation of victims and survivors. Will you be coming to committee this week?
Yes, I've said I'm very happy to engage the committee. I know the committee are seeking legal advice. I look forward to seeing that, but I'm happy to clarify the record in terms of the questions that were put to me.
Gaston.
First Minister, the last time you came before the Executive Committee, you told us that you didn't see Michael McMonagle at an event in this building on the 14th of February, even though photographs emerged a few days later showing you were within feet of him. You told us you didn't engage with the British Heart Foundation on that day. Photographs later emerged a few days showing that you had conversations with Fergal McKinney. When I asked you a question in this place, you wouldn't answer. When asked when the next Sinn Féin paedophile scandal would hit the party, now we know why. Isn't it the truth that given the remit of your office, you have lost all credibility? Or does the fact that with all other unionists in this chamber seemingly having confidence in you to hold office means that you've calculated that, like so often before, you'll get away with it?
I'm always more than happy to answer questions that are genuinely about safeguarding, because it's so important that we get this right. I have clarified my position in relation to engaging with Fergal McKinney and the British Heart Foundation. The member knows that only too well, so you're just standing on your feet to make a party political statement today, as opposed to actually being genuine about trying to ask questions that are legitimate for me to answer, which I think endeavoured to try to do so in this House.
Keith Buchanan. Please. First Minister.
We attended the inaugural meeting of the Council of Nations and Regions in Edinburgh on Friday, the 11th of October 2024. The Council has been established to bring together governments and authorities with devolved responsibilities to determine actions for tackling some of the biggest and most cross-cutting challenges that we face. The meeting was chaired by the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Also attended were the First Ministers of Scotland and Wales and Mayor of London, the mayors of combined authorities and combined county authorities. This first meeting focused on economic growth and inward investment. The theme was chosen in light of the International Investment Summit, which was then held in London on the 14th of October, and which the Deputy First Minister and I also attended. The Council received an update on the Industrial Strategy Green Paper, Invest 2035, and we discussed opportunities for attracting long-term inward investment. Council members confirmed their commitment to working together to maximise investment and to support economic growth. It's envisaged that the Council will meet again in spring of next year.
Paul Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, and thank the First Minister so far for your answer. I welcome the First Minister and Deputy First Minister attendance at this event and their engagement with the Prime Minister in all UK regions. But would you commit to me and this House to make a full statement to the House on the back of this meeting and provide the benefits of the meeting to this region? Minister.
Yes, so we're happy to report in terms, as I just have done, in terms of answering the question, but this does fall outside the normal structures of reporting to the Assembly Chamber, so we need to take advice in regards to that. But very happy to inform the House that we saw it as a good opportunity to engage, we saw it as a good opportunity to discuss investment, we saw it as a good opportunity to discuss shared challenges and also shared opportunities. So we look forward to building on the work that has now commenced with this new structure, but it is not a substitute for other formal structures of intergovernmental engagement, including, for example, the British Irish Council or the East-West Council structure that's also there as well.
Alicia McHugh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my thanks to the Minister for her answers so far.
Did you have the opportunity to raise the city deals with the Prime Minister during the visit?
Minister.
Yes, the Deputy First Minister and I had the opportunity to meet privately with Keir Starmer whilst we were in Edinburgh in advance of the meeting with the First Ministers from Scotland and from Wales, and we raised the issue of funding for city deals. We absolutely underlined and stressed the importance of urgently securing the funding for those which are remaining paused, the Mid-South West and the Causeway Coast and Glens. The British Government's refusal to honour their commitment to both the Mid-South West deal and the Causeway region deal is inexcusable. So we really wanted to underline the importance of how, if Keir Starmer is on his feet speaking about economic growth, then that needs to be felt across the board, and we can't have a disparity in terms of these deals. These are economic generators. These are crucially going to drive investment and really increase jobs and investment in areas. So this was certainly one of the areas which we raised, and the need for it to be the pause to be lifted, and for them to get on with actually putting this funding back in place. We're hopeful to have some indication in that regard on at the end of the month with the Chancellor's statement, and hopefully that will shed some more light on the pathway for these deals being unpaused.
Philip Brett.
5, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
With your permission, Mr. Speaker, Junior Minister Riley will answer this question.
To date, £16.3 million has been invested in North Belfast and urban villages capital projects, 13 of which are now complete. 4 projects are currently being progressed in the area, including ABC Trust Health and Leisure Hub, which is on site now, and the redevelopment of Ballysillan playing fields, where construction is due to begin on site in November of this year. Westland Community Centre is currently being explored. Westland Community Group has invited us to meet with them to talk about the community centre, and we hope to take this offer up in the near future. More than £2 million has been invested through revenue projects to improve good relations outcomes in the North Belfast urban villages area. The impact the Urban Villages programme has had in the North Belfast community is significant. Successful delivery of the remaining capital projects will increase access to shared space facilities and continue to promote integration across the area and beyond. We recently set out the strategic direction for urban villages moving forward, which will include the completion of the remaining capital projects on the current plan.
Mr. Brett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Junior Minister for her comprehensive update, and agree with the Junior Minister that the impact that urban villages has had in North Belfast has been significant. Junior Minister, there are other parts of North Belfast that would hugely benefit from a future scheme. Can the Junior Minister update the House if the Office of the First and Deputy First Minister are scoping now the creation of a further programme for urban villages across Northern Ireland, so we can ensure all communities have the right to benefit from this important work?
Yes, well, just what I can say, and the member knows that Urban Villages wasn't by design. It wasn't supposed to be a long-term funder. But what we have to do is we have to learn. We have to learn from what has worked throughout the programme and how we can improve going forward. It has made a real impact in communities by improving good relations and support regeneration. I, alongside with Junior Minister Cameron, have visited numerous sites, met with organisations and witnessed the positive change that has been as a result of the programme, and work on the ground continues with those local communities playing a vital role in shaping and benefit from the projects being delivered, and I look forward to working with officials and the Department, of course, going forward in the development of our urban villages going forward.
And I thank the Junior Minister for her answer so far, and note the hugely positive work that has come out of urban villages, particularly in my own constituency in Derry. I appreciate the Minister's already answered this in part, but could you specifically outline the next steps for the project, and also what thought has been given to Urban Villages Phase 2?
Minister.
Yes, well, just by way of starting, since March, since coming into this position, I've had the great opportunity alongside other ministers to visit numerous sites throughout the entire north. We were in Derry, the Newgate Arts and Culture Centre in the Fountain area, Hosford Community Homes in East Belfast, and I just also wanted to commend the great work that's done by East Belfast Missions, the Community Garden and Family Shed, which is in South Belfast, and I know there's the project that is also going to be delivered in terms of the Lockhouse development. And just last week I attended another great event in the City Hall, which brought children together in terms of schools, which was a Buddy Up initiative celebration, and what that really showed is community good relations, not just benefiting for the schools, the teachers, but also for the kids themselves and the parents. But as you have already heard, the programme has clearly delivered a tangible benefit across participating communities. Successful delivery of the remaining capital projects will increase access to shared space facilities and continue to promote integration across the 5 urban villages areas and beyond. We've set out a strategic direction for urban villages in the time ahead, and that will include completing the current urban villages plan with a focus on delivering the remaining capital portfolio projects, investing in securing the sustainability of capital projects, and working on capacity building to support community organisations taking forward large capital projects, and planning for the future by establishing a working group to take forward the development of Phase 2. Ministers are currently reviewing the areas where urban villages Phase 2 can have the most impact in future, including more rural areas, and we will keep members informed as this process progresses.
Mark Durgan.
Mr. Speaker, agus prethas leis an aire fáhanne.
And my thanks to the Minister for her answers so far.
Has it always been an imperative that all urban villages projects, work that they do and fund, improve good relations outcomes and promote integration?
Minister.
Well, I think just in terms of, I've outlined just in terms of the clear good work that the urban villages has done throughout the entire north, and it has had a wide reach and it has been impactful, and that's ranging from people of all ages. But what I will say is that we are focused on investment and securing the sustainability of remaining capital projects going forward, and as I said, we will keep members up to date as we go forward with that.
Orlea Flynn.
Please.
Minister.
Yeah, Junior Minister Riley will take this question.
One of our key priorities, building a society where racial equality and diversity is supported, valued and respected, is a key priority for us, and work is continuing to deliver the commitments in the current racial equality strategy. Beyond 2025, it's important there is a clear mechanism and overarching framework for achieving racial equality and eradicating racism in our society. On the 11th of September 2024, a workshop took place that I attended with the Racial Equality Subgroup and the Travellers in Roma thematic groups. The purpose was to gather initial thoughts on the way forward. Feedback from this workshop, along with the input from key stakeholders, including the wider minority ethnic sector, will inform any future strategic approach. We all want to see the ending of racism and making this a fair and inclusive society where everyone is made to feel welcome and safe.
Thank you, and I thank the Junior Minister for her response. If she could maybe provide us with an update on the Minority Ethnic Development Fund. Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, well, the Minority Ethnic Development Fund continues to be a key element of policy for racial equality and good race relations. It's intended to be aligned with and support our Racial Equality Strategy 2015 to 2025, and it is a vehicle to deliver aspects of the vision and shared aims. In line with the review of the fund, a 3-year funding scheme is currently in place from April 22 to March 25, helping to provide successful groups with greater stability and enabling longer-term planning and support. There are 31 successful applications currently being supported through this fund, which is worth approximately $1.1 million per annum. We recognise the value the sector placed on the fund and how it can support organisations to provide critical services to minority ethnic communities here. Subject to budget, we will extend the fund for current recipients by 1 year during 25-26 to align with the new strategic approach, and officials are currently working through the procedures in order to implement this.
Shalman Holland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Junior Minister. I was just wondering if you could give us an update of when the Race Relations Order will be updated.
Yes, well, a consultation on a racial equality bill started in March 23 and formally closed in June 23. A report on the responses and feedback from the consultation was published in August 24. And we do aim to bring updated race relations legislation before the Assembly through the legislative programme in 25-26 session. The report considers over 50 amendments, and it will inform the basis for any legislative changes, and it will move us a step closer to providing the best possible legal protection against racism and towards a more equal society.
Colin McGrath.
Would the Minister agree that a standalone hate crime bill would actually assist the racial equality strategy?
Sure.
Well, all forms of violence, hate and discrimination has to be tackled head on and called out. There's absolutely no place for racism in our society. What we do need to do is we need to support inclusion. We must challenge and confront any form of prejudice and ensure values of respect and equality for all. Our collective goal is to build a society where every individual, regardless of their background or identity, can live free from fear, hate and intolerance. And we all should be working actively and together to make sure our communities are safe and are absolutely welcoming for everyone.
Nadal.
Case number shocked. Number 7. The public consultation on the proposals for a public inquiry and redress scheme closed on the 19th of September. We would like to thank all those who responded and attended one of the 16 public events. In total, 269 responses were received, and we are committed to publishing an analysis of these in the coming weeks. Whilst we need time to consider the responses in full, there are many areas of broad agreement where positive amendments can be made. However, there does remain many sensitive policy issues which will require discussion with executive colleagues before any final decision can be taken. It will also be important for us to engage and to listen with victims and survivors in this period. We aim to do the majority of this work before the end of 2024. Once the draft bill is agreed by the Executive, it will then be introduced into the Assembly for it to be fully considered. In parallel, we are also continuing to establish the practical requirements for the Inquiry and Redress Service. We remain committed, along with the many members of this House, to help people and their loved ones to get the answers and the support that they deserve.
Still.
I'm going to thank the Minister for her answers. Minister, would you be able to give us a rough guide of a timeline? Because obviously, as we know, many of these women who were girls, many of them at that time are an ageing population now.
Yeah, I accept that we want to move it on as quickly as possible. I think just given the enormity of the policy decisions and I suppose the emotive nature of them, we need to work our way through that as quickly as possible. We will continue to engage with victims and survivors throughout this. I think that's also very, very important, but we want to be able to, as we said, to get to the juncture by the end of the year where we actually have considered in full and discussed with executive colleagues the policy positions that we may take or may make, and then we'll come back to this House, obviously, for scrutiny and for conversation with members.
Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, First Minister, given this and other victim, survivors and abuse-related issues sit within the Executive Office, it underlines the importance of your credibility in relation to safeguarding and related matters. So further to Connie Egan's question earlier on, can I be clear that you are going to appear before the Executive Office Committee this Wednesday? Just to be absolutely clear on that point. Thank you.
Yeah, I intend to go before the committee, but it's a matter of time and I need to work that out with the committee. They've invited me to come back this Wednesday, but I also am acutely aware that they've asked for legal advice, so let's get that. But I'm more than happy to answer questions to the committee.
First Minister rightly said institutional abuse was a source of shame, and the inquiry focused on the need for truth, and she mentioned there about the fact of listening to victims and survivors. It's also a source of shame that last week in this House the First Minister refused to say that she believed Maria Cahill. So will she answer the question this week rather than dodge it? Does she believe Maria Cahill when it comes to abuse she endured?
And I believe I was asked this question in the committee and my answer was yes. It's no stepping away from that. I've answered this question before. I'm happy to do so again for yourself.
John Blair.
Question number 8.
First Minister.
So establishing a Climate Commissioner here is a key requirement of the Climate Change Act 2022, which falls to this department. When established, it will be an important element of our support to transition to net zero. Prior to February 2024, officials took forward significant development on the work on the options for the Commissioner, including how they would complement existing advisory bodies, and began drafting the required regulations. Over recent weeks, the Deputy First Minister and I have agreed that the necessary procedures should now be undertaken to have these regulations laid and made in this Assembly as soon as possible. This will be an important first step in establishing the Commissioner. Our officials are now undertaking the work required to have the regulations laid and made. The Committee for the Executive Office will also consider them in due course. The appointment of the Climate Commissioner will follow once the Assembly procedures are completed and the regulations are in place. Although there is no date stated in the Act as to when a Climate Commissioner should be appointed, once the regulations have been approved, we will move as quickly as possible to see that appointment is swiftly made.
Mr. Blair, a few seconds.
Thank you. Can the First Minister give us any indication of why it's taken so long to appoint commissioners on a range of issues, from climate to victims to languages, given these were supposed to be done within 100 days of restoration?
First Minister.
I think perhaps there's a bit of confusion in terms of what was presented by officials in terms of the first 100 days and what they presented, but that wasn't actually a work programme set out by myself and the Deputy First Minister. Suffice to say, when the legislation was brought forward, the ministers weren't in place, so a lot of work was happening in the absence of ministers. It's important that we get this right, and that's why we have revised the timeline in terms of laying the regulations, but also the fact that it's complex and we need to make sure that we get it right. So we, as I said, as part of the environmental improvement plan, we also restated our commitment to bringing this forward.
Time's up.
So we're moving at pace, hopefully by the end of the year.
Topical questions. I call Justin McNulty.
First Minister, there is public concern around your party's lack of openness and transparency when explaining the recent departure of senior figures within Sinn Féin. What reassurance can you give to the public, including survivors of abuse who have been triggered and re-traumatised by recent events, that you will be conducting a thorough review of Sinn Féin's safeguarding, whistleblower and child protection processes?
First Minister.
Yeah, as I said whenever I answered in this House, I want to be open and transparent and to answer the questions that are posed to me, and I've endeavoured to do so. And I think it's important that I repeat my assurances that safeguarding is of the utmost importance to me, and I've said that in the Chamber over the last number of weeks, both as a mother, as a grandparent and as a Minister of Government, and I'm absolutely committed to ensuring that we uphold the best possible standards that we can. I've set out what we will do internally in terms of, on a personal responsibility, in terms of our party. I said that very clearly. We're going to overhaul our own systems and structures, but I also would commend the public to judge me in terms of the actions which I take as First Minister in fulfilling all of my responsibilities in support of victims and survivors.
Mr McNulty.
Recognise that your credibility as Northern Leader of Sinn Féin overlaps with your credibility as First Minister for all. To help restore trust in your ability to hold the highest office in this Assembly, and in keeping with the Nolan principles, would you consent to a Senior Council scoping exercise with a view to assessing the need for an independent inquiry on how Sinn Féin as a party has dealt with complaints of abuse by those in positions of power and trust?
First Minister.
There are mechanisms in place. This is one of them in which you can ask questions of me, and I think that I am being as open and transparent as I possibly can be. And we've asked and answered questions that have been posed by members both here and in the Assembly Committee, and likewise in the Dáil. But I would just take the opportunity to make a plea to all political parties that we are all part of society. Everybody needs to do their due diligence. Everybody needs to be very sure-footed in terms of their child protection policies. I will bring that approach to our party. I'm confident that we followed the child protection policies as we needed to, but I would encourage that across the board. Let's all question ourselves. Is everybody fit for purpose? Because if we're all serious about safeguarding, then that's the remit that falls to each and every single one of us.
Declan McAleer.
And the Minister will be aware, being from a largely rural constituency, of the importance of the basic payment scheme. The Minister appreciates that, and she'll also understand that there's no certainty beyond next year, so this is under control of the British Government. Does the Minister appreciate that any cut to the basic payment scheme could have a detrimental impact on our agricultural community, particularly small farms?
Minister.
Yes, absolutely. I thank the member for his question and for being very vocal on this issue, as I know other members of the House are also. Farmers were told that they would be replaced pound for pound, and here we are sitting and they're still not sure where they stand. And the cutting of this farm, and particularly for our small family farms, will have a real negative impact in terms of our local farmers and our local agri-economy. So since Brexit, our agricultural community as a whole has faced significant uncertainty, first with the loss of the EU's cap single farm payments, but now with the cutting of the basic payment scheme. And this scheme is a lifeline for farmers, and it must be protected, and I can assure the member that we have raised this at British Government level and will continue to do so.
Mr McAleer.
Thank the Minister for her response, and she has partially answered my second question. Will the Minister and indeed the Executive recommit to continue to press the British Government for fair funding for the Executive and for them to put in place guaranteed long-term funding for our farming community?
Yeah, since the Executive was restored, as I said, I and other Ministers of the Executive have certainly used every opportunity to urge the British Government to fairly fund the Executive as a whole here, so that we can in turn support our local economy and our local public services. But we know that we've been dealing with prior to the election, we know 14 years of cuts and chaos under the Tories has put immense pressure. Combine that with Brexit, it's put immense pressure on farmers and rural communities, and without that investment, the very survival of our rural economies and livelihoods will certainly be at risk. This payment to farmers is in the direct control of the British Government, and we will continue, as I said, to make every opportunity to press for fair farming and to ensure that it is put in place immediately. It actually, as a matter of fact, is something that we raised with Keir Starmer when we met him on Friday of last week.
Another week, another safeguarding scandal, and yet another attempt to provide the public with half-truths. Your party president claimed the schoolboy subject to inappropriate contact was 17. He was not. Your party tried to claim that he was happy with how your party handled this incident. He was not. The First Minister has confirmed for the first time that she became aware in September of Mr O'Donoghue's actions. Why, First Minister, did you allow him to stay in office for another 3 months despite knowing his actions?
Minister.
I mean, there's a danger of just repeating and repeating. We have answered this question very clearly. All child protection protocols were followed. All child protection protocols were followed with the immediate referral to the PSNI and the social services. The protection of the young person was our primary concern and always would be. He was held accountable and he faced serious consequences, and rightly so, for his inappropriate and unacceptable behaviour. And as I said earlier, I'm deeply sorry that young person went through the experience that they did. It is totally unacceptable by anybody's standards. And I'm also, as we said in relation at the weekend, in terms of the young fella himself, Mary Lou MacDonald clearly stated on the public record that any commentary that she made was never designed to cause any additional distress to the young person, and that remains our position. It's so important that people don't play games with people's lives here. This is so delicate in terms of the young individual himself. So I think that it's important that I'm open and transparent, as we have endeavoured to be so. But I think that it's important that people please don't play games with people's lives whenever you're coming to talk about this subject.
Mr Brett.
First Minister, I'm going to try that again because transparency is very important. So I'm going to ask you again, why did you, as Deputy Leader of Sinn Féin and First Minister designate, allow Niall O'Donoghue to remain as one of the most senior members of Sinn Féin, leader of your party in the Seanad, in office for 3 months, First Minister, despite you knowing that he had inappropriately contacted a schoolboy?
Again, we're on public record of having said that the party received the legal advice that naming the individual would not have been appropriate given that there was no criminal charges brought against him. However, we also did say it very clearly that he was dealing with a severe mental health crisis and deemed to be medically unfit by his doctor. So therefore, there were concerns about the individual's mental health. And I think, again, we have said that very clearly on a number of occasions now.
Alan Crawford.
Speaker, can I ask the First Minister if she could update the House on any strategies or legislation that are currently not progressing through the Executive Office due to any ongoing disagreements between the First Minister and the Deputy First Minister?
First Minister.
Well, I can assure you, the member, that there will be plenty of disagreements between myself and the Deputy First Minister. That's the cut and thrust of politics. There may be different policy emphasis at different times, but we're working our way through those issues. There are times whenever we'd have differences of approach, but that's the nature of the jointry of the office, that we try to find a way to work our way through that. So I believe that we have, where we've come up against any difficulties, we've been able to manage our way through those. I've no doubt that we will have many a challenge in the time ahead, but we'll continue to work our way through it.
Mr Crawford.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her answer. Can I ask, what assurances can the First Minister give us as members and also the general public that the Executive Office will provide a strong strategic agenda between now and the end of this mandate?
Minister.
I think that we've already demonstrated that that's what we're absolutely committed to doing. Whenever you look at what we've been able to bring forward, our draft programme for government's out for consultation. We've had the first-year legislative programme. We've made advances in childcare. We've made advances across a whole raft of areas which I think we can all collectively be proud that we're making progress on. But of course, there's a large volume of work to get through, but it's important that we get the right strategies and policies in place. It's important that we demonstrate to the public the value of local institutions delivering for them. And I have no doubt that that's the resolve of both myself and the Deputy First Minister in the Executive Office, and we'll always come here to this House and talk to members about all the different areas that we cover.
Hi, Harvey.
And thank you, Mr Speaker. First Minister will be aware of plans to charge VAT on private schools and how this will inadvertently affect small independent schools across Northern Ireland, such as Harmony, for example, in Ballynahinch. Will the Minister support the Education Minister's stance on this and write to the Labour Government and seek to ensure that low-income families who see benefit in faith-based education do not fall foul to this tax policy in Northern Ireland?
First Minister.
Well, this is very much just a policy responsibility that's under the Department of Education, so that he'd be best placed in which to answer that question. It's not something that I believe that he has asked for support on, but I would have to double check that to be sure. But obviously a policy responsibility in this regard would fall very much to the Education Minister.
Mr. Harvey.
And thank you for your response, First Minister. Just will you commit to engaging with Treasury for Northern Ireland's exemption from this policy if it is suitable? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I would have to be contacted by the Education Minister for him to raise any particular concerns that he has, and then we can see where it goes from there. But having not been over the policy remit or responsibility, I couldn't comment in more detail.
Mr. McHugh.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister for her answers so far.
Plans for the delivery of the next phase of the North West Development Fund.
Minister.
Yes, so we are working our way through that. It comes to an end in the early part of next year, so we're very keen that we can get to the juncture where we work with the Irish Government, because obviously they're a major funder, but we want to build on the good progress that has been made to this point, and there's no doubt that I don't think anybody can dispute that the North West Development Fund has been very effective, but I think that there's a lot of scope for us to build on that for going forward. But again, we need to, and we are communicating with the Irish Government in regard to what it looks like in terms of its next iteration.
Mr. McHugh.
Minister, I'm sure you also would agree with me that addressing the regional imbalance is key to a thriving, progressive economy here in the north of Ireland.
Minister.
Yes, and when I talked earlier about growing our economy and the benefits and our selling points, I think that the fact that we are very much focused on regional balance and ensuring that we have a fair economy is a very strong point to make, and I very much welcome the fact that the Economy Minister has brought forward his proposals in terms of what is essentially a game changer to ensure that there is regional balance across the way. Everybody must enjoy the prosperity that we create, and I think that we can do a lot more in this regard. But I do think that the legislation that's been brought forward and developments recently of, for example, the A5 project going ahead, all speaks to regional balance and all speaks to an improved picture and ensuring that there is a fairness across the board. And I can assure that the member that regional balance, creating more jobs, ensuring that everybody gets their share, and that I think is an absolutely laudable policy choice, and one that which I know that we will continue to pursue.
Durgan.
We heard from the Junior Minister earlier that urban village projects aim to improve good relations outcomes and promote integration. Were the aims that I'm sure we all support. Does the First Minister believe that the so-called Peacemakers Museum in Derry does both or either?
Well, of course. I mean, I think that we can, as the Junior Minister talked about, there is so many excellent projects out there that really do improve community relations. No doubt the museum also plays its part in all of that. I think that goes without saying.
Thank the First Minister for her answer, having previously told this Assembly that the museum had nothing to do with TEO, despite TEO spending the money to build it. I didn't, however, notice in the photographs of the official opening any representative from TEO. Can I ask if ministers were invited and why none out of 4 could attend?
First Minister.
I'm not aware if we were invited. I look at every invitation favourably, as the member will know that I spend my days and evenings and weekends out and about engaging with excellent projects. I don't know if we were invited. I don't remember declining an invitation to attend, and I think we just need to be clear in terms of what I said previously, in terms of what we fund and what we don't fund, and I was making a distinction at that time, as the member is acutely aware.
Speaker, when Senator O'Donoghue resigned as a senator, the Sinn Féin leadership knew the reasons why. So why, can the First Minister please explain, what on earth possessed her party to release a glowing tribute talking about him serving diligently to the public, and how does that match a victim-centred approach?
First Minister.
Well, I don't agree with the assertion of a glowing regard. It was a statement of his role that he held, and I think that it was a statement of the role that he held and the different positions that he served in. And I also wished him well in terms of his health.
Very quickly, Mr. Buckley.
So, does the First Minister not believe that? Does she stand over that statement should have been released in the manner in which it was?
I think I've tried to answer this, Mr. Speaker, in terms of the individual's mental health and the sensitivities around that, so I think I've tried to answer the question for you.
Concludes questions to the First Minister. We now move on to questions to the Infrastructure Minister, and I call Mr Justin McNulty. Minister.
Provided NI Water with nearly £500 million of public money this year to enable it to deliver essential water and sewage services for all areas, including Newry. NI Water has developed a strategic outline case to access the options for upgrading Newry wastewater treatment works. This project will represent a significant investment in Newry and provide additional capacity to the sewer network to protect the environment and enable economic development. Currently, NI Water estimates that over £100 million of capital investment is required to upgrade Newry wastewater treatment works to the required standard. NI Water had planned to commence the upgrade to the wastewater system in the PC21 investment cycle from 21 to 27 and is currently prioritising its capital investment programme in line with this year's capital budget allocation. My department has, as the member will be aware, operating in a very difficult financial environment for a number of years due to continued underfunding and austerity by successive British governments. I will continue to work with executive colleagues to ensure appropriate investment for NI Water is achieved.
Thank the Minister for his answer. The Minister will be aware that the water and wastewater infrastructure is increasingly becoming a barrier to both housing and commercial development in Newry. Does the Minister recognise that inadequately addressing these issues will impede the success of projects to develop and enhance Newry City Centre and to increase the housing supply? And can he outline what engagement he has had with developers regarding such projects?
Sir.
I haven't had any direct engagement with developers in regard specifically Newry Town Centre. I had the opportunity recently to meet with Newry Chamber of Commerce, which was a very useful and informative discussion with a cross-sectoral group of businesses and interests in the Newry area, and they did highlight their concerns about wastewater infrastructure in the Newry area. I would encourage everyone to engage with NI Water if they have planned developments at the earliest stage possible, but I can assure the member that I'm working on a three-pronged strategy. I'm working with my executive colleagues around securing further funding for NI Water. I'm brought forward proposals to the executive which have been accepted in relation to the sustainable drainage programme, and I'm looking at how we can introduce developer contributions, all of which I believe will assist us in ensuring that we continue to move forward with developments, whether it's in Newry or elsewhere.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister for that answer.
Mr. Minister, what policy measures is he implementing to help mitigate the impact of surface water going forward in the future?
Minister.
One of the, as I mentioned to Mr McNulty, a key piece of policy that has been passed by the executive and will allow me to bring forward legislation to the House is in relation to sustainable urban drainage. And I think that is an exciting way forward in terms of how we hold surface water and rainfall in certain areas and release it slower into the system, which means that the wastewater infrastructure system is not overpowered with stormwater or rainwater.
Here, Ferguson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 2.
The first residence parking scheme in Rugby Road and College Park Avenue in Belfast came into operation in April 2018. My department has completed a review of this scheme on our wider approach to residence parking. I am content with the findings of the report and have asked officials to arrange for the report to be shared with the Infrastructure Committee and then for it to be published. I can say that the review has found that the scheme introduced at Rugby Road, Belfast has been generally well received among the residents of the area. However, the review also highlights that other such schemes have been difficult to implement, and the Rugby Road is the first and only scheme that has been able to be implemented since the policy was introduced in 2007. The review also highlights the resource-intensive nature of the scheme implementation, which is particularly important given the significant constraints on my budget at this time. The report concludes that a more streamlined approach to delivery is required and that a strategic approach to parking, including residence parking schemes, needs to be developed. This needs to be linked with the local parking strategies that are being developed in support of the new proposed transport plans.
Mrs Ferguson.
Thank you to the Minister for your answer thus far. Can the Minister provide an update on the resident parking schemes in Derry, please? Thank you.
Thank you. My department is aware of the parking difficulties caused by commuter parking in the Bogside area in Derry. In 2011, work started on the development of a potential residence parking scheme for the Bogside area in Derry. This scheme is known as the Rosswell Street Residence Parking Scheme and was to cover an area of the city centre comprised of around 650 dwellings. However, when it was consulted on, there was a high level of opposition to the proposal, as we received 212 objections out of 226 responses. Similar to the Rugby Road scheme, the consultation process involved a substantial staff resource. As a result, consideration has now been given to developing a much smaller scheme in the area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers and look forward to reading the long-awaited report on Rugby Road, because the development of any residence parking scheme across the north has been contingent on the publication of that review. My foil colleague has mentioned the Bogside parking scheme in Derry. Is the Minister aware that other parking schemes in Derry have been delayed even further and are contingent on the success of a Bogside scheme? And would he commit to looking at these issues in parallel?
Minister.
Thank the member for his question. As the member rightly says, now that this long-awaited report is going to be published and the opportunity for the committee also to see it, that does set out the pathway forward in terms of how we will deliver future parking schemes, whether it's in Derry or elsewhere. While I'm keen to move forward with as many schemes as possible, there's always the challenge of resources, and that is in terms of people and availability of people in my department to manage these schemes. And there will also be the challenges where residents may or may not wish to proceed on the basis of which the scheme now outlines. So there is a number of steps to be taken in each vicinity, but I'm happy to work through them and where we can deliver as many schemes as possible.
Keith Buchanan.
Minister, with respect to parking schemes, maybe just a question with respect to, are you aware of any individual companies that are privately managed and privately run? The tactics they use to get basically money out of people. There's several parking places in Cookstown where you drive into, there's no signage or signage very, very small, and you'll find £100 within a two-hour stay. And then the debt recovery agency, the tactics they use to get money to frighten people. Are you aware of that, or is there anything your department can do to at least control that or discuss that in any way?
Minister.
I'm aware of it. I'm aware of the practice as a constituency MLA. It doesn't fall under the direct remit of my department, but I'm more than happy to go back and inquire of my departmental officials as to what, if any, role we can play in that part, because it is vitally important that drivers and those who are using these are treated fairly and equitably under the law.
Peter McGrath. Minister.
I recognise the current wastewater capacity challenges, and I am taking a three-pronged approach to this matter. Firstly, I continue to work with my executive colleagues to ensure appropriate investment for NI Water. Secondly, I am bringing forward new legislation in relation to sustainable urban drainage, which will help store stormwater so that it releases slower into the wastewater network. Thirdly, I have asked my officials to examine the legislative change required to bring forward developer contributions. The impact of developer contributions will be fully assessed through the stakeholder engagement and consultation. In the meantime, I encourage developers to engage early with NI Water through its pre-development inquiry process to identify solutions where they exist.
Mr McReynolds.
Minister, what do you say to those who have raised concerns with me recently that they fear developer contributions to address our wastewater system capacity risks creating a two-tier system for development and passing costs on to house buyers?
As I said in my answer, this will require legislative change, and part of that legislative change there will be a consultation process where views can be heard and taken on board, whether it's from the point of view of the developer, the house purchaser, or maybe wherever it may be. And the legislation will have to be voted on through the House. So there is a number of steps to be taken and accountability measures built into those steps before any final decisions are made.
Danny Baker.
And thank the Minister for his answers thus far. What are the current obstacles in preventing developers contributing financially to NI Water in order to facilitate development?
The current obstacles are legislation. The legislation we have available to us won't allow us to take contributions off developers to pay directly towards wastewater treatment works. We can, and is common practice, where developers will pay for the separation of stormwater and sewage and foul waste, but at the moment we cannot allow for contributions to be taken off developers for this purpose.
Deborah Erskine.
Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answers so far. Developers are saying that they already contribute, and what we actually have in Northern Ireland is a number of unadopted sites, and yet developers have contributed in some way. Is the Minister working on any elements to try and combat this?
Minister.
The member will be aware that developers pay a bond towards roads and other public services maintenance in an area, but those, before any bond is used to complete a site, I think it's only right and proper that my officials explore to the zenith degree why a developer cannot do it themselves, because the bond in itself is very rarely sufficient to complete the site. So I think it's only right and proper that when we do come into these challenges, that my officials engage with the developer and challenge them to complete the site rather than dipping into the public purse.
Thank you, and my thanks to the Minister also for that answer.
Engaged with the Minister for Communities regarding the cost consequences of this proposal and its potential negative cost impact on the provision of social housing.
Minister.
I haven't directly engaged with the Communities Minister at this stage, but as I said to one of your colleagues, we are at the start of this process rather than at the end of this process. It will require legislative change, and as part of any legislative journey, consultation takes place, both with fellow ministers, the general public and other key stakeholders.
Questions 4 and 5 have been withdrawn. I call Michelle Brownlee.
Speaker.
My department has been operating in a difficult financial environment for a number of years due to underfunding and austerity by successive British governments. As a consequence, new maintenance regimes have been adopted commensurate to the levels of funding available to my department. This ultimately determines the frequency at which departmental maintenance activities will be undertaken. This also means that only the highest priority defects are repaired so that the budget can cover the entire year. Resurfacing schemes are funded through my department's structural maintenance programme. Regrettably, for some time, the available investment has not kept pace with what is required, and we have not been able to keep all roads in the reasonable condition we would wish. While there are many roads that would benefit from investment, due to a limited resources budget, resurfacing work is taken forward through the prioritisation of those deemed most in need for intervention. Resurfacing schemes completed within the previous financial year and resurfacing schemes programmed for the current financial year will both be listed within my department's 24-25 annual report to Council in due course.
Ms Brownlee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was actually only yesterday I got an email from the department in relation to the lack of budget for dropped curbs. It's asked you, Minister, in terms of priorities within the department for people with disabilities or those using prams to have a safe crossing point. How is the department prioritising that, and how will we see that reflected in investment within East Antrim?
The member raises a very good point in terms of ensuring that my department is using its budget to ensure there's accessibility and inclusion for all citizens in our society, and it's one of the key areas I'm bringing forward within my department, so I can assure the member I'm acutely aware of the need to prioritise budgets in a way which are inclusive.
Thank the
Minister for his presentation so far.
I welcome the efforts of your own department to address structural maintenance priorities within my own constituency of South Antrim, particularly in a number of rural locations. However, I remain deeply concerned about the defects in the structural maintenance programme, not only in South Antrim, but across the north more generally. So could you set out for us to what extent is British Government underfunding and austerity having a direct immediate impact upon the structural maintenance programme?
Minister.
The member for the question. Members will have noted, and I've no doubt we'll move on at some stage to the roadworks going on around Belfast, but members will have noted that there has been an increased activity on the ground from both DFI staff and contractors in relation to repairing, renewing and correcting defects across the network. And I welcome that continued effort and investment, but however, quite simply the case that after over a decade of austerity, that my department and indeed other executive departments simply can't keep a pace of the challenges they face, and therefore we have to prioritise more rigidly than we previously would have in terms of how we deliver schemes. But I can assure the member that I'm looking at every option available to me to get more works carried out on the ground, for more investment, particularly in our rural network, where quite rightly and often rural people feel they've been left behind. I intend to, where I can, correct that and ensure that rural roads are maintained in a way which is appropriate to them.
Donny Donnelly.
The Minister has mentioned issues with structural maintenance across the road network. I would like to ask the Minister for a bit more detail on his proposals to ensure that the quality of roads are safe for all users, specifically cyclists.
Minister.
Yes, well, it's quite clear that we have to provide a good surface for all road users, and it's often, I suppose that's categorised simply as motorists. It's proper that we're providing a surface for all road users, whether they be motorists, motorcyclists, pedestrians, or in this case cyclists, and I endeavour to do that within the budget available to me.
Stuart Dixon.
Question number 7, Minister.
Sir.
Major road schemes are an important part of the work that is delivered by my department as we seek to reduce journey times, increase reliability and improve road safety. In October 2022, I published a placemaking and active travel review report on the scheme and asked my officials to carry out further work on 3 scenarios were recommended within it. The work to prepare a placemaking and active travel development report has now been completed. Due to the underinvestment in major road schemes and a constrained budget position, the scheme was considered as part of the prioritisation of major schemes, and further works was paused as part of the outworking of that review. I met with officials on the 9th of October 2024 to review the report, and this will allow me to consider the way forward for the scheme. Any subsequent decision to proceed with the York Street interchange project can only be made when I am confident that there is budget certainty for the scheme and its delivery is in line with my department's emerging transport plans.
Mr. Dixon.
And thank you, Minister, for your answer so far. Minister, do you accept that the delay to progress this project causes serious environmental issues at various bottlenecks, economic delays, particularly for constituents in East Antrim, and also restricts the future and enhanced use of the Belfast-Derry railway line, the Belfast-Larne railway line, and the potential for the use of a Belfast International Airport railway connection?
Minister.
I accept that the current status quo is far from ideal, that we need to make a significant investment in the York Street area, and that we need to move forward with a project that not only benefits those commuters who travel through the area, but also those communities who live and do business in the area as well, hence the reason for the placemaking report. I am studying how I move forward with a number of major road projects, and I keep coming back to the question as to how I'm going to finance them. That's the part of the equation we're missing. The outcome of the budget statement from the Chancellor of the Exchequer may shed some light on options for the Executive, but until there is new options available to me, then it is very restrictive in what further projects I can deliver.
Arthur Till.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, clearly there are big projects that need to happen, but I do want to touch on 2 projects that are happening. That's the maintenance at Sydenham Bypass and Grand Central and all the disruption associated with that. I support both those things happening. I'm clearly a huge supporter of Grand Central, but obviously there's a risk that this entire city grinds to a halt. So what are you doing to ensure the best possible level of information to people who are using public transport? I tried to get on a bus the other day near my constituency office in Botanic Avenue. It said there were no buses running. A bus showed up 10 minutes later. We need proper information to commuters, people who are in the city and coming in. So what are you actually doing to minimise that disruption?
Minister.
Well, I'll remind members that I think it was as early as April, May time, I provided them with a written statement outlining the challenges that Belfast would face as a result of the works necessary to be carried out as part of the public realms work of Belfast Grand Central Station. So members have been briefed on this from that time. So what am I doing? Okay, we have now bringing forward measures to allow taxis into the bus lanes, which I think will free up some commuter travel in the area. I've asked my officials to engage with Belfast City Council directly to see what measures we can jointly take together to inform citizens and promote Belfast moving forward. I have also asked officials to respond to the request from Retail ANI and Hospitality Ulster in regards to them seeking a further extension of the moratorium around roadworks around Christmas time. I've asked my officials to see, Can we do that? Is that an option? If it is an option, then let's do it to support traders moving forward. But we're in danger of sending out a message that Belfast is closed for business. It's not. Belfast is extremely busy, which is a great thing. My responsibility is to make sure that we can get commuters in and out of the city in an effective and efficient manner. The investment we're making in Sydenham Bypass will do that. The investment we're making in Belfast Grand Central Station will do that. And other measures, including the Eastern Transport Plan, which is an over-encompassing plan around Belfast, will also do that as well.
Harvey.
Mr. Speaker.
Mr.
As Minister responsible for promoting and improving road safety, I want to actively with partners to reduce death and serious injuries on our roads. Following the adjournment debate on the 12th of March 2024, I asked my officials to take forward a review of the A20 Portaferry Road from Newton Arch to Teal Rocks to establish if engineering measures could be taken forward to enhance road safety. I'm pleased to advise nearly 1 kilometre of resurfacing from Newton Arch to just beyond Teal Rocks has recently been completed. This scheme has included a new bus lay-by, bus shelter and footway provision opposite Strangford filling station, as well as a crossing point for pedestrians, providing a safer facility for vulnerable road users to access public transport. A localised section of footway at the Newton Arch side will also be widened. This resurfacing scheme has provided a better road surface as well as refreshed road markings to aid driver visibility. The road surfacing is part of a wider 10-year plan for road resurfacing along the A20 Portaferry Road. Regarding the existing speed limit, my officials are currently reviewing a recently completed traffic assessment on the extension of the 40-mile-an-hour speed limit from Newton Arch to just beyond Teal Rocks. It is hoped that this review will be completed over the coming weeks. A 320-metre footway is also being considered near Cunningham Road to provide a continuous footway between Newton Arch and Grey Abbey. Following the release of the latest PSNI collision data, my officials will also assess the Portaferry Road to identify any common causation patterns that could be addressed by engineering measures. Thank you.
Mr. Harvey.
Thank the Minister for his answers thus far, and I look forward to the results of that assessment on the 40-mile-an-hour extension. Minister, in light of the recent road accident involving the bus with children from Strangford College, could you reassure families that your department is working to maximise safety on these rural links? Thank you.
Minister.
Yes, and my thoughts go out to all those who were involved in that accident, and thankfully there were not more serious injuries than did occur, and everyone will have a full recovery from that incident. I can assure the member that road safety is the priority for my department, and we will be fully cooperating with the police investigation into that incident and helping them understand how that came about.
Kelly Armstrong.
Speaker, and thank you, Minister. And can I just say, after Storm Ashley, can I thank you and your department for the quick clean-up of the seaweed and all the mess that was thrown onto the A20. Minister, I'm very welcome of the road improvements that have been made near Teal Rocks. It's something that has been long awaited for because it is a black spot area. But I was just wondering, there has been the removal of shell grip from the road on that area. Can the Minister explain why, with the resurfacing, that the shell grip has been removed? Because that's the area that has had the most crashes recently.
Minister.
Firstly, can I add to your thanks for all the staff who were working over the weekend dealing with Storm Ashley, and commend them on their work, whether they were working in the background in terms of information going out to the public or those who were actually on the ground clearing up while and after the storm had passed. I'm not aware of the reason as to why the grip surface has been removed, but I will ask officials to respond to you directly.
Al Robinson. Minister.
Our preferred route for the Ballykelly bypass was announced in 2010. However, in advance of any decision to prioritise this scheme, officials would need to undertake a reassessment of the route due to passage of time. The estimate for the bypass compiled back in 2008 was in the range of 35 to 40 million. Again, this would need to be brought up to date and will be subject to high levels of inflation, cost increases experienced by the construction sector in recent years. My department is in the process of developing a new transport strategy that will help to shape the vision and strategic priorities for transport through to 2035. Once this is published, it will help inform the transport plan for the regional strategic transport network, which includes the A2 at Ballykelly.
Mr Robinson.
I thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his response. Minister, you'll be aware that there has been 3 roads schemes on that route over the past few years, which have caused a lot of delays and detours. Given that it is 16 years since I attended the public consultation on the proposed A2 Ballykelly bypass, at a time in which 16,000 vehicles per day were travelling through Ballykelly, when will your department be turning your attention to that bypass, and when will we see the much-awaited regional transport plan?
Minister.
Both answers are I suppose, the same answer to both questions, in the sense the transport plan will decide as to whether there is still a required bypass around Ballykelly. Can't give you a firm date as to when that transport will be delivered. A transport plan will be delivered, but we are working our way through them. They are quite staff intensive. There's a lot of data has to be collected, a lot of consultation also has to be involved in that. But the transport plans will bring us forward a definitive way forward, not only for Ballykelly but for many other towns and villages, indeed cities across the region.
Mr Speaker, and thank you, Minister, and I share the comments of my constituency colleague. Many people in Ballykelly are quite frustrated at the ongoing scheme and would like to have seen the investment into a bypass. Appreciate it's probably significantly more. But will the Minister commit to coming to Ballykelly and seeing the work that needs to be done and why people are advocating for this?
Minister.
If the member wishes to write to my private office, I'll take the invite under consideration and respond in due course. Look, regardless of where roadworks are taking place, I can understand the frustration of commuters when they're caught up in them, etc. But they will see the benefits of those roadworks once they're complete. Not only the roadworks, but the associated active travel route, which I think will be hugely beneficial to the people of Ballykelly.
Ian Ennis.
Question 10.
Minister.
Apologies. On the 10th of October 2024, I announced a bilingual traffic sign pilot for the Gaeltacht quarter in West Belfast. This pilot will install bilingual traffic signs and road markings on the Falls Road between Springfield Road and White Rock Road. The majority of signs and markings relate to bus lanes, with the remainder being of mixed parking and direction signs. The Gaeltacht quarter is an ideal location for this pilot, and the provision of the traffic signs and road markings in both Irish and English will complement the use of these languages by other businesses and organisations in the Gaeltacht quarter.
Ms Ennis.
And I thank the Minister for her response, and I welcome the pilot scheme in the Gaeltacht quarter. Does the Minister agree that the Irish language should be more visible across all areas of our public sector?
Minister.
I do agree, particularly when you look at the Belfast Gaeltacht quarter. It has a thriving Irish language community. It is used and visual, and I think it's only right and proper that government departments such as mine support and promote it in line with the work that's going on by even many in the voluntary or business sector.
Keith Buchanan.
Question 11, please.
Minister.
The computer can't keep up with you. Oh, okay. I met with the Minister Nesbitt and Mr Muir on the 9th of September to discuss the cross-departmental working group on community transport, which I established in my previous tenure as Minister. We collectively agreed the group will look to consider whether transport in the community can provide a more cost-effective, value-for-money service delivery model to meet the needs of users, and investigate the potential for community transport providers to be part of a collaborative group of transport options and pathways that can be accessed by the population.
Mr Buchanan.
Good answer so far. Minister, we all know rural community transport does a vital work and obviously pick up places that general public transport doesn't. But on some information I received from the Northern Trust, Minister, the private money they spend towards taxis and some, to be fair, private ambulances in 23-24 is £2.3 million. There has to be some degree of savings across all the trusts that can get the community transport to make this more beneficial to the public purse.
Minister.
One of the reasons why we've set up the working group and tasked officials is to interrogate questions such as that. In terms of, on the face of it, you would imagine, yes, there is opportunities there for community transport, there are savings that could be achieved, and indeed an investment in community transport is investment in your local community. But we want officials to investigate that and to engage with community transport and others to see what is the most practical way community transport can support other departments in the delivery of their services.
Moving on to topical questions, the Minister for Infrastructure, Cara Hunter's question is withdrawn. I call David Honeyford.
Mr Speaker, other neighbouring local towns of Banbridge and Portadown have an hours free on-street parking. Belfast is on-street parking paid for 2 to 4 years, for 2 to 4 hours. Lisburn's traders are disadvantaged when compared to other neighbouring shopping areas. Will the Minister commit to reviewing on-street parking in Lisburn?
A controlled parking zone was introduced in Lisburn in 2008 following an approach from the Council to review the on-street car parking arrangements in the city. Controlled parking zones aim to manage demand in an appropriate way, deterring all-day parking and facilitating improved customer access to businesses by encouraging the ongoing turnover of parking spaces. As the member will be acutely aware, the current tower for on-street parking in Lisburn within the controlled parking zone is £1 per hour. 3 traffic attendants currently deployed Monday to Saturday between 8 and 1800. So there was a rationale for the introduction of the original scheme with an engagement with the Council. We are moving towards, as part of the transport plans, part of that is also in terms of how we manage our parking moving forward in an era where we're trying to reduce carbon emissions, etc., etc. And I will certainly engage with my officials to see if we can fit the review the member refers to into what's currently going on, and if not, then how we move the situation on in relation to Lisburn and Uri. But I think it'll also have to be done in conjunction with the local councils as well.
Mr. Honeyford.
I thank the Minister for looking into and addressing this issue. It comes down to having the worst of both worlds, but I would ask what proposals he will bring forward to address the issue, even if that's into the new year, if he can bring to help even the playing field for Lisburn traders.
Minister.
As I said to the member, we are reviewing parking as part of the transport plans moving forward. If the terms of reference of that, to my mind, don't cover the concerns the member has, then we may need to do a separate review into Lisburn on its own. And I've no doubt some of my Newry colleagues will stand up and say, well, what about Newry? But let's see if what we currently have in play is fit for purpose. If not, then I commit to the member to reviewing that.
Mr. Gillian, I'm not sure you're doing the hokey cookie there, but you're next up anyway.
Minister, can you provide us with an update on the Enniskillen bypass lid hole?
The Enniskillen bypass is proceeding due to the commitment of the Executive, it has to be said, to this bypass, even though it is part of the Mid-South West regional deals and city deals, which the British Government have withdrawn from. But I can assure the member that the Executive has committed to it and it is going ahead.
Mr. McGilvray.
And can I ask the Minister, does he agree that the British Government should stop their hokey cokey around the Mid-South West and the Causeway Coast and Glens and allow other vital infrastructure projects to proceed?
Minister.
Yes, I'll avoid the getting into the rhythm of the dance move. But yes, the British Government should immediately lift their embargo on these deals. It's causing uncertainty, and anything to do with uncertainty, as a member will know, is bad for business, bad for investment, and bad for councils and the Executive planning the way forward. So those embargoes should be immediately lifted.
Ross Bradley.
Speaker, Minister, it's often heard in this place, as has been alluded to already today, that lack of infrastructure is a major impediment to house building across Northern Ireland. Can the Minister detail what constituencies fall into this category?
Minister.
Please don't say them all.
Well, it's all constituencies, but there is towns and villages within those constituencies which may be impacted to a greater or lesser degree. But it's important to send out this message. We are open for business. I would encourage developers to engage at as early as possible a stage with NI Water, who have set up a unit specifically for this purpose, to speak to developers about their proposals moving forward. So, yes, there are challenges facing NI Water, as there are with every other public service we operate, but there are also continued opportunities for investment and development across all constituencies.
Mr Bradley.
Thank the Minister for his response there, but can I ask the Minister to supply a detailed strategy of how his department will identify constituencies under pressure in regards to sewage, water and wastewater, and how they intend to prioritise work going forward?
Minister.
The work the member calls for is actually undertaken by NI Water, who can provide, and I'll ask for that information to be provided to the member. The strategy moving forward in terms of how we deliver, there's over £500 million of public funds being given to NI Water this year. That's going to be invested across a range of areas, including wastewater treatment and the delivery of fresh water to all our homes. They also tell me that they can connect up to 18,000 properties through various measures, including where developers can separate foul water from rainwater. And part of the PC21 development plan this year allows NI Water to connect up to 4,500 properties to the system as well. So, yes, there are challenges, but we're open for business.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister that given the daily traffic congestion in the Larne West area, in Larne, particularly on Donaghy's Lane and the Ballyhampton Road, where there's hundreds of houses and ongoing development, just what the Minister is doing to improve the flow of traffic in this area.
I'm not specifically aware of the area, though I'm tempted to say that there's traffic jams outside Belfast, which was interesting to hear. In terms of any new developments moving forward, the local division will respond to planning applications and will respond on the basis as to whether the road network can take additional traffic as a result of further development or cannot take further roads or further commuter traffic. But they may suggest that a developer can contribute to the local road network to allow progress to be made. So I'm not specifically aware of the area the member refers to, but I will come back to him with more detail if he so wishes.
Mr Donnelly.
Mr. Speaker, and thanks to the Minister for that answer. As the Minister isn't aware, I'd be very pleased if the Minister would commit to a visit just to see in this. There's a very specific issue in this area where a solution to alleviate the congestion could become apparent, and it would be great for people in the area to alleviate this congestion. Thank you.
Minister.
As I said to a previous member, if the member chooses to write to my private office, I'll take the invite under consideration.
Brian Kingston.
Speaker, and turning to the issue of traffic disruption and congestion resulting from the closure of Durham Street in Belfast, which we're told will last around a year. That congestion is not helped by the closure of the left-hand turn from Great Victoria Street onto Grosvenor Road beside the Fitzwilliam Hotel. Can the Minister confirm, is that a permanent change? And I know there's an explanation given about widening the footpath, but to have done that work at the same time as Durham Street was closed greatly reduced any option for traffic coming from the Grosvenor Road in the South Belfast direction, either to or from.
Minister.
I'm sorry I can't confirm to the member whether it's a permanent closure or not, but I will give him that information. We're trying to, or the plan is to get as much of the public realms works completed around Grand Central Station as quickly as possible. At the end of this, then there's no further traffic congestion, and the public and businesses and visitors to Belfast have a public realm scheme that everybody can be proud of and will attract visitors to the city.
Mr Kingston.
Everyone welcomes that investment and the excellent new central station, and many of us have had the opportunity to visit it. But just particularly during the closure of Durham Street, I hope that the Minister and the Department will look at, are there any temporary measures that could be introduced to enable traffic flow? Because I think anyone coming from the South Belfast direction on Great Victoria Street trying to get to the West Link, or likewise on Grosvenor Road trying to go in a South Belfast direction, faces a very difficult journey. I'd hope that the Minister will look, can any temporary measures be introduced?
Minister.
I can assure the member that is the case. While back as far as May or April, we did notify the Assembly members that there was going to be significant disruption in Belfast City Centre. We've also undertaken to keep that under review, and where lessons can be learned from as the work is ongoing, and where we can alleviate traffic congestion, ahead of schedule or do it a different way, then I can assure the member we will do that.
That's Ian.
Could the Minister outline the benefit of allowing taxis to use the bus lanes while the public realm works are being carried out at Grand Central Station?
Minister.
To alleviate some of the disruption and to support the taxi industry, I am bringing forward proposals which will permit Class A and Class C taxis to use certain bus lanes in the vicinity of the works. The member will be aware the taxi industry provides an important service within our community, ensuring people, including the most vulnerable in society, have door-to-door access to work, education, socialising and medical appointments. Tourists also use the service, and it will also be used to bring people to the station for connection to public transport.
Mr. Sheehan.
Would the Minister agree that these public realm works, when they're completed, will be transformational for those who live in Belfast, those who work in Belfast, and anyone who visits Belfast?
Minister.
I think without a doubt, and when I say I understand the frustration of commuters and indeed businesses around the disruption, which is significant. The outworkings and the completion of this work is also going to be significant and ground changing for Belfast, and will see Belfast having a state-of-the-art transport hub with fantastic public realms works around it and an attractive asset to the city.
Honourable McMurray.
Thank you to the Minister. As we're approaching a year anniversary of the flooding in Newcastle, how can the Minister, or will the Minister, reassure residents that agencies within his department are working together in a coordinated fashion to prevent future surface flooding incidents?
Minister.
The member will be aware of the review that was carried out in relation to the flooding in that area and the lessons to be learned from the responses of agencies to the flooding and how we react in the future moving forward. I think one of the most immediate actions we can take is to continue to develop the local community and how we support the local community to be a resilient group, and where we can have sandbags and other measures in place available to whether it's local businesses or local community groups to distribute quicker, I think is an important step forward. But the lessons learned from last year are being worked through and will be learned from.
Mr. McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Minister. And he is quite right to pay tribute to the local flood resilience groups, but I'm just wondering as well how that communication will be made to said groups and how they will be enabled to build upon their capacity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister.
My department is working with the local council and others in terms of supporting those fledgling resilience groups in some instances to ensure that they have the information required. The information will be shared in the usual manner, whether it's through text or email alert as well, but full information will be given to them groups as to how they play their role in responding to flooding incidents.
Can I ask the Minister to provide his assessment of how crucial he believes the uptake of zero-emission vehicles are to combating climate change?
Minister.
We passed important legislation in this House last week to allow an amendment order to go through Westminster in early new year in relation to zero-emission vehicles and setting quotas for new sales of those vehicles. In terms of tackling climate change and decarbonising the transport sector, zero-emission vehicles are crucial in that plan and way forward, and it's a part of the main thrust of my department's decarbonisation policy in relation to transport.
Mr. McGuigan.
Thank the Minister for that response, and obviously charging points are crucial in determining more uptake on zero-emission vehicles. Can I further ask the Minister then, is he confident that zero-emission vehicles trading scheme will result in more charging points being installed?
Yes, and we have seen a significant growth in relation to the installation of charging points by the private commercial sector. And I think now that the private commercial sector have been given the confidence that we are moving towards zero-emission vehicles and we are part of that mandate moving forward, then they will have the confidence to invest in charging points moving forward.
Time is up for questions to the Minister for Infrastructure. We are now going to move back to the RHI discussion, and if members would take their ease for a moment.
Members, we now resume the debate on the draft Renewable Heat Incentive Scheme Amendment Regulations 2024. And David Honeyford, I call you to continue your comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I was finishing off saying where we want to support and where this place works best when we all work together. But just to move on, because I think it's important to put everything kind of out there to work our way through the process of the last while. And I raised my concerns again last week in Economy Committee on the 16th of October, and I said we're being asked to make a decision, but we're not been given the details to do that. And since Wednesday, I and other Alliance colleagues have had further meetings with officials from the Department of Economy to further draw out answers to our questions. And in recent weeks, we've also discussed and listened to representatives of the RHI boiler associations and the Ulster Farmers Union. And further to that meeting with officials, I wrote to the Minister for further clarification and to bring understanding. And I want to thank the Minister for his response on Friday, and I want to put that on record. Thanks for the explanation to some of those questions. But the process shouldn't be as difficult to get information and answers. The answers should be made and be readily available at the committee, and answers also should be consistent, given back to us as evidence from officials. But I welcome the Minister's clarification around tariff tier and around the compatibility with the scheme's legislative basis and the state aid approval. But I don't understand why this information was not clearly communicated when officials were in front of the Economy Committee. And moving forward, it's essential for any new scheme and anything that we do moving forward in this field to give confidence to investors that this Assembly will not leave people stuck or people cut loose. The credibility of any future renewable scheme is absolutely critical, and ultimately that's what we're discussing today, because it's much wider than just this rate. It's the credibility of everything moving forward, and we must look forward and provide the necessary basis for delivery of any new scheme. But we must also look after those who have been badly treated and undercompensated for several years. The basis for moving forward must be in recommendations that have previously been made. In a recent legal appeal judgment, Madam Justice Keegan said there needed to be a consensual solution where the department would meet and discuss with owners, and unfortunately that hasn't happened. The public consultation has been withheld from us. So how can we have confidence, or the public have confidence, in proper scrutiny when details are being withheld? And I would urge the Minister to make all of that evidence available. The principle of closure is clear, and I've stated that already. Alliance's position is very, very clear. We want to see this scheme closed down in an orderly fashion. But it's unfortunate that we're standing today debating an uplift, which in principle is what the boiler owners and need. But I and the Alliance Party have been asked the Minister we're asking the Minister to create space and time to allow full confidence to be brought to this issue, for to have all the evidence that we can then make a decision, for the Department to engage with representatives and participants and work through a solution so that full information can be brought forward and we can have full scrutiny and have confidence in what we are voting on. And I would ask the Minister to bring this forward as soon as possible. But until that happens, I can't support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Diana Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I thank the Minister for his earlier statement on the Renewable Heat Incentive Scheme. Like many others who have today addressed the Chamber, I have watched in dismay as to how this flawed scheme has unravelled and how badly it has affected the credibility of governance and scrutiny within this place. At every stage from its creation, the RHI non-domestic scheme has been plagued with dysfunction. This has created an understandable lack of confidence in the ability of government to deliver solutions that adequately address concerns. The move by the Minister to progress resolution by urgent procedure at the end of July has only created further concerns with participants. RHI has not only damaged public confidence in governance, but also the livelihoods of those genuine users, farmers, retailers, care home and hospitality operators who saw an opportunity to support a renewable energy scheme which encouraged them to invest substantially in the installation and maintenance of biomass boilers over the long term. Many stretched themselves financially, assured that the tariffs would deliver sustainable incomes over the lifetime of the scheme, guaranteed even in a letter by a former member of this House to financial institutions. However, the reality has been quite different. Those who participated in the RHI scheme with genuine intent have been living a nightmare scenario of financial hardship since the scheme unravelled. Participants who had legitimately invested in renewable heating technologies found themselves in a state of uncertainty as the scheme came under investigation and reforms were proposed. The amendments to the scheme in 2019 led to significantly reduced payments, leaving many participants struggling to recoup their initial investment costs. For small and medium-sized businesses, this made it financially challenging to maintain the renewable heating systems, undermining the original incentive to adopt greener technologies. As a result of these reduced tariffs, in reality, small and medium-sized biomass operators have been undercompensated since 2019. It is now the Department's stance that a tariff of 12% demonstrates fairness to both participants and to the taxpayer. However, in fairness to the participants, they were encouraged to take up this renewable heat incentive scheme by the very government department that is now seeking to close this flawed episode. The Department for the Economy now has a choice. Does it accept that farmers and other biomass boiler owners may revert to fossil fuels, having lost all confidence in the scheme, or will it now re-engage purposely to reinstate back payments to 2019 and set an acceptable tariff to allow full confidence in this scheme? The Ulster Unionist Party would recommend that the Minister urgently task departmental officials to engage in a meaningful manner with participants to design a solution that ensures that those who entered this scheme with honest intent are not left with any financial loss. The Minister must commence engagement immediately to find a solution that not only protects those who face financial hardship due to departmental failures, but also starts to rebuild confidence in the ability of this Assembly and Executive to deliver good governance. We will therefore not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. In the midst of all this scandal which swirled around our RHI scheme, it is easy to forget that there were many genuine farmers who applied to the RHI scheme on the basis of a guaranteed return for a period of 20 years. Those folk were not out to make a quick buck or take advantage of the flaws in the scheme for which they can't be held responsible. There were applicants who took at face value what Stormont offered them. The promise of grandfathering and letters to banks encouraging lending to those applying to the scheme from the then Minister, now Baroness Foster. It wasn't the fault of the genuine applicants to this scheme that the GB scheme was amended to strip out the cap on subsidy payments. Let's not forget it was this flaw which allowed the serious abuse of the scheme, resulting in the fact that the more heat you generated, the greater the subsidy that you were paid. Consequently, many farmers invested heavily in the back of the promise of a 12% per annum return, and who then found that the Assembly, in its desire to wash its hands of RHI, decided to reduce the tariffs to a level below that which was sustainable, below that which exists in Great Britain and the Republic, and leaves many on the brink of financial ruin. Some of those people are my constituents, and they haven't been treated fairly. Meanwhile, the department was annually receiving money from the Treasury for this scheme, which it didn't spend and returned each year. A 5-month uplift does not resolve the disaster which was the RHI scheme. Rather, it compounds the problems and opens up another scandal in how any decision taken today by the Minister will impact on ordinary hard-working people. We hear much chat about a settlement figure. What my constituents want to know is this, and I trust the Minister will provide clarity in his response. What percentage payment will be given per boiler? What is the percentage per boiler, including the infrastructure cost to install? Is that what the settlement figure contains? The Minister, you need to be very clear. The settlement figure at the end of this, is it a percentage per boiler? Is it a percentage per boiler plus the infrastructure to install, or is it a percentage of the total cost to the applicant to install RHI on their premises? As we have heard today, the committee, I believe, are frustrated and haven't been given all the requested information in a timely manner, which points me to the fact that Stormont hasn't, and indeed this Minister hasn't, learned the lessons which have flowed out of RHI. While this proposal today would increase allowances in the interim, the important point is that it's another step towards the closure of the scheme. For that reason, I will be opposing the proposal before us today, and it's time for the Finance Minister to come back to this House with a proposal that recognises the damage Stormont's handling of the RHI scheme has done to the industry and the mental health of many of the participants that took up the offer on the basis of what they were sold by Stormont.
Jerry Carroll.
Deputy Speaker, once again we're dealing with the ongoing fallout of financial malfeasance on part of previous executive and executive parties, and these regulations today are an implicit admission that after the RHI disaster, the department potentially cut payments in many of the wrong places. The Department for the Economy, Deputy Speaker, balked at the suggestion that people would uninstall a working biomass boiler and turn back to fossil fuels, but this is exactly what happened in many cases, with hundreds of RHI boilers out of use. Last year, the Telegraph, the Belfast Telegraph reported RHI boilers were being sold in good condition for as little as £1 online. And now, Deputy Speaker, 4 years later, payments to boiler owners are effectively being trebled in recognition that subsidies here are far too low compared with islands elsewhere on these islands. And as other regions try to support making moves away from fossil fuels to renewable energy, Deputy Speaker, this executive not only failed to provide subsidies to encourage the transition, it used public money to effectively subsidise fossil fuel boilers. Treasury, Deputy Speaker, have allocated hundreds of millions for renewable energy subsidies, but the department hasn't been able to work out an effective way to spend it with a waste of £130 million. This is a colossal waste of public money, but the colossal waste of public money doesn't end there. The recent Audit Office report showed that 26 out of 42 recommendations from the inquiry concluded 4 years ago have not. Only 26 out of 42 have been implemented from the inquiry that ended 4 years ago. I mean, I've heard about snail's pace in this place, but that really takes a biscuit, so I'll be opposing these regulations as well.
Thank you. I now call the Minister to conclude and wind on the motion.
I want to thank the members for their contribution to today's debate, and thank the Economy Committee for the engagement they had with officials in relation to this. It appears that there seems to be a strong view in the House that this shouldn't go ahead, and so be it. This was an attempt to give some recompense to people over the course of the winter in relation to an uplifted tariff. The proposition which the Executive have agreed is that we close this scheme in line with the New Decade, New Approach commitment. And in the interim, as an interim step, and not as part of the closure or the future of the scheme, there was an attempt, or there is an attempt, to try and increase the tariff for a number of the boiler operators over the course of this winter. But that would appear to be not something that finds favour with the Assembly members, and of course that's the democracy that we live in, and that's fair enough. I am a bit bemused by the DUP's position in relation to this. I mean, this is your mess. This is what I'm trying to clean up, is your mess. You had 2 economy ministers, or 3 I think briefly, in the last Executive, and didn't take any steps to bring this to a closure, and now you're advising me in relation to what needs to be done urgently to bring this to a closure. We sat through the last Executive asking your ministers to bring forward papers in relation to RHI, and we never received any. And we have a position now that I'm trying to try and clean up that mess, that fill your boots up philosophy, which has landed us in the mess that we. And every single issue that has flowed from this has flowed from that initial decision of your own party in relation to it. But nonetheless, I will clean up this mess, and I will do so with the backing of the Executive and the backing of the Assembly in the time ahead. The issue of backdated pay, I think, was mentioned by Sinead McLaughlin, and given fuel price volatility is expected over a 20-year period, the intended internal rate of return will be higher in some years and lower in other years. It's important to note that the Department did not seek any clawback of payments at times when it was necessary to reduce tariffs, and we are confident that the revised tariff uplift would provide participants with a fair return and could be in place for this coming winter. The questions were asked, and there was a number of points made in relation to this, in relation to the level of information and the consultation, and I'm glad that at least some of the members acknowledged the officials were at the committee twice, and there were further engagement, and at every stage we did endeavour to provide information to people, including myself writing in recent days to people to give them information that they were seeking. And of course that is the entitlement of members here, and particularly entitlement of members on the committee. But there is a sense whether the information was clear enough or whether people fully understood that is one issue, but certainly in terms of volume of information, there is an issue that has been, I think, either misunderstood or in some cases willfully misrepresented. The consultation exercise is in relation to the future of the scheme. It's in relation to closure. It's not in relation to the tariff uplift, which is a temporary measure moving towards that. And so the consultation document would be brought forward. The summary of the consultation document was provided to people, and that consultation document would form part of the eventual move to close the scheme. A detailed summary of the responses that was provided. There was also an overview provided in relation to tariff calculation methodology, including information on the change to the main variable, that is the fuel price differential was provided. Detail was also provided on the Great Britain GB tariff by way of a link to GB tariffs which are in the public domain. There's no single GB tariff. They range from 11.13 pence to 3.3 pence. And our uplift, obviously, that we were proposing was higher than that. So there has been an attempt to provide people with information if they feel that they still have insufficient information. That's unfortunate. But in terms of time, and a number of speakers have talked about, bring this back urgently and come back and let's see what we can do with this. There is no sitting between now and the 1st of November. Tomorrow's the last day, and there won't be another paper brought back by tomorrow. So therefore, there will be no tariff uplift over the course of this winter, and those who decide, for whatever reason, they have to vote against that, who complain about the hardship people are facing, are effectively deciding to give them no tariff uplift over the course of this winter. That's the upshot of today's vote. And if that's what people choose to do, they should do so with their eyes wide open in relation to that. And they should explain that to people who were anticipating an uplift in the tariff over the course of the winter, because there is no time to bring this back and fix this for this winter. The last point, I think, was made by Jerry Carroll in relation to the loss that we've had over the intervening years as people have either sat on their hands or others are now trying to come forward to try and clear up this mess. The loss that we have of what would have been available for environmentally sound schemes that would contribute to our reduction in carbon targets. And of course we can't access that until such times as we have brought to conclusion the RHI debacle and the scheme that was put forward those years ago. And so in the anticipation, last Concordia, that this doesn't go through today, I will now ask officials to move towards closure. And we will develop propositions and the sufficient information to go to the committee to move towards closing the scheme. As I say, today's proposition was an interim step to try and give some sense of uplift to people over the course of the winter. That seems it's not going to be possible. And as I say, people who vote against that should understand that will now not be possible to pay anybody that increase. But we will move with all haste towards closure and try and ensure that the committee is served with whatever information it feels it requires, and that we get to a space where the Assembly itself can ratify the decision in principle taken by the Executive.
Thank you, Minister. Members, the question is that the draft Renewable Heat Incentive Scheme Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2024 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. Members, the next item of business is a motion on support for deaf children. Clerk, please read the motion.
This Assembly recognises the negative impact that the lack of specialist teachers of the deaf and other essential specialist educational support professionals has had on deaf children and their families, and calls on the Minister of Education to bring forward plans to ensure that every deaf child and their family has access to a qualified teacher of the deaf and other specialist support staff as early as possible, regardless of their level of deafness.
Thank you. And I call Robbie Butler to move the motion.
So moved, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and up to 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have up to 5 minutes. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for attending on this important motion today, because access to quality education is indeed a fundamental right for every child, regardless of their abilities or their circumstances. For children who are deaf or hard of hearing, their educational journey can be filled with unnecessary challenges if early intervention and specialised support are not indeed provided. This is especially true in Northern Ireland, where we have a Fair Start, which emphasises in the removing of barriers to education from the very earliest stages. To ensure that deaf children are given a fair and equal opportunity to succeed, it is crucial to invest in more teachers of the deaf, ensuring their availability to every child regardless of their degree of hearing loss. Mr Deputy Speaker, the United Nations Convention on the Rights of the Child guarantees the right of every child to an education that maximises their potential. Articles 28 and 29 of the UNCRC emphasise the right to education and the development of the child's personality, talents and abilities to their fullest potential. Deaf children, like all children, have the right to an inclusive and equitable education that meets their unique needs. Without adequate support from teachers of the deaf, this right is indeed compromised. Additionally, Article 23 of the UNCRC specifically highlights the right of children with disabilities, stating that they should enjoy a full and decent life in conditions that promote dignity, self-reliance and active participation in the community. Therefore, ensuring that more teachers of the deaf are available would honour these commitments by providing the early intervention and specialised teaching that deaf children need to overcome communication barriers to thrive both academically and socially. According to the National Deaf Children's Society of Northern Ireland is home to around 1,500 deaf children. Supporting these children requires a high level of specialist knowledge and skills, particularly in early years and educational settings where teachers of the deaf play a pivotal role. Teachers of the deaf work with deaf children and their families from the moment a child's hearing loss is identified, often in infancy, through their entire educational journey, including primary and post-primary education. Their role extends beyond the classroom, ensuring that deaf children develop strong communication and language skills that would be essential for academic success. The number of qualified teachers of the deaf in Northern Ireland has declined, Mr Deputy Speaker, by 32% since 2011, with 30% of the current workforce expected to retire within the next decade. And there is a pressing need to future-proof this vital profession. This decline in the workforce creates significant challenges for providing consistent support, especially when schools and services struggle to obtain cover for qualified teachers of the deaf. The shortfall in trained professionals compromise the level of support available for deaf children, risking long-term negative impacts on their education and well-being. Teachers of the deaf are qualified teachers who complete additional postgraduate training in deaf education. However, Northern Ireland currently lacks local training opportunities for prospective teachers of the deaf, forcing trainees to travel for their qualifications. And although the cost of training is covered by the Education Authority Sensory Service, this logistical challenge can deter candidates from pursuing this critical role. Furthermore, many mainstream teachers are unaware of the Teachers of Deaf Children career path. This hinders recruitment efforts. By addressing these barriers and promoting awareness of teachers of the deaf profession, Northern Ireland can encourage more educators to specialise in deaf education. In addition, Mr Deputy Speaker, to teachers of the deaf, there is also a need to create specialist roles, such as communication support workers or specialist classroom assistants, who could then further support deaf children. These professionals could ensure that assistive technology is properly utilised in classrooms, thereby enhancing deaf students' access to the curriculum and their overall learning experience. Therefore, by expanding the range of specialist roles, Northern Ireland's education system can better meet the diverse needs of deaf students. I think it's pretty much well established, certainly in my time on the Education Committee, that like classroom assistants and teachers, teachers of the deaf play a unique and indispensable role by collaborating with a wide range of health and social care professionals to ensure that deaf children receive tailored early support. And this early intervention is crucial for improving outcomes, as delays in addressing hearing loss can result in significant developmental setbacks. Research shows that deaf children in Northern Ireland are significantly more likely than their hearing peers to experience psychological disorders, particularly anxiety. Factors such as communication barriers, social isolation, and a lack of deaf awareness contribute to these challenges. Early intervention by teachers of the deaf and other specialists can mitigate these risks, therefore promoting better long-term mental health and social outcomes for deaf children. Mr Deputy Speaker, the absence of timely intervention not only affects a child's language and communication development, but also their overall well-being and academic achievement. And as the National Deaf Children's Society points out, early access to teachers of the deaf can prevent these challenges from escalating, ensuring that deaf children are able to fully participate in educational and social life. The decline in the number of teachers of the deaf and the anticipated retirements within the next decade present a significant threat to the future support available for deaf children. Investing in more teachers of the deaf is not just a matter of ensuring educational equity, it's a long-term investment in the future of Northern Ireland's society and economy. Children who receive the right support from an early age are more likely to succeed academically, enter higher education or the workforce, and become active, contributing members of our society. And on that point, as the chairperson of the Disability APG, I'm becoming more and more acutely aware of the regrettable stats that we have in Northern Ireland for employment of people with a disability from the full range of disabilities, and this also impacts people who are deaf. Conversely, children who do not receive adequate support may face barriers to employment, social exclusion, and, as I've alluded to, mental health challenges later in life. Therefore, by future-proofing the teachers of the deaf workforce and ensuring that every deaf child and their family has timely access to specialist professionals, Northern Ireland can create an education system that promotes inclusion, equity and excellence. This approach aligns with the principles of a Fair Start, which emphasises the importance of removing barriers to learning and providing every child with the opportunity to fulfil their potential. Mr Deputy Speaker, in conclusion, the need for a robust and sustainable sensory service and specialist workforce is urgent and critical, thus mirroring the same need for more teachers of the deaf. Without adequate support, deaf children in Northern Ireland face unnecessary challenges in their education, social development and mental health. So in line with the UNCRC and a Fair Start, it's imperative that we invest in future-proofing the teachers of the deaf workforce and expanding specialist roles, thus ensuring early intervention for all deaf children. And only by taking these steps can we ensure that every deaf child has the opportunity to succeed and thrive, therefore fulfilling their potential and contributing to a more inclusive, accessible society. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Danny Baker.
And I thank a member for bringing forward this motion, which will be supporting, and for articulating the barriers so well. So thank you. Accordia, Sinn Féin wants an education system underpinned by equality, which delivers for all and leaves no child or young person behind. Deaf children and young people should perform just as well as their peers, and they should know while deafness presents challenges, it does not have to prevent them from living the life they want to lead. Right now, this is not happening. Better support will allow these children to thrive. However, services are under-resourced. Most deaf children attend mainstream schools where there is a good chance that they will be the only deaf child. Deaf children and young people have varying types and levels of deafness. This presents a challenge for educationalists working with deaf children and for their families, who need as much information as possible as early as possible. Some deaf children use sign language and some lip read. Others will use hearing aids or implants. However, their ability to hear will never be the same as a child who doesn't need support with hearing. The Education Authority's sensory service does work with children and young people with sensory impairment, from the time of their diagnosis through all stages of their education. However, the level and availability of the support is not where it should be. Unfortunately, deaf children and young people have no guarantee that their teachers or classroom assistants can communicate with them in their first language. Provision is spread thinly and in some cases decreasing, despite an increase in the numbers of deaf children. It is a fact that there is not enough support for children and young people who want to be educated through the medium of sign language. Going forward, the Minister for Education must focus on closing the attainment gap experienced by deaf children and young people, particularly at GCSE level. Deaf children's attainment at school should be the same as the general population, but this is far from the case. Having GCSEs in English and mathematics is essential to accessing the North's labour market. As a result, the current attainment gap means that deaf people, young people, are being disadvantaged in education and employment. Once a deaf young person progresses beyond GCSEs, the attainment gap tends to close. For example, deaf young people often do well at university because they have developed the coping strategies and they are able to deal with their environment. The best educational outcomes for deaf children and young people will be accomplished via consistent and more effective early intervention. Early intervention is crucial if young minds are to develop communication skills and acquire language, including sign, to enable them to compete effectively with their hearing peers. They also must be given the right support within the school environment, and teaching staff must be given the right training and resources to achieve this. I would encourage the Minister of Education and his department to focus on achieving the best possible outcome for deaf children and young people, and to ensure that they are provided with every opportunity to succeed. Our schools must be fully prepared and understand the needs of children and young people in the classrooms. Children and young people with hearing impairments and deafness should no longer be sidelined.
David Brooks.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and my thanks to the member for bringing the motion today. All of us speaking to this motion today will share a common aim that deaf children and young people are appropriately provided for within our education system in a way that allows them to flourish and in the same way that we wish for all of our children, but understanding that those who have additional support needs must have them fulfilled in order to reach their full potential. While many aspects of this specific element of our education system is relatively new to me and has required research and learning to speak to it today, the principle is similar to the ambition we have and share across party divides for those with other special educational and support needs. And learning that I know I will seek to build upon beyond this. Sorry, I think I've got something there. There are over 1,400 deaf children and young people in Northern Ireland, and a significant majority of those are attending mainstream schools. But there is, of course, specialist provision in a number of locations, and I'm particularly aware that one of the schools that provide that provision is Craigie Primary School in my own constituency, and indeed my old council area, a school that is well loved, highly thought of within its own community of Craigie. The Consortium for Research and Deaf Education in Northern Ireland report noted that there was a vacancy rate of around 3% for TOD posts, but seems to have also raised concerns about falling numbers, noting a 7% fall in TODs in employment since 2011. We will all, none more than the Minister, share a common wish to ensure that teaching provision is maintained at an appropriate level. There did appear promising progress too, though. The report notes on the age profile of TODs that 23% were over the age of 50, which is a significant drop from 2021 when the same question suggested that the number was much more unsustainable at 40%. Though it does seem appropriate that we should note that the report itself draws attention to the fact that some of the data considered should be viewed with caution due to the inconsistencies in response rates and questions answered in surveys over the years, which makes valid comparison difficult to draw conclusions from, particularly for surveys taken prior to 2019. That does not detract from the many useful issues raised by the report, which can only use what data is available, which is a point for reflection in and of itself, and which rightly says it should form, and the report says it should form the basis for discussion and further analysis rather than firm conclusions. On this basis, I look forward to hearing from the Minister, who I hope can give us an up-to-date overview of the current landscape in the sector. We know that deaf children in Northern Ireland are more likely to have additional needs. For example, anxiety is more prevalent, and just as we are looking at ways to address and support the rise of anxiety in other children with no or differing additional needs, so that should apply no less to deaf children and their particular needs as we look to how we can make their educational experience as smooth and appropriately supported as possible. We do, of course, have a range of interventions already. We know that EA Sensory Service provides support to deaf children and their families from the point a child is recognised as being deaf, whatever their level of deafness. When that support kicks in, it can be subject to a family feeling ready to receive that support, but I understand it often begins within the home during preschool years, but also clearly continues within the classrooms to assist their development with support from qualified teachers of deaf children and young people and educational audiologists. I also note that from the NDCS briefing provided to members in advance of this discussion that they too are working on their own report on the sensory service, and I'm sure the Education Committee in particular will take the opportunity to look at that when published. As I said at the outset of this contribution, I don't stand here as an expert, but I certainly look forward to taking up the opportunities to engage with those working in this space, and most importantly, those families and individuals with lived experience, to further understand their challenges, opportunities to improve services, and work with them to reduce and remove any barriers they face. I know the same will be true of colleagues across this House, including the Education Minister, who I know is doing all he can to support and improve services for those with special educational needs across the education system within the limited resources that he has been allocated by the Executive to meet ever-growing needs. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Nick Matheson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I also rise to support the motion and to thank the member who brought it to the House today. And I'd also like to put on record my thanks to Deirdre and the wider team at the National Deaf Children's Society, who campaign tirelessly for the best support for deaf children in Northern Ireland. When deafness is identified in a child, even in infancy, other members have referenced this, they will ordinarily be assigned a teacher of the deaf who will start working with them and their family from that early stage. And I think at the outset I would just like to put on record my thanks and tribute to the work of the EA Sensory Service and those specialist teachers of the deaf who deliver this vital work and intervention at that very early stage. It's a model of support perhaps for all children with SEN that we could learn from. But as has already been referenced, access to that vital support is not without challenge and threat indeed to that service, and other members have referenced the decline in numbers of teachers of the deaf in the region of a 32% decline since 2011, and concerningly, as we look to the future, a potential 30% of those teachers in line to retire within the next decade. So it is clear that there is a need to focus on really meaningful and engaged workforce planning if this service is to continue providing the support that it does for our deaf children. But despite that decline in the workforce and the imminent future challenges, there is no route to qualify as a teacher of the deaf in Northern Ireland, and that has already been referenced. So to generate teachers of the deaf that we need, we're going to either need qualified teachers to travel across the water to GB for the postgraduate qualification, or we need to be incentivising teachers to come to Northern Ireland who already have that qualification. Both these again will require strategic workforce planning by the department, and I would hope that the Minister in his remarks today will maybe outline what work is being specifically undertaken in that regard. There may also be the need to look at the model of support itself and whether, as well as that vital resource of the teachers of the deaf, who are highly valued by children and their families. I think that can't be overstated, the value that is placed on that role. But there are other roles that could be explored in terms of how we deliver support, potentially specialist classroom assistants or communication support workers who could have a real focus on the appropriate use of technology for some of these children. So again, I would like to hear from the Minister if these alternative roles are being actively considered. Depending on the level of deafness, children will see their teacher of the deaf with varying frequency, and for some that may only be an annual visit. So being assigned that specialist teacher is not a passport to regular support, and I think that the need for well-trained teachers and classroom assistants who can utilise technology effectively and who can also roll out whole school approaches to ensure that the needs of a deaf child are met in every aspect of their school life are absolutely essential. We really do need better training, both at initial teacher training stage in terms of CPD and in the upskilling of our classroom assistants. So this training and awareness, it's not just about the technical knowledge that a teacher needs to teach a deaf pupil in their class. And this has already been referenced by other members, but I think it's really important to highlight again. There is a 2023 report carried out by Queen's University Belfast that found that around 20% of deaf children experience at least one psychological disorder, and that's compared to 12% of their hearing peers in the classroom. And anxiety disorders have already been highlighted as being very prevalent. Factors like listening, fatigue, communication barriers, social isolation, they can all potentially exacerbate those challenges. So it is vital, as far as I understand it, that teachers properly understand these additional needs, not just in terms of the barriers to learning because of the deafness, but also because of those additional psychological issues that can arise. So teachers need to be properly trained to reflect the very best practice when they have a deaf child in their class. So the current system of support, I want to be clear, does have the potential and in many cases does provide the right assistance for deaf children in Northern Ireland, but the service is experiencing pressure and it cannot stand still, and I hope that maybe is the message that comes through today. And I want to highlight, along with David Brooks, who had mentioned that research commissioned by the National Deaf Children's Society in partnership with the EA, which will be looking at the current provision of the EA sensory service and what the future of that service might look like. And I hope that the report and that findings will be available soon, and I would strongly urge the Minister to take that on board in terms of considering future interventions by the department. So we look forward to the publication of that research, and I would really just close that there can be no complacency in the service that's provided to meet the needs of deaf children. Longer term planning is vital to support our deaf learners in Northern Ireland, and I confirm I support the motion and hope that it will receive support across the House today.
Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too thank the member for bringing forward this motion. Everyone in this House will recognise both the immense importance of schooling as well as the challenges that these years can bring. Yet for those born deaf or hearing impaired, these challenges are considerably greater, whilst the importance of school is no less. It is estimated, as others have said, that in Northern Ireland there are around 1,400 children who are deaf. Being born into a world deprived of hearing is a challenge that most of us cannot imagine, and hearing is a gift that most of us actually just take for granted. Not knowing that sound of your parents' voice, to cross a road without being able to hear a car engine, or to be unable to partake in normal conversation means navigating life with a profound and permanent barrier. Yet with the right support and instruction from an early age, the challenges faced by deaf and hearing impaired children need not be insurmountable. and deaf learners may have every opportunity to succeed in education and lead rich and happy lives. Therefore, it is of the utmost importance that we endeavour to ensure that all deaf children are provided with the appropriate professional guidance that they deserve. Simply put, it is a human rights issue, and without guaranteed access to such professional support, it is one which we are failing on. Through ensuring that deaf learners are supported from the earliest stages of their education by qualified professional teachers of the deaf, these children stand the best opportunity to succeed in school, develop the skills and qualifications they need for a fulfilling career, and participate and contribute as equal and valued citizens in wider society. Deafness is not a learning disability, but without the right support in place, deaf children can face massive, unnecessary barriers in their education and in their development. Every child, regardless of their level of deafness, deserves the opportunity to reach their full potential. Yet many deaf children are being left behind due to the shortage of qualified teachers of deaf and specialist staff. This lack of support has a profound and negative impact on their education, communication skills and emotional well-being. We know that early intervention is absolute key. The earlier a deaf child receives support, the better their chances are of success in school and in life. And families too need guidance from the start. Qualified teachers of the deaf play a vital role in not only educating these children but also empowering their families with the tools and confidence that they need to support their child's learning. With more than 90% of deaf children born to hearing parents with no experience of deafness, the experience of raising a deaf child is often upsetting and an isolating experience. The circumstances these families find themselves in routinely leads to a loss in earnings and added expenses as parents take time from their careers and pay for services to support their children's needs. Whilst the National Deaf Children's Society does brilliant work in supporting these families, too often the Department for Education fails to best support these children in their education. Across the UK, there has been an alarming number of specialised teachers leave the profession, and it is evidence that we are not training enough new teachers. Mr Speaker, I am calling today for the Minister of Education to act urgently. We need a comprehensive plan that guarantees every deaf child has access to a qualified teacher of the deaf and a specialist support staff as early as possible, regardless of the severity of their condition. This is not just about fairness, it's about ensuring that every child has the right to an education that meets their needs. Deputy Speaker, I will be supporting the motion so we can give deaf and hearing impaired children the support they so desperately deserve. Thank you.
Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I would like to welcome this motion from UUP colleagues today, and it's certainly been an interesting debate so far. Currently in Northern Ireland, children should already have access to a teacher of the deaf, and that's been reflected on already, and should also have access to an educational audiologist, regardless of their level of deafness, where they are educated, or when that need is actually identified. We know, and the members just highlighted, that deafness is not a learning disability, and that with given the right support and help, children can at least match pace with hearing children, and in many cases actually outperform them. The majority of deaf children are educated at mainstream schools. Yes, yet it is the undisputed case that many deaf children do not achieve the same academic outcomes as hearing peers. And certainly this is something I think all members would like to see improvement in. One of the key interventions that ensures that deaf children can succeed is obviously that they're taught by very skilled teachers who can adapt teaching methodologies and materials to accommodate individual strengths and needs. Again, and I've reflected this before in many other speeches, the earlier the intervention, the better the clinical outcomes or educational outcomes in the end. A further aspect that I've noticed when I was preparing this research is that deaf children can achieve better academic results when both teachers and families have high expectations of these children, and this unfortunately is not always the case. Helen Ferguson, who's the head of policy and influencing at the National Deaf Children's Society, said the following: "Deaf children's expectations are being limited unnecessarily. Teachers and parents have a lot of assumptions about what deaf young people can and cannot do. There are deaf doctors, deaf pilots, deaf people working in construction. There are a whole range of jobs open to deaf people. We need to raise expectations and encourage children to follow their passions and not be bound by any assumptions." Northern Ireland actually has certain advantages over the rest of the UK in that it has one single unified sensory service, which is located obviously within EA, but as noted, this level of support and availability sometimes can be quite patchy across the province. I would also like to recognise the excellent work in this field of the National Deaf Children's Society, which has been previously referenced, who support all the deaf children in Northern Ireland and their families every year. There are a number of other local organisations working in this area. I'd like to highlight Action Deaf Youth, who came recently to my son's school to highlight communication methods with deaf or hearing impaired children. And the readout that I got was the session was really good. I would like to thank, in closing, every teacher of the deaf who works here in Northern Ireland with these amazing children and their families. Today, your work has not gone unnoticed, and the impact that you're having on our children's lives is really, really significant. And just in closing, I welcome the chance to speak on this debate, Deputy Speaker, and it would seem that we are wholly united in our support in this chamber for deaf children and their families. Thank you.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to absolutely support the motion that's been brought forward by the Ulster Unionists. I'll declare an interest because, as a member of this House who is part of the deaf community, I'm hard of hearing and I'm a double hearing aid wearer. And I'd just like to say to all of those who are watching today, nothing about us without us. Mr. Deputy Speaker, there is an urgent need to increase access to early and effective support for deaf children in Northern Ireland to enable them to achieve their potential. As the Deaf Friendly Schools guidance produced in 2022 confirms, deafness is not a learning disability, as others have said, and given the right support, deaf children can make the same progress as hearing children of similar cognitive ability. However, many deaf children are falling behind their peers and are at high risk of poor mental health. There has never been a more important time to invest in effective and early support to tackle the root cause of disadvantage. Early and effective support to develop language and communication is vital for all deaf children, whether they use spoken language, sign language, or both. As others have said, there are around 1,400 children who are deaf in Northern Ireland, with around about 200 of those under the age of 5. And you may know we have one of the best newborn hearing screening programmes in the world and access to state-of-the-art technology, mainly cochlear implants and hearing aids. However, deaf children are not currently achieving the outcomes that we know are possible, and we are not maximising the return on public investment already being made in screening and technology. When deaf children have access to early and effective support, outcomes are transformed, and by improving outcomes we can unlock significant savings not only for education but for our health and social care system and the wider economy, and of course creates a better outcome for deaf and hard of hearing children. Mr. Speaker, for deaf children whose families want them to learn, listen and speak, the benefits of auditory verbal therapy are clear. Approximately 80% of children who attend an auditory verbal therapy programme for at least 2 years achieve the same level of spoken language as their hearing peers. The majority of these children attend mainstream schools and are attaining educational outcomes on par with hearing children. However, at present, there is little to no provision of auditory verbal therapy within the health and social care system and local services in Northern Ireland. But we can change this by training speech and language therapists and teachers of the deaf in this approach. A number of years ago, I had the pleasure of visiting Jordanstown, the Northern Ireland School and Centre for Excellence for Children who are deaf or visually impaired. At that meeting, it was confirmed that specialist training for teachers of the deaf had to be either self-funded by those teachers or paid out of that school's funds. That was a disgrace. And I worked quite hard, and thanks to the Minister of Education at that time, that the issue was resolved and specialist teacher training is now funded. However, they do still have to go across to Liverpool. There isn't any provision here. My concern is, or my hope perhaps, is that when the Sign Language Bill is finally brought forward by communities, it will include legal clarity and requirements in regards to training for teachers of the deaf. It is important there is clarity with respect to the future Sign Language GCSE. Will this be taught by people who are deaf, who have a teaching qualification, or teachers who have to complete a sign language qualification? And if it's the latter, where will this training be held and what will the cost be? Economic analysis has shown that an investment of £80,000 per year for the next 10 years is needed to train the required number of auditory verbal therapists while supporting some of the most vulnerable children direct as we build the workforce. This will not only transform opportunities and outcomes for deaf children in Northern Ireland, but will also provide a significant economic return estimated to be in the region of £4.5 million over the next 10 years. By investing in proactive therapy and inclusive teaching, we can ensure families of deaf children are able to access support wherever they live in Northern Ireland, enabling children who are deaf or hard of hearing to have the same opportunities in life as their hearing peers. In conclusion, it would be useful to have clarification from the Minister of Education what input his department has had with regard to the Department for Health's Adult Learning Disability Service Model and the Children with Disabilities Framework. If Health has established a children's services reform process to reform children's services, and that reform process includes children with a disability, how will education be affected by Health's regional position and future commissioning? Thank you.
Danny Donnelly.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thank the Ulster Unionist members for bringing forward this motion to the Assembly today, and as my party colleagues from Strangford have already outlined, we will be supporting the motion. It's vital that we improve support for deaf children in our education system, and the key to that is training and recruitment of more specialist teachers for the deaf. This motion calls on the Minister for Education to ensure that every deaf child and their family has access to a qualified teacher of the deaf, regardless of other circumstances. As mentioned, there are around 1,400 deaf children in Northern Ireland, and there currently is not the level of support needed for all of them. And as previously mentioned, we are also seeing a concerning decline in the numbers of teachers of the deaf, down 32% since 2011, with another 30% expected to retire in the next decade. This parallels the experience of many other professions we are seeing, particularly in my role as a nurse and a member of the Health Committee, the declining number of people in professions such as general practice. While in many such professions better pay and working conditions are available elsewhere, such as in the Republic of Ireland, an additional challenge for teachers of the deaf is gaining the necessary qualifications. The Sensory Service has also highlighted challenges in providing cover for teachers of the deaf, which impacts on the levels of support for deaf children and young people. The Jordanstown School, as mentioned by my colleague Kelly Armstrong, resides in East Antrim and certainly is very well respected in the area for providing this level of service to children and their families. There are many logistical challenges for the recruitment and training of teachers of the deaf, many of whom who work there. Northern Ireland does not have the capacity for local training, requiring trainees to travel, which incurs significant costs and can be difficult for trainees with personal or family connections locally. Though the Sensory Service does help with costs, which can be very beneficial, these other challenges persist. Another problem is that career pathways are not always clear to the trainees or their teachers who wish to become teachers of the deaf, creating a barrier to further recruitment. The Department of Education should play a role in encouraging and facilitating these pathways and to consider commissioning local training here in Northern Ireland, and maybe that's something the Minister will speak to. As an Alliance Party Health spokesperson, I think it's important to discuss the importance of teachers of the deaf to our health and social care service, especially as they work in a range of health and social care professionals. As previously mentioned, in Northern Ireland, deaf children are more likely to suffer from anxiety and other psychological disorders, which comes from a lack of awareness from the wider community, barriers to communication and social isolation that come with such barriers. On a previous debate on the 20th of February this year, one of the first such debates in this Assembly mandate, I spoke about the vital role of our speech and language therapists, and since then I've been questioning the Department of Health on the need to improve training and provide more training places for speech and language therapists in our local universities. More broadly, we need a collaborative approach between the Departments of Education and Health to address the wider challenges that require a response from both, as opposed to working separately on this. The absence of specialist support for deaf children reflects a failure of successive assemblies to update vital equality legislation. Scotland has recently legislated to incorporate the United Nations Conventions on the Rights of the Child, the UNCRC, into their domestic law. Article 23 of which states that children with any disability should enjoy a full and decent life, and their right to special care appropriate to their condition and the circumstances of their parents or carers. This should be a requirement of both the Department of Education and indeed the whole Executive Department and all public authorities in Northern Ireland. We should also recognise the importance of the United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, the UNCRPD, which I plan to address through a private member's bill. Such actions would seek to reduce the unacceptable gap in equality legislation and the impact this has been having on deaf and disabled people in Northern Ireland. To conclude, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we must ensure that all children are supported to reach their full potential, and this should not be subject to any limitations. Therefore, support for deaf children is extremely important, and I encourage the Minister to do what he can to ensure that all deaf children have access to qualified teachers of the deaf, and this is a vital part of their educational development into wider health and well-being. Thank you.
I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. Like others, I welcome this motion and the opportunity to highlight the challenges faced by deaf children and their families. While preparing for this debate, I read the Deaf-Friendly School Guidance produced by the Department of Education. In that guidance, it is noted that deafness is not a learning disability, and given the right support, deaf children can make the same progress as hearing children of similar cognitive ability. I believe that Northern Ireland is failing to give those children the right support, and I want to highlight 3 reasons why I say that. The first is the fact that it is often the school which identifies that a pupil may have a hearing problem. If a child is slow to respond when called at home or doesn't carry out the instruction, that can often be associated to disobedience, or if the parent is more charitable, is associated with selective hearing. It is often only when that child gets into a school environment that the teacher, who obviously has more experience dealing with children with a wide range of abilities and challenges, will say to the parent that they should consider getting the child's hearing checked. So while there have been contributions today which have focused on the role of specialist teachers for deaf children, we should not forget the vital role which teachers with no such training play in identifying such issues. That said, even when a teacher has highlighted a possible problem, the issue is often an inordinate delay in the pupil getting an appointment within the health service. And particularly when it comes to those crucial early years in school, such a delay can have profoundly negative consequences for the child. Those challenges were exacerbated during COVID. I know of one parent who has described to me the extremely frustrating experience of attempting to attend speech therapy appointments over Zoom. At the best of times, it can be challenging to hear someone on the other end of the line. Imagine how much more difficult that was when speech therapists were trying to pick up the subtle nuances in speech which indicated a problem. And I would remind the House that obviously speech and hearing issues often go hand in hand. In the case I was advised over the weekend, the child has since been issued with a hearing aid, but the child isn't in P1 or even in P2, but P5, and that hearing issue is a continuing factor to the literacy issues which that child is now struggling. Secondly, I want to highlight how Northern Ireland is feeling behind the rest of the UK. In advance of this debate, all members will have received a copy of the Coalition of Deafness Northern Ireland Manifesto. In it, they spell out as a basic demand that all deafblind children should have the same educational support as those in England and Wales. Example, children should be supported from diagnosis by a teacher with an appropriate qualification in multisensory impairment. Perhaps the Minister in his response could spell out what he is doing to get us to that point. And finally, while he is responding to that point, can he also take the opportunity to explain why the support offered by this executive when it comes to childcare is 32 million less than the money provided by Westminster? This executive got 57.2 million in Barnett consequentials because of a scheme introduced in Great Britain, and yet this four-party executive, of which he is part, only allocated 25 million to childcare. Where, Minister, did that money go? Did it stay within your department, or did it go elsewhere to the other challenges in other executive ministers' budgets?
Thank you. And I now call the Minister of Education. And Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the members for bringing attention to this important issue, in particular to Mr Robbie Butler for bringing the motion forward today, and just give my appreciation not just for that but also for his time on the Education Committee, and the value and expertise that he brought to that role was very much, I know, appreciated by me, and I wish him well in his new role. I'm sure our farmers will be well served by him in the Committee for Dara, as well as all of the environmental issues which are absolutely important in that particular role. Let me begin just in responding to this motion by first paying credit to the staff in Jordanstown School, Craigie Primary School, Integrated College Glengormley, and the Education Authority's Sensory Service, who do a wonderful job in providing specialist support to deaf children and young people. I also wish to extend my appreciation to staff in our mainstream schools, which is attended by around 77% of our deaf school-age population. My vision for all children, as members know, is that they're happy, learning and succeeding. This must apply to children with hearing loss. Currently, there are at least 1,428 deaf children in Northern Ireland, and they are supported by a range of professionals across education and health services. The Education Authority's Sensory Service was established as a regional service in 2018, and it employs teachers of the deaf children and young people, as well as education audiologists, both of whom are at the forefront of early intervention and play a key role in ensuring that deaf children achieve good language and communication skills, make good progress in school and make a successful transition into adulthood. I agree with the motion in that every deaf child and their family should have access to a qualified teacher of the deaf children and young people as early as possible, and I'm pleased to confirm that this is already the case in Northern Ireland. Indeed, were there to be a lack of specialist teachers of deaf children and young people, I agree it would have a negative impact on deaf children and their families. So it is of some comfort that every child does have access equal to or better than nationally used standards throughout the United Kingdom. The Consortium for Research into Deaf Education, the Northern Ireland Report of 2023, otherwise known as the CRIDE Report, provides theoretical average caseloads, and I am pleased to say that the Northern Ireland's peripatetic teachers of deaf children and young people, they would have the smallest number of caseloads within the four nations. I know, members, that there are still challenges in respect of this issue, but there are challenges across the UK, and whilst in Northern Ireland we want to do more, and it's not of much comfort to those who want us to do more, we are in a better position than other parts of the UK in respect of this issue. In Northern Ireland, teachers of deaf children and young people have that caseload of around 59. In comparison, in Scotland the figure is 118, in Wales it's 230, and in England it's 332. Deputy Speaker, I can also confirm that every deaf child has access to an education audiologist, uniquely qualified and skilled to improve access to learning for deaf children through their acoustic evaluations and advice on acoustic enhancements of the school environment. The Sensory Service works in partnership with parents of deaf children and young people to help them support their child's development. And the service provides support to deaf children and their families from the point of identification in the home and later on in the classroom. This motion calls for early access, and again I can inform the House that teachers of deaf children and young people, they do work with newborn babies and their families. The newborn hearing screening programme within the Health and Social Care Trusts refers babies to the service, which aims to respond within 2 days as recommended in the National Sensory Impairment Partnership, or NATSIP, quality standards for sensory services. This partnership, working with health professionals, ensures that families have access to this support at the very earliest opportunity. From referral to first contact for deaf or hard of hearing babies, the service works to impressive deadlines within 2 days for a preschool child and 5 days for school-aged children. The target time frame for the first visit from a teacher of deaf children and young people is 4 weeks, which ensures access to that very early intervention. The commencement of support is of course family-led, and so achieving the target time frame may be impacted by family readiness to engage with support. That said, contact from the service is always maintained throughout the process. The support needs of young deaf children are assessed using the NATSIP Early Years Eligibility Framework. Information from health audiology and ear, nose and throat services and the views and needs of parents and carers are all considered. This framework provides the service with a nationally used guide for levels of support and intervention, ranging from annual intervention right up to several interventions per week, dependent on the individual needs of the child. Service staff use their professional judgment then to apply flexibility depending on the needs of the child. Sensory service staff work in partnership with parents to support children and families, focusing on the child's development in language, communication, literacy and mathematics, as well as social and emotional development and fostering independence. They also provide information and advice to education settings on the implications of deafness and, of course, strategies to promote access to the curriculum and inclusion, including bespoke training for staff. The specialist support we are discussing today is carried out by specialist staff in schools and by sensory service staff who deliver individually tailored intensive supports and outreach for deaf children throughout Northern Ireland from birth and throughout their education. This is an essential aspect of service, and it ensures a child-centred approach, which I'm sure, Mr Deputy Speaker, the members will agree is of utmost importance. I note the reference to specialist support professionals, and I feel it is essential that our trained professionals remain highly skilled throughout their careers so that they can provide the best support possible to our children. The sensory service provides professional development for teachers of deaf children and young people so that they can enhance outcomes for deaf children and young people. In line with inclusive practices, around 77% of school-aged deaf children are educated in mainstream schools. And again, I would like to emphasise the importance of the need for specialist staff, as mentioned in this motion. Where a classroom assistant is required to support a deaf child using sign language, the sensory service advises that those assistants should have at least level 3 in British Sign Language. Now, whilst I am proud to speak today about the excellent support we have for deaf children in Northern Ireland, there's always room for improvement. One of the areas for focus identified through the end-to-end review of special educational needs is on ensuring sustainability of the sensory service, which will require workforce planning to address the ageing profiles of teachers of deaf children and young people, and consideration of the need for those specialist teaching assistants. Members may be aware that the National Deaf Children's Society has recently commissioned independent research to review the support for deaf children and young people in Northern Ireland. And I look forward to receiving that report in the coming months, which will no doubt be helpful in informing how we can improve on educational support for deaf children. Once again, can I thank members for highlighting the needs of deaf children, and I trust that it's now clear that every deaf child and their family does have access to a qualified teacher of deaf children and young people and other specialist support staff as early as possible. Some members highlighted just a couple of issues that hopefully I can touch upon. I know Kelly Armstrong spoke of the need for working with the Department of Health in terms of the adult learning disability services, and that's certainly something that I'll follow up on with my department. There'll be no resistance on my part for making sure that my officials engage in that area, and we will do that. Also, the EA Sensory Service, they do engage with the auditory Verbal UK to consider what improvements can be made to services in this area. So that's an area of work that we are continuing to look at. In terms of qualifications, I know Mr Matheson referred to the qualification to become a teacher of the deaf not being available in Northern Ireland, and whilst yes, he is right, the course is available as a distance learning course, but I hear the point that the member's making in respect of having a Northern Ireland course in respect of that. So can I thank Mr Deputy Speaker, members, for speaking on this issue. It's one that rightly we need to give attention to, and again, we'll continue to pursue these issues in due course. Thank you.
Minister, and thank you for that response. Members, the question is that the motion... Sorry, I'm jumping ahead and I've just been corrected. Colin Crawford, I'm going to call you to wind on the motion, and my apologies for that.
Very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I thought I was getting off lightly, but thank you. Mr Deputy Speaker, can I, at the very outstart of my remarks, put on record my thanks, my party's thanks, and hopefully the thanks of all members, to every single teacher of the deaf, classroom assistant and support staff who work extremely hard on a daily basis to care, support and educate each and every one of our deaf children. So I want to put on record our thanks, and a special thanks to Deirdre Fawn and her team at the National Deaf Children's Society. Mr Deputy Speaker, today we gathered to address and speak on an issue that affects not only the future of our children, but the very fabric of our society. The critical lack of specialist teachers for the deaf and insufficient specialist educational support for learners with disabilities across Northern Ireland. In a world that increasingly celebrates diversity, equality and inclusion, it's disheartening to acknowledge that many of our children who are deaf or hard of hearing still face significant barriers to access quality education. Our educational system, ideally designed to uplift and empower all students, has left behind a substantial segment of the deaf community. Specialist teachers do not just facilitate learning, they cultivate an environment where students can thrive, build confidence and develop essential life skills. They are the advocates who understand the nuances of sign language, auditory processing and inclusive teaching strategies. Without them, we are not just denying children in education, we're denying them the opportunity to realise their potential and contribute meaningfully to society. Furthermore, it is essential to recognise that the need for specialised educational support does not end with teachers. Schools must provide adequate resources such as assistive technologies, interpreters and tailored curricula to create an inclusive environment where deaf students can flourish alongside their hearing peers. Unfortunately, funding shortages and the lack of awareness often hinder this progress, leaving many students struggling in silence. Mr Deputy Speaker, the responsibility lies with each of us. Educators, policymakers, community leaders and advocates that act decisively. We must increase our commitment to training and retaining specialist educators in our schools. This includes investing in targeted professional development opportunities and community awareness campaigns that emphasise the importance of deaf education. We must also work tirelessly to allocate appropriate funding to ensure that schools have the tools and resources necessary to support all learners. And Mr Deputy Speaker, just to touch on some other members' remarks, Danny Becker started off by discussing the early intervention and the right to support, and stressed the importance for an education system for all. And I think, Danny, that's something we can all aim and strive towards. David Brooks of the DUP gave the stat of 1,400 deaf children or young people in Northern Ireland. And something I will join David in admitting to is I'm not an expert, David, but I join with you in the opportunity and the challenge to engage on the Education Committee and in this House and in this Chamber to improving services for everyone. Nick Matheson wanted to put on record his thanks to Lee Century Services, but also stressed the service is experiencing pressures, and Nick, that's something I think we agree on too. He also spoke on the decline in the workforce and the frustration at the need to travel for qualifications in the area. Peter Martin, one of the things I loved about what you said is you spoke about the teachers' and families' expectations of what deaf children can and cannot do, and I think that gave it as a challenge not only to teachers but to us all on how we look and how we expect and treat these deaf young people, and it really challenged me on how I look and feel at people. So, in closing, Mr. Deputy Speaker, let us reflect on our shared responsibility to advocate for the rights and needs of every child. As already has been said, we cannot be complacent. Each one of us has a role to play in shaping a more inclusive education system, one where every child, regardless of their hearing ability, has the opportunity to learn, grow and succeed. Let us stand together united in our commitment to championing the needs of deaf children and ensuring that no child is left behind. Together we can build a brighter future, one that truly reflects the diversity and potential of our system. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. We now move to the motion standing order paper. Be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. I have received notification from the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. until under Standing Order 10.3a. Clerk, please read the motion.
In accordance with Standing Order 10, open brackets 3a, close brackets, the sitting on Monday the 21st of October 2024 will be extended to no later than 7:30 p.m.
I call David Brooks to move the motion. The question is that the motion standing in the name of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The motion is carried, and the Assembly may sit until 7:30 this evening if necessary. Next item of business is a motion on addressing the lack of respite provision for adults with learning difficulties, complex needs and challenging behaviour. Clerk, please read the motion.
This Assembly recognises the inadequate provision of respite services for adults with learning difficulties, complex needs and challenging behaviour, acknowledges that respite provision is not a luxury but a necessity for unpaid carers in our society, notes that the demand for services is increasing year on year, with more children with learning difficulties, complex needs and challenging behaviour entering adult care services, recognises the hard work and dedication of staff members within the facilities that provide respite provision, accepts the need to address the lack of adult respite provision and the need for forward planning, additional investment and ring fencing of these services, and calls on the Minister of Health to develop a plan that will address the lack of adult respite provision, and further calls on the Minister of Health to provide additional investment into these services to ensure that families and unpaid carers can avail of more regular and more consistent respite provision.
I call Linda Dillon to move the motion.
Moved.
Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. Two amendments have been selected and are published in the marshalled list. So the Business Committee has agreed that 30 minutes to be added to the total time for debate. Please open the debate on the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We brought this motion to the House today to call on the Minister of Health to urgently address the critical issue of respite provision for adults and children with learning difficulties, complex needs and challenging behaviour. And I know this has been a topic that we've discussed on many occasions, both with the Minister and with officials in the committee and outside, and it is an issue of real concern. The lack of adequate respite services across the North is a matter that deeply affects countless families. Families who are doing their absolute best to care for loved ones in incredibly challenging circumstances. As is outlined in the motion itself, respite is not a luxury. For unpaid carers, it is a lifeline. It is essential for their physical and mental well-being and for the continued care for those who they look after. It is essential to prevent the breakdown of family relationships and to ensure that these carers can continue to care for those whom they have a caring responsibility, for those whom they love. Respite allows carers to manage everyday activities that most of us take for granted. It offers a break from the relentless 24/7 care that they provide. Yet families are often told at short notice, and I'm sure many of us in this chamber will have been lobbying on behalf of families with individual trusts in relation to this, that their respite has been cancelled. And that is a gut-wrenching blow for those who depend on that support to continue caring for their loved ones. For respite that they have maybe waited for over a year, or maybe have never had respite before. And this is often the only period of respite that has ever been offered. And when withdrawn, can throw the carer into spiral of despair and hopelessness, feeling completely abandoned by our health service. The staff who work in these facilities, who dedicate their lives to providing care, deserve our deepest respect and praise. But this crisis is not of their making. And these cancellations highlight the inadequate provision of respite services for adults and for children with complex needs and challenging behaviour, and the pressing need for additional investment and better forward planning. We are witnessing a growing demand for these services, with more and more children transitioning from child services into adult care every year. This is a trend that is only set to continue. And yet, as it stands, many facilities can't cope with the rising need, and many trusts are under severe pressure. And it's not just about planned respite. We also need to consider the growing need for unplanned respite, emergency respite, when families face sudden crisis. There must be provision to step in when carers are unexpectedly unable to cope due to illness, injury, other emergencies, including death. The reality is that without increased investment and planning, the pressure will continue to build. We must ensure that families can access regular, reliable respite services, and that these services are protected and expanded to meet future needs. Families who are already under immense pressure should also not have to face the added stress of losing vital support services due to arbitrary boundaries between trusts. We must address this inequity, ensuring that respite provision follows the person no matter where they live or no matter what trust is caring for them, or in some cases not, which is the problem that we face. I am well aware of incidents in my area of the Southern Trust when respite provision has been completely withdrawn because of the need for residential care for one individual. That is not the fault of that one individual. They have the need. I absolutely accept that, and we should never be blaming that person or their family. But the difficulty is because it is not ring-fenced and protected provision that this is what happens, and we have unplanned closure of respite services. Furthermore, we must not ignore the transitional challenges for young people moving from children's respite into adult services. The lack of coordination and forward planning between child and adult care system leaves too many young people and their families and carers in limbo during this critical period. This issue will only grow as more children with learning difficulties and complex needs reach adulthood. We need to ensure that the transition is seamless, with adequate resources and facilities in place. Campaigns such as Forgotten Voices have shone a spotlight on the importance of respite provision, giving a voice to those who are too often ignored. Their tireless advocacy reminds us that families are not asking for the world, they are asking for the basic support they need to continue caring for their loved ones. Insufficient funding leads to under-resourced and ineffective services, limiting the level of support available to families. And there is no doubt that respite services are underfunded, but there are also serious challenges in staff recruitment and retention. The staff who work with adults and children in learning disability are committed and passionate about ensuring that they give the best care and opportunities for those they look after and their families. And we witnessed that in the Long Gallery this morning at the Learning Disability Nursing Careers event, and I want to say well done to all those who were involved in the organising and all those who participated in that event this morning, because it is really important that we have enough staff and well trained and well looked after and supported staff. But they cannot do this with one hand tied behind their backs. Trust between staff and families and carers is essential, but when respite provision breaks down, that trust is damaged because families feel that they have been failed, and it is the frontline staff who they have to face. It is the frontline staff who have to face them, and they should not be put in the middle of this because of a failure to protect respite care. We have to ask ourselves, what kind of a society do we want to be? Do we want to be a society that values carers and those who they care for, or one that leaves them to fend for themselves? I believe the answer is clear, and Sinn Féin will not allow carers to be forgotten. They need to know that we have their backs. In conclusion, I call on the Minister to urgently develop a comprehensive plan that addresses the lack of respite provision for both adults and children, and this plan must include forward planning, additional investment and the ring fencing of funds to ensure that services are protected and expanded. Unpaid carers in our communities need to know that we see them, that we value them, and that we are committed to fighting for the support that they so desperately need. And we will support the Minister in calls that he makes for additional funding, and we will support all of our ministers when they go to the British Government asking for additional funding, because we know that is needed. But we really need to look at what respite services are in place and how we protect them now, today.
I call on Colin McGrath to move Amendment 1.
So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose Amendment 1 and 5 minutes to wind. Please open the debate on Amendment 1.
Thank you, Speaker, and I would like to thank the proposers of the motion for bringing it forward today. I think it's timely, and it's a matter concerning some of the most vulnerable in our society. And when considering the motion that is before us today, the SDLP felt that it could be strengthened and enhanced through the laying of our amendment. In discussing the provision or the lack of provision of respite services for adults with a learning difficulty, I fear that we do a disservice by not including children in that discussion. Just recently, I had the opportunity to meet with parents from the Forgotten Voices campaign on behalf of the National Autistic Society for Northern Ireland, along with Claire Hanna MP. And this was highlighted quite profoundly in a recent BBC and I Spotlight programme that examined the care that children with complex needs and challenging behaviours require. So upon meeting those families and hearing their stories firsthand, that really was a deciding factor for us for laying the amendments today, because we just cannot allow children's voices to be forgotten in this discussion. And that's why simply our amendment is simply including and children after each of the references to adult services, because we feel it's really important that we don't overlook the safeguarding and protection and also the services that we provide for children. And I would say from the outset, I think that it's important that there is a joined-up activity within the Executive as well. This isn't simply something that just rests with the Department for Health, because in speaking to some of those families, we were able to hear that there are many calls, for example, for whenever the PSNI are called out to deal with a child with a learning disability is displaying aggressive behaviour. And that child is not a criminal. But the police response is to put them into the back of a police car, and then there is also the unintended stigma that is attached to that for seeing that taking place within their community. Yes, of course, certainly.
Thank the member, and I should have said we would be supporting the amendment as well. Would the member agree with me that where a child, a PSNI are being called, that actually is a failure very often of our health system to deal with, and PSNI is not the right response for a child with a learning difficulty and complex needs?
Absolutely, totally agree. But the regrettable reality is that unfortunately we are left in a scenario where police are being called in to provide that support, but they're almost providing like a public order response to, because that's all the tools that they have at their discretion. But maybe if we could look at joined up working so that that isn't the type of approach that is taken. So I think that there would be something that would be positive that could come out of a debate like this, is to see if there's an opportunity for justice and health to work together to be able to try and tighten up those protocols that there are within the departments. And then, as we say, for those children and adults with a learning disability, as the motion rightly references, respite provision is not a luxury, but it's a necessity for parents, families or other unpaid carers. And it's a necessity for them, those carers, those family members as well. Respite services allows the family structure at home to be maintained. And I'm sure that members right across the chamber will have been contacted by families of children or adults with a learning disability and will know the stories of that routine that happens at home whenever there is a breakdown of the family in that way. And for these families, daily life is not straightforward. Nothing is a simple matter, and there are no 2 days that are the same, and almost everything is exhausting. For many of these families, they often feel that by speaking this aloud or admitting that they are struggling, that this is a reflection on their capacity or ability as a parent. But nothing could be further from the truth. By admitting that they are struggling, this is a reflection on their humanity, and there can be nothing more human than knowing that you need help and that you need support. So I think it's actually a real strength in that, and those families have my utmost respect and admiration. By availing of respite services, these families are able to just breathe for a day or two, gathering their strength together, and also ensuring that if they have other children, for example, that they maybe will get a little bit more attention during that time as well. I'm often reminded of my previous career as a youth worker, where I would have saw that maybe by bringing people in for an hour or two into the youth club, that just provided that little bit of space that allowed for the family home just to be able to get a few bits and pieces organised that maintained that family life, and also for those young people as well to be able to engage with peers and to be able to enjoy a bit of fun time as well. As I say, they are amongst the most vulnerable in our society, and if we're not doing everything that we can to safeguard them, then I think that we have to question what we're actually doing. We've come a long way in terms of safeguarding and protection of children and adults at risk. However, we still do know that there is a long way to go, and as time goes on and times change, how we safeguard children and adults at risk is an ever-evolving process. I believe that respite services play a critical role in this task, and it's regrettable that the services which I've detailed are so intermittent in how they are funded and resourced. It's not a lifetime ago in terms of the reflection of change. It's not a lifetime ago that the state would not have recognised the value of children and adults with learning difficulty and would often have just put them into an institution and locked the doors. So times really have changed, that we're able to move away from that and have a model where people are able to be maintained at home and supported, but that can only be maintained if that support is there. If that support breaks down, then the maintenance of that life at home then may fall apart. I'd like to reflect too on the phenomenal facility that there is in South Down, in my hometown of Downpatrick, called Mainstay Down Residential Project. The facility was set up in 1990 by local families who had family members with a learning disability with complex needs and challenging behaviour, who wanted the best possible care for their family member. And what began as a residential project for 9 people has grown over the years to supporting over 150 service users, assisted through residential, supported living, respite care and day opportunities. And this has all taken place, and it's a prime example of where families came together whenever they identified that their needs weren't being met and that they wanted to try and do something about it. And their exceptional committee, their staff, their volunteers continue to look at what they can do to provide more help and support. It's been in existence from 1990, and I would hazard a guess that not everyone across this chamber would know of their work, but I'm sure that you know within your own constituencies of similar types of organisations. But I suppose whenever it's the voluntary and the community sector that are doing these things, you have to wonder, does it become a postcode lottery? If there's a good, solid community organisation in one place, then people in that area get services. And then if there isn't the same provision by the voluntary and community sector somewhere else, then people maybe don't get the same level of services there. And there is an interesting thing, and I'll maybe conclude with this. It's the element that with the voluntary community sector, they're telling us with a little bit of more money, they could do much more. But yet we're told that in statutory services that they don't have the resources, but they do have the money. I sort of feel that if we were maybe to match things up and give more money to the voluntary and community sector, and they are able to deliver those services, then we might be able to reach out and provide more services for adults and, as the amendment would reach to, for children as well. Having spoken to those parents, having heard firsthand exactly what they've had to face, but also to hear from them that they felt that they weren't being supported, that actually felt like that was the bit that hurt them. They felt that whenever they were in their moment of need, there was nobody there to help them. There was no emergency respite provision. There's no respite provision on an ongoing basis. And they just feel that when they're crying for help, nobody is there to assist them. And I think that the fact that we're having this debate, the fact that the Spotlight programme took place, I hope that that gives us the opportunity to use all of our collective energy to see what we can do to help some of the most vulnerable within our society. And I hope that everybody can accept that that's adults and children and can accept that amendment that we put forward. Thank you, Speaker.
I call Alan Robinson to move amendment number 2.
Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You will have 10 minutes to propose amendment 2 and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Please open the debate on amendment 2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to propose our amendment. My party certainly supports the thrust of the main motion, but we felt that it was important that we included the issue of respite services being removed when families move from one trust to another. Whilst the availability of respite provision is a problem right across the province, there are also regional inequalities between health and social care trusts. There needs to be a step change in how health authorities cooperate. There needs to be a consistent pathway for families to access support, regardless of where they live. Often, due to circumstances outside of their control, families have to relocate, and they should not be disadvantaged for doing so. Equally, service users should not have to uproot or travel inordinate distances to alternative services. Thus why we were keen to amend the motion. Research published last year found that people providing unpaid care for sick or disabled family members and friends are saving Northern Ireland's Health Service $5.8 billion each year. In my own constituency, which crosses 2 trust areas, the estimated value of unpaid care per year in the Northern Trust is $1.3 billion, and in the Western Trust it is estimated to be $800 million. The least carers deserve is reliable access to adequate and high-quality respite services, allowing adults and children to be cared for in a safe and secure environment, while allowing their families a break from caring responsibilities. If it is deemed the right course of action to separate out elective and non-elective surgery and care, then that same principle must be applied to how we deliver respite and short break provision for hard-pressed families across the province. We need to see those services protected. The spotlight certainly has been shone on this wider issue since the recent BBC TV documentary, which highlighted the pressures faced by families who are struggling to cope with children who have complex and additional needs. No one could not be moved by the mother who appeared in that documentary and who said, "I left my son at school so he could be taken into care." This was a mother who had spent 2 years pleading for support from her local health trust. We are all aware of cases where mothers and fathers, and indeed grandparents, who are all struggling to cope with children and young adults within their own homes. These are children with severe learning difficulties and various complex and behavioural needs. I'm sure most of us in this chamber take for granted the ability to go to our local shop, to go for a walk, to have a full night's sleep, to go on holiday or even relax in the safety and tranquility of our home. Little of this is possible for carers. And I do know that trusts do try to bridge the gaps, having dealt with issues within my own constituency office, but they're pushing against storm surge tides under intense pressure, and so many are falling through the many cracks due to the combination of facilities being repurposed for emergency care, staffing, recruitment, and all made worse by the long effects of the COVID pandemic. And when trusts provide direct payments to families to try to arrange their own care, families have struggled to get the suitable people to care for their child. I can cite a case in my constituency where a mother of a boy with very severe complex needs has been posting a weekly advert on her Facebook account and asking the public to share, appealing for a carer and personal assistant to look after her boy. And it's painful to see such posts. Sometimes there are children that are just too challenging and the families cannot find a carer willing to take on such a role. The eyes are often referred to as the windows to the soul. And when you look into the eyes of these parents, while they adore their children with every bone in their body, you will see that they are broken. And they're not living. They're just existing as human beings. A recent House of Commons research paper states that there is growing evidence that the demands of caring are increasingly impacting carers' own physical and their mental health. And we heard at the Professor Bangoan conference about social determinants of health. Well, here's one. Unpaid carers in our society dedicate their own lives to looking after vulnerable family members, and where they provide invaluable care, often at great personal financial cost, but they cannot do it alone. They need and deserve regular, reliable breaks, time to rest, to recharge, and take care of their own physical and mental well-being. We must always remember that without the support of unpaid carers, the health and social care system would collapse. The demand for these services is increasing every year. We're seeing more children with learning difficulties, complex needs, and challenging behaviours transitioning into adult care services. We therefore must ensure that the support systems are in place to grow and adapt to meet the needs of this increasing population. Sadly, our current respite provision is failing to keep pace with demand, and families are being left without adequate support, and carers are burning out at an alarming rate. It is important to recognise the hard work and dedication of the staff within the facilities that do provide respite care, and I can think of some in my own constituency, Benbrata Resource Centre. The staff here are unsung heroes, working in situations that are at times incredibly challenging. They're stretched thin, working in environments that are underfunded and overburdened. They need support as much as the carers and individuals that they serve. Regarding the lack of adult respite provision, I do support the call for a comprehensive plan to ensure forward planning, additional investment and ring-fencing of these essential services. We need to hear of a clear strategic plan that will address the shortage of adult respite provision in a meaningful way. As our population grows and more children with complex needs enter adult services, the appropriate services need to be in place before families and carers reach breaking point. Families need regular and predictable respite care, not ad hoc solutions that leave them in limbo. A sustainable model is a must, and one that will offer carers the security of knowing that help is available when they need it. The Department has a duty of care to the most vulnerable in our society and to the families who dedicate their lives to supporting them, but unfortunately, carers in this province are being forced to sacrifice their own health and well-being due to the lack of respite services. And I do know the Minister has been on record recently that as things stand, it is not sustainable, and that he was determined to see urgent improvements. And the Minister confirmed recently that trusts are performing at roughly 80% of pre-COVID capacity in terms of respite, short-term break beds available to adults with learning disability, their parents and their carers. I therefore very much look forward to hearing his comments today on how he intends to ramp up that capacity to 100% and to expand it even further in the coming weeks, months and years. So to conclude, the Minister of Health very much needs to finalise and bring forward the learning disability service model. This needs to effectively and appropriately reflect the complexity and changing nature of demand, while at the same time increase dedicated short break and respite provision. And I do hope that we will hear more about this today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Colnilla McAllister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you to Sinn Féin, SDLP and DUP for bringing forward the motion and amendments. We will be supporting all of them, and hopefully the SDLP amendment can then be passed to take in children's services too. In my very first committee session at the Committee for Health, I did raise the issues of respite services and services for adults with learning difficulties, particularly with regards to ensuring people can remain within their own community. And unfortunately, it's an area that is still continuing to go downhill in terms of not the services that are offered, because we need to be realistic that there is not an infinite sum of budget, but actually the services that are being offered in terms of consistency. I think it also must be put on record that the staff that work in both the trust-run services and the voluntary services do a fantastic job every single day, and they are put on under an immense amount of pressure. But I just want to speak a little bit about the individuals and their families themselves. Just earlier this year and last year, I was contacted by two separate families in the North Belfast constituency, both with similar circumstances, but with very different backgrounds. And one in particular was an elderly couple who are having difficulties with respite provision for their adult son, who needs a respite provision in order for them to look after their own health. Whenever then in the committee meeting on the 23rd of May, I believe it was, when we had the adult learning disability team from the department come to give us an update, we did actually touch on a little bit about that demographic of people who are getting older and looking after their older children too. And I think that just rings true again about the urgency of this issue, is that there is a vast number of vulnerable people out there who require the service. But also with every individual that requires the service, there's families too that we need to think about and actually give the respite that they need too. One of the other issues that comes up time and again through committee, as a member of that committee, is not only the respite provision for individual families, but the difference between the trusts, and also the difference if you move trusts, which is why I want to support the DUP amendment today. In the report that was given to us by a committee, it was highlighted that there are 47 separate services that are run across all the trusts in Northern Ireland. These are different types of services, some of them voluntary, some of them trust-run specifically, but there's only 10 out of those 47 that are actually available on a regionally consistent basis, and I think that's a very poor reflection of where we currently stand when it comes to services for adults with complex needs. We need to have consistency across all provisions in Northern Ireland. In that same briefing that we had at committee, we were also told that there would be a public consultation on this adult learning disabilities model. That consultation hasn't happened yet. I hope that the Minister can give us an update as to where they were, but we were under the impression and briefing from the committee that it was also forming part of the Social Care Collaborative Forums framework too. There's a number of different work streams within that, and this is another one that I understand already, or could have a costed implementation plan that was due in the summer. So I would like an update if the Minister is able to provide an update. I want to move on then to the transition, because one of the areas that we focused on too was the fact that there are 300 children who are due to transition in the next 2 years. So there must be forward planning, and that's something that the British Association of Social Workers have said consistently, is we need to forward plan, not just in services but actually in workforce too. With regards to children's services, I have spoken in this chamber many times back in March, April and just last week around the provision of respite services for children. There have been multiple JRs that have taken place and which have ruled in parents' favour that the trusts need to actually provide respite services for children with complex needs. I understand the position that the department may be in when it comes to actually tackling the issue of the workforce, and that there is perhaps not the staff there. The Minister said this again last week. But then we need to see the safe staffing legislation actually move forward. We also need to see the likes of the British Association of Social Workers being actually put into the Social Work Collaborative Forum so they can actually feed into it. I've been raising this issue many times with regards to respite services for children. I would continue to do so in the Chamber and at committee, but we need to get answers, and the Minister alluded to them last week, that there was possible plans in place, and if we could perhaps update us on that today. But as I said, we are happy to support both amendments and the motion. Thank you.
Alan Chambers.
This is an important topic being discussed today, as it once again allows us to focus in on a vital area of support. As such, many more people are being supported to live long and happy lives within and as part of the community. Critical to that, however, is ongoing support for families and carers being available. Therefore, none of us can really overestimate the importance of short breaks and appropriate respite provision. Short breaks provide much needed support to disabled young people, whilst also allowing parents the all-important time they need to recharge. It's the exact same for families with adults with additional or challenging needs. Such breaks are critically important lifelines for the well-being of entire families. These carers are the backbone of our society. They provide an immensely important service, and without them, it's a simple matter of fact that an enormous number of people would not be able to experience the quality of life that they currently do. The recent BBC Spotlight programme that has already been alluded to was a superb piece of journalism. No one who has watched that programme could feel anything other than admiration and empathy for each of the families it featured. The Minister has already said in recent weeks that this is one of the many burning issues that he has tasked the officials and the system to come up with options and possible solutions. There is no doubt that going forward, action is required. The Ulster Unionist Party will be supporting the main motion and the amendments today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Erskine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It cannot be stressed enough from this chamber today the importance of adequate short breaks provision for families and those who are most vulnerable in our society. It is not something that should be treated as an added extra. And I thank the proposers of the original motion today. For our part, we have added the inclusion of an issue we see too many times, sadly, as constituency MLAs, which is the removal of services from one trust to another. With this motion, we must recognise and be honest about the situation for carers, and how many of us in this chamber have dealt, sadly, with parents who are in tears and barely coping, who have had no respite for their children. It is difficult, and there are children who are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, and yet their parents and carers are completely broken. And unfortunately, we have to be honest, it is our system that has done this to these parents. And there is a great love naturally for the people they care for, but some days it is all too much. And we owe our carers such a great deal of gratitude. They save our health service £5.8 billion a year. And in my own constituency, as already has been referenced, £8 million is saved through the work of 24/7 unpaid but compassionate people who have sacrificed everything to care for the person that they love. And I don't negate the fact that there are massive challenges within our system. Demand is outstripping supply, and the number of complex cases has increased. Therefore, it is important that strategies such as the Children with Disability Framework and indeed the work stream is finalised soon, and indeed the findings are implemented as soon as possible. Perhaps the Minister could provide an overview of where that is currently at the moment. And furthermore, if he could outline what the Learning Disability Service Model will plan to do to achieve more help and support for families, children and adults that we are discussing today. We've seen very recently the challenges that exist when caring for a loved one, as has been referenced in the chamber today. The Spotlight programme, I Am Not OK, was a difficult, brave and challenging watch. It highlighted the situations families face. The toll it takes physically and psychologically is immense. And I think that if the people that represented that £5.8 billion that is saved in terms of care costs and were to stop with immediate effect, the difficulties that are cited by every trust and department today would be much, much greater. That's why we owe it to them to do something in the here and now. We need effective reporting in trust areas in terms of the capacity and activity. And we know this through the CARES APG whenever we did try to find some evidence in relation to the capacity and activity reporting. You see, I believe that there is an attitudinal problem as well, because I have tried for quite some time in some of my trust areas to have individual meetings on this issue, and it took quite some time for information and for those meetings to happen. And there is an unspoken truth that carers will continue to bear the brunt of burnout and caring responsibilities because it is a loved one that they care for. And yes, that is true to a certain extent. But in the many circumstances that I am dealing with, the carers are becoming patients themselves and they need help fast. Respite and short breaks provision can at times be so finely balanced, and in my own constituency I've seen too many times short breaks pulled at the last minute because of staff shortages and sickness. Furthermore, short break beds should be ring-fenced for exactly that purpose. How have we got to a scenario in which short break beds are being repurposed, and can the Minister indicate how many have been repurposed in the last year? Commissioning of services must be forward-thinking and not on an ad hoc basis, which often feels like it is. And there shouldn't be a postcode lottery in terms of service provision for families, which again I see all too often. If you need treatment or healthcare provision, you deserve to get it no matter where you live. This is a massive issue and it won't be easily solved. But I trust that those in the House this evening can support our amendment, which seeks to bring greater focus on ending the siloed approach within trusts.
Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to all who have brought the motions and the amendments today. As my colleague has said, we'll be supporting all of them. As many know in this House, I've been a carer, but I thought I'd just spell out as part of this debate what it's actually like to be a carer. So you're looking after someone, and that someone could be a child or an adult. You get them up in the morning, you wash them. That means that you physically wash them, you brush their teeth, you shave them, you may have to change a nappy, you clean them after toileting, you get them dressed. Sweat's lashing off you, it's hard work doing it, you might be showering them, it's really hard. Once you get them settled and you've got them fed, they may be sick, you may have to change them again. Then you have to entertain them, they have to give them medication. Then you have to feed them again at lunchtime, entertain them more, take them to a hospital appointment, a GP appointment, to the opticians. They may need to go to the dentist. And then it's all over again when you've got dinner time and you've got somebody getting ready for bed. You're up all night actually with the person because you don't know if they're going to get out of bed or they're going to choke or they're just not feeling very well or they just want to be entertained during 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. And so it goes on every single day. No break, no anything. So I always say to people, what is respite for? Is respite for the person, the adult or the child with a learning difficulty, complex needs, or is it for the carer? And to be honest, it's both. Because I could tell times when I had a loved one who I cared for was sick looking at me and sick looking at everybody else in the house and they wanted a break. But at the same time, as a carer, you wanted a break from it, you needed your head showered for a while because if you didn't, you couldn't keep going. And quite often families are finding that they're doing this every single day, but the carers are completely and utter forgotten. I just remind everybody in this house that a carer does not get respite provision prescribed for them. It's for the person they care for. So a carer could be at absolute breaking point and they will get nothing. And some of the examples that I have is I had a constituent who was getting a hip replacement done, a single person who was caring for their child. Adult child, to be honest, they were in their 40s at that stage, and the person needed a hip replacement. They asked for help, they asked for respite care, and it was turned down. They felt guilty the entire time that they were in hospital having a much needed, much waited for hip replacement because they didn't know who all was going to look after their one back at home. Some of the carers have said to me that they're offered day centre care. That's wonderful, but because transport has let them down, they actually have to drive the person to the day centre and wait outside for maybe 3 or 4 hours to then bring the person back home again. That's not respite. That's not giving a carer a break. I think we need to review what our caring and our respite system is. To be honest, they're both sides of the same coin. The person with the disabilities and the carer need to be taken into consideration equally. And there are times when the person with the disabilities needs the break, and there's times when the carer needs the break. The other thing that really annoys me, and nobody will take this into account, is the fact that not always is it the person with the disability that needs to leave the house. Sometimes the carer needs to get out of the house, because when the person with disability leaves the house, what happens? And we'll all know this. You tidy up, you clean, you change the beds, you do all of that sort of work. And I will indeed.
The member will be aware that the BBC, I know you're referring to adult services, but the BBC documentary highlighted the fact that the social workers are not allowed. They're told that it's too high, there's too much of a high risk, and it's unsafe for them to go into the home, but yet we are expecting families to be there all the time with no help, and what's the risk to them?
Members, next for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My colleague is exactly right. When you are a carer, you're on your own, and it feels that way all the time. You are second place. You're the person who does all the work, manages to keep the person healthy and well, and deals with the emotional issues. Could be frustration, could be anger, could be illness. But who looks after you? And when your respite, as Ms Dillon has said, when the respite has been planned and you're really looking forward to it and you want to sleep for one day, you want to have one night's sleep, and it's pulled at the last minute, it is devastating. It is devastating, because you're not going to get that replaced again anytime soon. And the All-Party Group on Carers have said this time and time again. Carers should be included in planning for respite. Carers, all different carers, all different people with learning disabilities, should all be brought together, whether it's children or adults, and discussed what's actually best for them. The guilt that a carer feels that somebody has to go and get respite care is overpowering. I would love to see in any plans going forward that there's I will indeed.
I thank the member for giving way. I've dealt with families who have very individual needs for their family as well, and there can be an anxiousness as well for families whenever they're putting their children into facilities too. And will the member agree with that, that there's not just anxieties, that their family, but it's the needs that are attached to that as well, and making sure they're listened to as part of that?
And that's why it really frustrates me that respite always has to be somewhere else, and it can't be in the person's home, where they have the lift, where they have the hoist, where they have all of their facilities there available to them. There does need to be a new plan, a new way of thinking of this, especially given the fact that we have an ageing population. Certainly we're going to consider children and adults in this, but with an ageing population, and the cliff edge comes when you have people with learning disabilities who need that care, who may have dementia or Alzheimer's. What I would say is I remind everybody that people with learning disabilities, are not ill, but they have been removed from social services lists, so they're not all listed. Thank you.
Timothy Galston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This motion and the amendments rightly highlight the lack of respite provision for adults and children with learning difficulties, complex needs and challenging behaviours. In many cases, the lack of respite highlighted falls to unpaid carers. With some 222,000 people in Northern Ireland, which is approximately 12% of our population who work as unpaid carers, this debate touches on issues which are of enormous significance to many people in our province. And while there are people of all ages involved in this work, I want to acknowledge today that there are over 3,000 children under the age of 15 who are carers. In many of these cases, they are family members who have sacrificed their lives to care for a loved one. Carers put the welfare of a relative who is elderly, sick or has special needs before their own welfare, and in many cases care for more than one person in need. While there are members in this House who go off on holidays even when the Assembly is sitting, the people we are talking about today often give up opportunities to go away with friends or family so they can care for that person or those people who they have devoted their lives to. The charity Carers UK recently conducted a survey which reveals some stark statistics. 82% of carers said the impact of caring on their physical and mental health would be a challenge over the coming year, an increase from 77% from the previous year. 79% felt stressed or anxious, half felt depressed, half felt lonely. Almost 3/4 said they continued providing care even though they felt they were at breaking point. I want to take this opportunity to highlight and encourage someone in my constituency who is a carer for both her husband and child. Donna Bryce launched a carers coffee club in Ballymena for carers living locally who know the daily struggles of being a carer, as highlighted in the Carers UK survey. When setting up the group, Donna stated, "I know the exhaustion of caring, I know the sleepless nights and tears shed, and I am a firm believer of self-care and taking time for me to recharge my batteries so I can be all I need to be for my loved ones." A powerful testimony of our carer detailing their lived experience. In the short time this group has been running, it's provided valuable support and a space for local carers to come together to share their experiences and make friendships. I wish to encourage Donna, her mum Doreen Armstrong and Christine O'Brien, who are providing this opportunity locally, and I trust that in the future this Carers Coffee Club could be supported by the Trust to allow this support network to be replicated in other areas across Northern Ireland. But back to the motion in hand, and in closing, Mr Speaker, I wish to draw members' attention to the fact United Kingdom's Carers Leave 2023 Act provides for 1 week's unpaid leave for adults with caring responsibilities in England, Scotland and Wales. Because employment law is a devolved matter, there is no statutory carers leave available in Northern Ireland. This is an issue where, like many others, devolution simply hasn't delivered. Mr Speaker, more needs to be done to provide a greater level of respite, and on that basis I'm supportive of the amendments.
Jerry Carl.
Mr Speaker, happy to support the motion and the 2 amendments this evening. Social care workers, both paid and unpaid, provide and benefit from respite services, and failure to invest in these services is directly, actively harming adults and children with learning difficulties, complex needs and challenging behaviour, as well as their families, as we've heard already. And social care workers across our trusts and the community and voluntary sector as well provide respite services for thousands of adults and children each year, as well as their carers. Despite their life-enhancing and transformative work, they are underpaid and undervalued. Unpaid carers are, Mr Speaker, the invisible backbone of our society, and they keep our health and social care service running. Many balance their current responsibilities with paid work, and also education. And according to the most recent census, as we've heard, 222,000 people in the north were providing some form of unpaid care. Women, obviously, more likely to take on current responsibilities than men. And in the north, around 3,000 children under the age of 15 are carers, a real startling statistic. Carers are facing unprecedented pressures on their finances. 44% of working age adults who are caring for 35 hours or more each week are living in poverty. And all too often, Mr Speaker, the invaluable contributions of unpaid carers are not recognised. Unpaid carers experience their own physical and mental health issues, which are often exacerbated by the pressures of unpaid care. And a lack of accessible and timely respite services only adds to these pressures. And demand for access to short breaks and respite services has obviously increased, as has been said, for adults with learning disabilities and children and young people with disabilities. Some children and young people urgently need longer-term residential placements, and within our current collapsing system, some children have been staying in overnight short break units for over 90 days, and this has an obvious knock-on effect for the operation of the units, which can't maintain a short break service. And in short, it is a broken system, Mr Speaker. It is unacceptable that during a crisis requiring an emergency respite admission, families lack certainty and support. Where is the current aspect of the NHS in this debate? Mr Speaker, more generally, we need to move to a social model of disability rather than our solely current medicalised model. A social model places responsibility on society and government rather than the individual. to remove barriers and promote equality and social justice. Under a social model of disability, disabled people and their carers are more likely to be treated with the dignity that they so rightly deserve but don't always get. There's nothing wrong with people who have a disability or additional needs, but there's a lot wrong with our society, and especially in its attitudes toward people with a disability. Happy to support the motion and the amendments. Thank you.
Call just McNulty.
And can I begin by offering moral support to parents and families of children with complex needs, and also give a huge thank you to the professionals and to the volunteers who do provide respite, be that overnight or short breaks, daycare. Their care and their support for families and individuals getting in respite is extraordinary. Parents and families deserve enormous admiration and empathy for the strength they demonstrate on a daily basis. But parents and families, they do not need empathy and admiration. They won't need and deserve support and access to respite on a regular basis and short breaks on a regular basis. I think members would agree that parents and families are not okay, with some of them literally on their hands and knees enduring the burden they must carry. Some parents are being forced to consider giving their children up to the full-time care service and system because they literally just cannot cope anymore. They're not okay. There needs to be significant investment, a regional respite unit potentially for those children who have the most complex needs, and a greater engagement with the community and voluntary sector. I do know that the Gateway Club in Newry, for instance, has offered and are keen to offer respite and short breaks for parents, and would be very good at providing that service given their expertise. But fundamentally, I just want to say that parents and families need our support and need our help and need answers and need access to short breaks on a regular and consistent basis.
I call Paul Frew to wind on Amendment 2.
Mr. Speaker, and I've sat here and listened to this debate, and it is truly heartbreaking. And one saying that comes into my head repeatedly as I hear the experiences from across this chamber is the saying, "Be kind, for you do not know what battles people are fighting." And whilst we say it quite often, there's no way that we can actually measure the depth of despair and the battles that those people are fighting. And it's actually heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking for a number of reasons, on an individual level, but also the fact that all my political career, especially in full-time political career, which is 2010, the whole health system has moved to one where we keep people at home longer. And yet, with the provisions that our estate and our services and our health trusts provide, the pressure is so mighty on them and the provisions they provide that it's nearly as if we've completely forgotten. We've completely forgotten about all of those people who we removed from a hospital setting to the home setting, and it's as if we've left their families in despair. It is absolutely clear that this is an absolute false economy that's leading to more casualties, more patients, with carers being burnt out. And it's as if we can't see it. And then we wonder why people are rocking up to our health estate, needing beds in our wards, because they can't cope. And when that happens, when that tragedy happens, what happens to the person, the principal person that carer was caring for? So what we are doing is we are multiplying carnage upon carnage, transforming your care. Remember that. It has become destroying your health. That's what it's become. And that's the stark measure that we should take away from this debate today. And not only do we need reform in this regard, we need radical change. Radical change. I will sum up, Mr Deputy Speaker, in some of the contributions that was made. I'll not get through them all, but I'll deal with the principal movers of the amendments. Linda Dillon told us about carers being told at short notice that the respite was cancelled. Think of the devastation. Think of the fact that carers are so focused on caring for their people, their loved ones, but they know at the end of the week, at the end of 2 weeks, they're getting respite. Not only for their carer, but for them, or for their principal person they're caring for, but for them. For that to be taken away instantly, quickly, with no concept or time when that was going to be picked up again, or they were going to get that respite, and maybe those people waiting a year. It is absolutely, truly devastating, and will tip people right over the edge, people who are already in despair. There need to be an emergency respite plan for people who fall on hard times or end up having an accident themselves, end up being placed in hospital themselves. The support provision must follow the family even when they move. The issue of children attaining adulthood and losing respite provision from child services to adult services is a mighty thing. And Linda Dillon called on the Minister to develop a comprehensive plan. Colin McGrath said this debate was timely, said he proposed his amendment regarding children and children focused with regards to his amendment. We can see that in the text. Experiences regarding PSNI intervention and how that is always mostly the wrong intervention, but regrettably the only one. And so the PSNI are picking up pieces inappropriately, but they're trying to do the best they can. I think one thing that came across right across the piece is that when the people who actually do provide respite and who actually care for the carers, the diligent work and the committed work that they do, I think that I must get that placed on record before my time is up. Alan Robertson, who proposed our amendment, explained the matter when families move home to another trust area and the reason for the DUP amendment, talked about 5.8 billion each year that carers are saving the health service, and the estimated value of unpaid care in the Northern Trust at 1.3 billion and the Western Trust at 800 million per year. I've run out of time, Mr Speaker, but I commend our amendment to this House, and I thank the House for the support with right across the amendments. Thank you.
And thank you for that. Minister, before I call you, just want to clarify to the House that I'm mindful that line would normally have been taken after your response, so apologies for that, and I'd be grateful for your understanding and Mr Frey's understanding also on this occasion. Minister, I'm calling you to respond, and you have up to 15 minutes.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much, and thank you to all the members so far who have contributed. Let me start with a direct and a clear response. The current level of provision is inadequate for children and for adults with learning disabilities, and this has been the case for quite some time. And I agree with the motion. Respite is not a luxury. It is an essential, a critical service for unpaid carers and for their loved ones. It recognises that most people with learning disabilities will remain in the family home throughout adulthood. I also want to fully recognise the hard work and the dedication of staff who deliver respite services, but must also take this opportunity to pay dedication to unpaid carers as well, and they have been mentioned often in this debate. Without the love and the dedication of unpaid carers, the current model of social care for learning disability would collapse overnight. And Mr McGrath talked about signs of humanity. Watching the Spotlight programme, was there any greater humanity than the love of the parents for those children with learning disabilities? I accept we need to address the lack of respite provision both for children and for adults. It's going to require immediate action, but also forward planning. It will require additional investment to grow and diversify the service in the coming years. It's important the service is ring-fenced and not used for residential and emergency purposes, which requires a comprehensive examination of the entire learning disability programme of care. And I was very struck with what Mr Robinson had to say when he said to me, if Separating emergency and elective or planned surgery makes sense. It makes equal sense to separate out residential and respite care. And my department has a draft plan. I know officials have directly engaged several colleagues in this chamber to provide the assurance that we know what the problems are, and more importantly, we have a clear vision on the way forward. So today, Deputy Speaker, I want to provide an update on the draft Learning Disability Service model, which aims to recalibrate services to provide greater support in the community, including expansion of respite and short breaks. We have engaged carers in the development of this model, but we do intend to do this on a greater scale through public consultation in the coming months. And following that consultation, the model will form the basis of regional and trust-level commissioning and investment plans for years to come.
Thank the Minister and apologise for asking for it so early. Just in relation to the consultation, can we ensure that that consultation process is easy and accessible for carers, because we know they have a lot on their plate, so the easier that process can be, and even if that's an actual personal engagement consultation?
A valid point which I wish to acknowledge, Deputy Speaker. Respite services for adults with learning disabilities account for approximately £25 million a year, which only accounts for 5% of total learning disability spend. Trusts deliver and commission approximately 100 respite beds used by thousands of families in Northern Ireland, and there lies an obvious disparity. To me, these are indicators something isn't quite right. I acknowledge that respite provision is most certainly not a luxury, but indeed a necessity for many of the unpaid carers in our society. They have continuously stressed the importance of periodic, flexible and planned short breaks, and also the importance of recognising short breaks provide the person supported with a break from the family home and offering different activities, and nobody could put it better than Kelly Armstrong in her contribution, for which I thank her and acknowledge her. These services were significantly impacted by the pandemic as Trust balanced infection control with the practicalities of delivering a learning disability service. Members will be aware my predecessor approved the pathway to remobilise services as we emerged from the pandemic, and this enabled full restoration of day services and an ambition for short breaks. Today the challenge is different. Demand exceeds supply, and there are significant workforce challenges. Trusts have also reported a growing complexity of children that have transitioned into adult services, and that can reduce capacity in daycare and in short breaks while requiring higher levels of staff and support. And Deputy Speaker, on my mind on a daily basis is the idea of transition and how we do it better, because we do not do it well. I'm also aware that there are instances of where short break beds have been temporarily repurposed for emergency or residential purposes. For example, Woodlawn House at the end of last year, the Southern Trust temporarily closed the facility for residential purposes, which cancelled a series of planned short breaks for several weeks.
If you did get a chance just to speak to the point that I made earlier, where there are, in the community and voluntary sector, there is capacity but they don't have the money, but yet in the statutory sector they're sending the money but they don't have the resources in terms of staffing. Is there a way that that could be merged together to see if some of those community and voluntary providers could do more?
Well, I would say to the member, I'm very keen to see to what extent the voluntary community sector can play an enhanced role. And I think I look back at my time as a Victims Commissioner when we worked very closely with the voluntary and community sector, who delivered a lot of services for victims of our conflict. Having said that, I don't think that they should be some sort of quote-unquote cheap alternative to statutory services. So it's a question of getting a balance there, but I am very keen to work with NICFA and others to try and see how we enhance those services and pay for them appropriately. It can be a challenge when a family moves from one trust to another, and again, this was raised in the second amendment, and it can result in a temporary loss of respite support. And while beds are commissioned on a localised basis, I have repeatedly outlined to the trusts at the highest level, chief executives and chairs, I expect them to collaborate and to cooperate, and in my mind, the 5 geographic trusts are one trust, and that's how I want them to navigate these issues. Learning disability services now account for £500 million per year, supporting 9,000 adults and their families. Investment has increased significantly in recent years, but I don't see or hear this when I speak to carers and families. As Health Minister, it's clear to me we spend money in the wrong places. We respond to crises, to placement breakdowns and to delayed discharges. We need to rapidly recalibrate the service to provide greater support at an earlier stage and to better recognise the role of unpaid carers. It's important to note this isn't a criticism of staff delivering the services. I fully recognise their hard work and dedication. Since the first day of my appointment, I've visited several learning disability services delivered by trusts and the independent sector, and each time I've been amazed at what can be achieved through creativity, innovation and hard work. Now, I think it's also important to give members a brief update on the work of the Learning Disability Strategic Plan. In March of last year, the Department established a task and finish group to finalise a service model for adult learning disabilities and a framework for children with disabilities. The golden thread to progressing these products is a renewed and regionally consistent approach to transitions. This thread is critical to ensuring that adult services can appropriately forward plan for children who are entering adult services in the future. On transitions for people with learning disabilities, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay tribute to the efforts of Alma White, the lead campaigner for Caleb's Cause Northern Ireland. I recently met with Alma and was moved by her enthusiasm and the energy she brings to improving transitional support for her son and for other children with special educational needs. I have committed my support to Alma and to working with the Department for the Economy as they explore options for legislative change. And while we need to be mindful of what can be achieved in the remainder of this mandate, we should not be deterred from exploring opportunities to deliver better outcomes. In terms of health and social care, the Learning Disability Service Model aims to produce a regionally consistent service for adults with an emphasis on supporting need at an early stage in the community. The model aims to ensure that the needs and views of families and carers of people are fully understood and accessible support is available. It will ensure that families and carers will be offered flexible, practical and emotional support that they need to support individuals to live in the community and have a meaningful life. This will involve increasing the level and the diversity of short break services, including consideration to modernise existing services and environments to better support those with more complex needs. The model will be underpinned by a robust regional needs assessment, ensuring that the level of residential short breaks is reflective of the population size, living arrangements and the needs of carers and families. It's clear the level of this service will need to increase, but we also need to diversify the types of breaks provided. Now, earlier this month, Professor Bengoa and I visited a shared live service delivered by Positive Futures. It's an example of a different type of short break, where members of the public can be trained and supported to provide day breaks and overnight stays for adults with a learning disability. Self-directed support also provides flexibility to families, but I'm aware the administrative burden can be excessive. In September, my department, in collaboration with Impact and the Association for Real Change, appointed a regional post to expand the use of managed budgets. I believe this represents a better way to providing families choice and control, with the administrative burden resting on the trusts. Both shared lives and managed budgets are central to how we will diversify and expand respite and family support in the years ahead. In summary, the service model outlines my department's vision to recalibrate services and better support unpaid carers, while providing the building blocks for robust forward planning. It's my hope we'll launch a public consultation in the coming months. Now, while today's motion is focused primarily on adult services but has been expanded by amendment to include children, it would be remiss not to provide an update on short breaks for children. As part of the exercise commenced last year, significant work has been progressed to outline the way forward for health and social care services, and a framework for children with disabilities has been developed and is being implemented. Improvements across services will require years of sustained investment and of workforce development. However, the recent BBC Spotlight programme on short breaks has helped focus minds and outline an immediate body of work which will be progressed in the days and weeks rather than the months and years ahead. Now, this week, I shall meet with the families involved in the programme with the support of the Children's Law Centre and the National Autistic Society. I have been presented with a series of costed options on the way forward. As Ms McAllister said, that was something I was expecting last week and got. I have spent a significant amount of time considering those options in the intervening days. And I can say to the member and to the House, Deputy Speaker, dependent on the outcome of one more meeting tomorrow, I shall make my announcement. In conclusion, Deputy Speaker, the scale of the challenge within services for people with learning disabilities is fully recognised by my department. And it's further recognised that several challenges identified are long-standing and cannot be viewed in isolation. To put it into a context, I think we need three things. We need the infrastructure, we need the properties, we need the places where residential and respite care can be offered. We need the funds to run it, and we need a workforce which is appropriately trained and committed. And two of those things at least, the infrastructure and the workforce, cannot be magicked up overnight. The funding in the middle is an enormous challenge, but it is one I am happy to say that I believe the department and departmental officials have risen to at pace, and I commend them for that. My department is going to set out an ambitious body of work to address the challenges faced by both children and adults with learning disabilities, enjoined through a revised approach to transitions. The point was made about the police intervening and how inappropriate it was, and it seems to me, Deputy Speaker, this is reflective of the fact that sometimes when we have a really difficult challenge, we go for the easy solution, not the right solution. I assure the House, I want to be in the business of right solutions.
Minister, thank you for that response. I now call Mark Durkin to wind on Amendment 1, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I'd like to thank contributors and indeed thank the Minister for actions he has committed to here today. Some of the stories shared and facts presented here today, though, are nothing short of harrowing. Harrowing that the current system means that some of our most vulnerable citizens are not given the support to live their lives with dignity, and that our unpaid carers who dedicate their lives to supporting them are being punished. As Spotlight so powerfully highlighted, these families are not okay. In the North, we face a serious lack of respite care provision for both adults and children with disabilities, and this gap is placing huge pressure on carers who are already stretched to the limit. The pandemic had a profound impact on these families and has served to intensify existing challenges. I've listened to heart-wrenching stories from parents and primary carers struggling throughout lockdowns without respite. For many households, this monumental shift has had a lasting impact. In many cases, adults and children with complex needs have experienced a marked regression, behavioural challenges, and a decline in overall mental health. Their parents and guardians are broken. Yet, at a time when efforts should have been made to rebuild and increase access to respite, families are pushed deeper into despair. Instead of finding relief, they are left to navigate their struggles alone and feeling helpless. It's no wonder 2/3 of unpaid carers are suffering from mental health, and I'd wager that that number is in reality significantly higher. Respite care should not be treated as a luxury. Since when was a lifeline a luxury? It's deeply concerning that respite capacity has not been fully restored 4 years on from the pandemic, or that children's respite units in 4 of our 5 health and social care trusts have been repurposed for residential services, leaving families with fewer options. In my own constituency of Foyle, families relying on overnight respite services at Rosebud Cottages have battled repeat temporary closures. The reality is that services are simply not accessible for many who need them. Waiting lists are growing, and in some areas there is no provision at all. Unpaid carers who save our health and social care system countless millions of pounds each year are burnt out. They've nowhere else to turn, and it begs the question, who cares for our unpaid carers? I echo the sentiments of some speakers in appreciation of staff. These committed and selfless individuals are working with incredibly vulnerable people, often in incredibly volatile situations, and for little reward other than the knowledge of the immeasurable good that they are doing. But staffing shortages continue to have significant implications for the provision of support packages. Many workers who left during the pandemic haven't been replaced, sometimes due to funding difficulties and sometimes due to recruitment. And it's not just the provision of short breaks either, it's daycare opportunities too. There's a lack of provision, yes, but also at times a lack of suitable provision, especially for young adults who are maybe placed in with older people with whom they have nothing in common. And there are some great examples, or examples of great models, again in my own constituency, that provide support and stimulation. Models like this need looked at and learned from. And while direct payments have provided some relief, at times navigating the process can feel like an added burden rather than a support. This outsourcing of responsibility from trusts to families has been vital or valuable for many, but the mechanism doesn't work for all. For some caregivers who already have so much on their plate, it can feel overwhelming. We desperately need to review that system, streamline and signpost. For parents and carers of children and adults with learning disability, access to support is an uphill battle at every single turn. I often wonder how they've any fight left, from fighting for a diagnosis, securing educational support, school places, respite care. The battles can seem endless, yet our unpaid carers are the warriors and heroes of our day. They deserve our support and respect. The Minister mentioned Alma White, and I know again many passionate and determined families in my own constituency who will drive this much needed and overdue change. And I think it's great that everyone's in consensus today that we'll do our best to do so also.
Thank you. I now call Colin Gildernew to conclude and wind up the debate on the motion, and you have up to 10 minutes.
And I want to start off by thanking members and all of the speakers for the fantastic debate that we have had here this afternoon on what is a hugely important issue. And I have to say that I feel that very, very many of the issues that I have heard as a MLA and as a carer spokesperson previously down the years in relation to this issue, and also to say that we do support both amendments in relation to, and to thank the parties and members who brought that forward. And I suppose members, caring for a family member is one of the most difficult jobs anyone can do, and the lack of support or recognition often adds significantly to the challenges carers face. Carers will often talk about it being almost a military operation to plan for respite. They'll talk about being in the trenches. They'll talk about fighting for every bit of support they get. And that language, I think, does indicate the levels of stress that they are under on a repeated basis. It's worth mentioning briefly as well that the single allowance that's paid for carers, the carers allowance, is woefully inadequate to meet the needs of carers. I think that's worth mentioning in this debate as well. So, respite services are a vital element, and both for the individuals who receive the care and also for the person who is providing that care for them. And we should remember, members, that very many of our carers will be themselves experiencing significant health difficulties, trying to navigate that at the same time as look after someone who may have particular vulnerabilities. Respite services provide these carers with some space, and it is only some space, to complete day-to-day tasks that all of us take for granted. Should that be shopping for groceries, attending appointments of our own, potentially, as has been mentioned, looking after another person as well. So it has been mentioned a couple of times, and indeed by the Minister, around the example of Woodlawn House in my own constituency, an 8-bed facility that provides short breaks of around a week for those with learning disabilities, complex needs and challenging behaviour. In December last year, respite services were severely impacted due to staff needing to be redirected towards intensive individual support, and that support clearly is needed at that point in time. That's actually the second time that has happened in Woodlawn House within a short number of years. So in that instance, service users and their families who were due to avail of the service were told at short notice that their respite slots had all been cancelled, which causes massive distress, frustration, adds to the burnout that Deborah has referenced earlier, and just a sense of despair. I think underlines the inadequate provision that exists out there for adults and indeed for children with complex needs and challenging behaviour, and the need for more investments. So we absolutely need to plan better to address these needs, to provide planned support for all our families, and to ensure that a crisis of that nature doesn't have the impact on so many families who are so close to the end of their tether. As more and more children with learning disabilities and complex needs leave services at 18, and the Minister has referenced this and the need to do better at transition, but those children are then entering adult services which are already under pressure themselves, and more respite centres will inevitably struggle to meet the increased level of demand. I do want to touch on some of the contributions made by members, because I think it's useful in the sense of some of the very many aspects to all of this. And I know Paul Frew has mentioned the people who moved the motion, so I'll start with some of those other speakers. Nuala McAllister referenced the fact that staff are doing a fantastic job despite all the pressures, and I think that needs to be absolutely acknowledged. She also referenced the need for forward planning and transition, as mentioned by the Minister, and the very important issue of safe staffing legislation, which we have yet to see. So I think those are important issues. Deborah mentioned the fact that parents are barely coping at times, and the important issue of carer burnout. Kelly Armstrong gave us some very, very real life examples and illustrated in a way that I think that brings it right home to all of us. She said as well, and I think it's an important point, carers at times feel completely forgotten, and that's something that we in this House should not allow to continue to be the case. And she also raised a very, very vexatious issue around transport, and the fact that is often an additional element that carers struggle to try to meet. Timothy Gaston referred to the fact, and I think it's a really important one, that there are many, many children out there who are also carers, and we need to provide specific support across a wider range of, that takes us into the area of education and into other areas as well as health. But we absolutely need to try to protect those children and give them the best start we can within the resources that are out there. And the Minister then, I think, made a number of key points. And he acknowledged, I think, crucially, that the system would, and it is a fact, the system would collapse without the input of unpaid carers. And that's the starting point from which we must start to address the issue. He also referenced the need to improve the transition from child into adult, and that has been a long-standing issue, and I welcome his recognition of that. The need for regional consistency, and it's included within the amendment as well, and the need to address the fact that some people perceive it as a postcode lottery, and that's not something that we should be. And then, getting to the substance of it, the fact, and the Minister's outlined, this will require years of sustained investment, and it will require recruitment of the proper staffing that we need, and the facilities as well. The Minister did refer to work he expects to take forward imminently, and I welcome that we're seeing that renewed focus, and I do also acknowledge the programme that brought some attention to that issue. And I suppose the Minister had outlined the three things that are needed here, and I fully agree with each of those three things. I suppose I would add a fourth, and that's the will and the focus to finally bring some sort of improvement into this area, because we are expecting too much of unpaid, informal family carers. We need to now absolutely do better by them. So, the respite provision for adult and children's services has for far too long been underinvested, and we need to see the Minister of Health and in the Executive prioritise these services to ensure that families can avail of more regular respite and a service that can, going forward, cope with the demand.
Thank you. Members, before I put the question, I remind you that the amendments to this motion are not mutually exclusive. They can both be made, and I will put the question on the second amendment whether or not the first amendment is made. The question is that the amendment number 1, standing in the names of Colin McGrath, Mark Durkin, Daniel McCrossan and Cara Hunter, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that amendment number 2, standing in the names of Alan Robinson, Deborah Erskine and Paul Frew, be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question now is that the motion as amended be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, item 7 on the order paper, the adjournment. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.